Mother, Vasilisa Khazar, scurried around a dimly lit room in the high temple of Murray. She would not be here when the sun came up. The people dancing in the downstairs hall of this enormous temple were the perfect distraction, with their aggravatingly loud music and communal dances, absorbed in themselves and their honeyed wine without a care for the bride or groom. She despised each and every person in that great hall, every person who had attended this fraud of a ceremony. Her brother, Dominic, especially, with his serpentine smile and glinting raven hair. As she peeled off her ugly white marriage gown, violent images of ripping that hair from his head and silencing his audacious laugh pulsed in her mind. But his death was not at the forefront of her priorities. He had already slithered back to his palace and his pretty women in their home empire of Asteria anyway. Whatever reasons Vasa's viper of a brother had to arrange her marriage only months after their father's death, only weeks after their mother's, didn't matter. It was unforgivable. It was the sort of thing someone lost their life over. Vasa didn't know if death would be Dominic's fate, but she had decided this marriage would not be hers. She only had minutes before her unfortunate new husband came for her. Reed of Murray was a brutal mountain of a warrior, the youngest foreman Icuria had ever seen, and by far the most notorious, the Wolf of Murray. He had looked upon her white dress as if he detested its absence of color, detested her, perhaps. This nation exalted bright colors and brilliant hues, so she shoved away the white nightgown she'd planned to wear and traded it for a red one, which only fell to mid-thigh and had a slit up to her right hip. The cool silk glided over her body. Setting her bags inconspicuously near the window, she sank into silk sheets and crossed her legs in a way she thought made them look longer, in a way she hoped would ensnare Reed of Murray. Vasa had studied this nation extensively, just as much as any other threat to her family's reign. While no one had managed to infiltrate Western Icuria and come back alive, violence plagued the eastern territories, which were on the verge of an all-out war with Asteria. The Republic of Icuria had begun as 6 independent city-states, united generations ago. Vasa's tutors had emphasized its unusual political structure. Icuria's elected ruler, called a headman, changed every 10 years. The headman was chosen from among the foremen of the 6 major territories. The 5 who weren't elected became the headman's counselors. They advised the headman, and it was eventually their votes that selected the next one. Vasa's new husband was said to be the most obvious next choice to rule Icuria, a dangerous, violent warlord known for his lack of mercy. If that was true, the little slit in her nightgown might be her best advantage. It fell to either side of her leg as she adjusted her weight upon the bed. Even warlords were men after all, and men were almost always their own downfall. Her fingers itched for the rope beneath the pillow, for the blade. The foreman of Murray would probably expect a demure, well-poised woman of the heiress of Asteria. Not the murderous thing Vasa's father had turned her into. The callous, manipulative daughter he had demanded. Asteria's eldest would not be some useless bride. She would be a weapon. Upon their parents' deaths, Dominic became the emperor, solely because of what dangled between his legs. All Vasa got was Reed of Murray. Approaching footsteps sounded upon the stone floors outside the door. Unease threaded in her stomach for only a moment, and she shoved it down with the force of a blow. Fear was the most dangerous emotion she felt, one that summoned the infectious curse crawling beneath her skin. A serpent was how she pictured it, coiled in her gut and prepared to strike. She might very well kill all the people in this temple if she let the force out. Might kill herself, too. It was far easier to remain angry. Anger was not vulnerability. Anger was the only emotion the curse seemed to listen to. The door swung open and the foreman of Murray padded through, taking up a majority of the doorframe with his far too broad shoulders. Their eyes met. Vasa would not be terrified of this man. no matter the strength she saw there. But there was a whisper behind that strength, a surprise or confusion at the sight of her sitting like this on his bed. Then the foreman of Murray morphed into someone diligent and duty-bound, pragmatic and calm. His clean-shaven face made her question what she might find attached to such a rigid jaw. Fangs or some other atrocious feature. Something like the magic and monsters whispered to Rome, Icuria. Yet, he only looked human, just like her. A thought that had haunted her since their brief and hollow exchange of vows. Young. Poised. He was dressed in rich black and purple, dark hair pulled back with a leather strap, and his curious eyes roved over the image of her waiting patiently upon the bed for him. Vasa softened her gaze and let her mouth tip into a struck grin. Golden eyes flicking down to take in that mouth. The foreman of Murray was a fly in a web. Something carnal ticking in the corner of his jaw. He looked nothing short of a conqueror. Vasa would make a meal of her escape. Curling from the bed, long legs carrying her weight as she folded upright, she crossed the distance between them. Reed didn't move. He watched each step she took until she slithered to the space just in front of him.
Red suits you.
His western accent floated between them in the commerce tongue of the Icurians, his eyes raising to meet the ocean of hers. You didn't seem to like the white, she said. His lips pursed before sliding into a genuine grin.
I suspect you could stop my heart in any color.
Such pretty words. Lifting her hand to his chest, to the space right above his heart, she splayed her fingers and pressed her palm against the silk of his draped wedding attire. Instead of words, which hardly ever did a situation justice anyway, Vasa slid her hands to the buttons of his cloak, right at the curve of his neck, and began to undo them. Carefully, she pulled the cool fabric from his shoulders and exposed more of his bare chest. He took it from her hands and placed it delicately upon the chair to their left. She moved for the crossbody drape, tucking her fingers into the fabric. Reed watched her silently, eyes a little wary. But his breathing had quickened too. She worked him out of his ceremonial drape and gave herself one long glance at the plane of his bare chest, all corded muscle and covered in intricate ink that threaded across the light brown skin of his right shoulder and down his arm. The subtle fragrance of salt and amber wafted under her nose, a little sweet and earthy. In any other situation, she would have described the smell as irresistible. Admitted that his candle-lit brown body, covered in black ink, was more enticing than she wanted to give him credit for. But that was not why she was here. With reckless abandon, she dragged one finger to his waistline, and then guided him toward the bed until the backs of his knees pressed to the mattress. Surprise and excitement flickered in his eyes, and he wrapped his fingers around her own, gently lifting her knuckles to his lips.
I hoped we would get along,
Reed of Murray said. Vasa released her bottom lip from between her teeth. I would like that. Hands gripping her waist, Reed spun them until he could guide her onto the soft blankets, gesturing with his head that she should lie down for him. Keeping her gaze locked with his, she lay back onto the bed and pushed just far enough up to place her hands within reach of the rope and the blade. The bed dipped with his knees, and he crawled up her body. This position wouldn't work the way she needed, though. She reached for his pants. He caught her wrist.
Have you done this before, Vasilisa?
She paused. Did he expect chastity? Had that been a part of his agreement with her brother?
The truth,
he said, one of his hands lifting to brush a piece of long black hair from her cheek and trailing to her shoulder.
will always serve us best.
The truth was that men could not tell a virgin from a hole in a tree, no matter what lies they told themselves. She doubted this man could either. Still, she wanted him to think her innocent, wanted him to think her meek. I have not, she lied. But I have heard it's easier for the woman if she is above you, if she can control the speed.
And you want to do this?
The question could have paralyzed her, the severity of his taut mouth and furrowed brow, if she'd let it. Yes, I want to do this. Had he really just asked her that? Nodding, thrill returning to his easy eyes and loosened shoulders, he slid his hand to the small of her back and rolled, placing himself beneath her, right at her mercy. Gentle were his hands as they trailed up the sides of her legs, which were positioned around his hips.
Then by all means, carry on,
He whispered. This was the man who would rule all of the city-states of Icuria for an entire cycle. Beneath her was no wolf, only a fool. Running was for the best, then. He would be crushed beneath the boots of Asteria. Her brother had no interest in trade negotiations with a mere foreman, no matter the assurances she'd received that Reed would rise to head man within the year. Reed was one of 6 foremen of Icuria, and by the looks of it, the territory of Murray was as far as he would go. Vasa dipped her mouth to his cheek, brushing her lips over the smooth, freshly shaved skin. She would have preferred the grit of a beard, a thought she kept low in her stomach. She proceeded downward, her hands passing softly over his shoulders, trailing her nails along his skin, raising bumps in her wake. Her lips moved to his chest. When she looked up through her lashes at him, his breath caught a little. Rising, she kissed his neck again, one hand slipping from his shoulder and beneath the pillow. In one strike, she snatched the blade and pressed it to his throat, right where her lips had been. Lift your hands above your head. Freezing, eyes seeming to flash on and alert, Reed of Murray did not move. Until he did. He spun with an assassin's focus. They tumbled, and Vasa barely held on to the knife with the force. Reed's leg slipped between hers and held the vantage until she dragged her blade down his thigh. He grunted at the slice, and she heaved his weight off her. Using her own momentum to push herself on top of him again, Vasa pressed the knife into the skin of his jugular and her knee onto his groin, poised to strike. This time, Reed of Murray froze. Vasa pressed the blade harder, digging into the bloody skin. Do as I say, or these white sheets will run red. With slow precision, he did as she had told him. He raised his arms and pressed them into the sheets above his head, and she felt him tense as her knee dipped harder into his groin. She used her free hand to snake the hidden rope about his wrists and pull it taut, securing the rope to the headboard behind him. The entire process took a breath, something she'd planned for before he walked in the door. The single vulnerable moment was past, and she again rebelled against her rising panic. The curse in her gut hissed, reminding her that even if she could control the man beneath her, she could not control the infection in her bones.
Tell me,
Reed said with lethal calm.
Did you intend to kill me from the beginning? Or did you see me and decide I was not a handsome enough choice for you?
Chances were not a soul would interrupt them tonight. His body wouldn't be found until morning, and by then she'd be long gone. She would start a war with the most brutal nation on the continent. Let Dominic pay the price. She pressed the knife a little harder. With wide eyes, he gasped,
You don't have to.
His words haunted her now, coiling in her stomach. They mixed with magic and adrenaline and urgency.
And you want to do this?
Why should that matter? One act of kindness didn't erase the things she'd heard of him, the savage tales that had kept her awake with an ever-present fear since the announcement of their impending marriage. The youngest foreman, one who rose to his rank all before his 3rd decade. No one secured power so quickly without evil. But something about it tugged at her, changed the way he looked beneath her. Did brutality ask for permission? Black mist began to swirl at her fingertips, to lick at the skin beneath his jaw. Her magic. She was losing control. Heart lurching, she nicked his throat. Don't come after me, or I will finish what I've started. Leaping from the bed, Vasa hid her hands and the blade, stepping into her boots, and pulling on the thick fur-lined cloak he'd presented to her at dinner as a wedding gift. She slid off the slim golden wedding ring and set it on the dresser. Faint sounds of his struggle emanated from behind her, but Vasa knew damn well how to tie a knot. She slung her pack over her shoulders, the one she'd left near the window. In it, she stuffed his silks and anything else remotely valuable left in the room. Tying the cloak closed, she turned to find Reed watching her in astonishment, fiery anger coiling each of his muscles as his arms tugged at the rope. If he had been truly brutal, if he had been anything like the tales people in her empire whispered, she would have killed him and not thought twice about it. And you want to do this? Just words. Though in a way, an action too. One that had saved his life.
These knots are well done,
he informed her, eyes not dropping from hers, that clipped accent turning into an angry snarl.
You'll have to teach me, so we can switch places next time.
The cocky bastard smiled. He smiled, like he found something about her amusing, like he found anything about being tied half-naked to a bed on his wedding night humorous. It made the curse in her gut and on her hands begin to tingle, begin to dance with the thrill of his demons. Hiding her hands from Reed's view, Vasa bolted to the window and opened it. Turning, she saw the red trickle of blood down his throat. There will be no next time, Your Highness. She slipped out of the opening and clicked it quietly closed. Through the glass, she took 1 second to watch him fight with the knots on the bed, to gaze at the black mist that overtook her hands and threatened to steal every inch of life from her shaking body. She could not let it. She scurried off the roof of the High Temple of Moray, the hood of the cloak up to cover her features, and into the darkness below. First, she'd find a sodality, an Icurian school. It was not knowledge of history or arithmetic that she sought, though. No magic pulsed in Asteria, but the magic here was rare, and had been craved by her father, now by her brother, who had taken his throne with equal cruelty. Some people had called her father a snake. He had called Vasa his chameleon. Blending in like she'd been born to do, Vasa fled the glittering city of Moray, selling Reed's silk for passage to another city-state. If there was a place she could learn of the curse that inflicted her bones, it was Dara, the city of scholars. Chapter 2. Night after night, with a stolen after-hours pass in hand, Vasa entered the library of Una. Normally, this 7-story tower was filled to the brim with robed acolytes. They covered all 7 floors and draped themselves along the upholstered chairs and circular tables, taking up as much room as they wanted, their noses in books, or at least pretending to be. Some acolytes took their studies at this sodality seriously, others not so much, and Vasa had quickly learned to distinguish between the two, and how to act like the first. In the 3 months since she'd fled Moray, only this ancient library had brought her any semblance of solace. It was the quietest place in the sodality. She had grown to appreciate silence. Dara, she'd learned, was known not only for its scholarship, but for this exact library. The rectangular Athenaeum plunged underground, all 7 floors growing closer to the core of the world, only illuminated by the golden lights flickering upon each level and dangling down the center of the tower. Covered in polished brown and red marble floors, the mystical library was one of Vasa's greatest imaginations. The first time she'd laid her eyes upon it, she had almost gaped. Nothing in Asteria was this magnificent, despite what her prideful people wanted to believe. The more she explored this library, the more she understood why Western Icuria was so isolated. Its westernmost territories guarded their cities as a secret. This was only one of Icuria's 6 sodalities. Her father's spies had infiltrated the 2 in the east, but none of the men he sent into the west had returned. Vasa had not stayed long enough in Moray to see its city. She'd cut her hair short and enrolled in this sodality with forged identification, and it was the only reason she had access to this ancient library. Only Daraz's students saw the inside. Lanterns were strung down the center of the tower, hanging at various heights, fueled by the tiny spark of magic the descendants of Una carried with them. As Vasa kept her head down and the hood of her robe up, she walked as casually as she could in the shadows cast by the golden glow. The best place to hide was in plain sight. If she was recognized or remembered, Reed of Moray, and her own brother, too, would come for her head. She shot down to the 6th floor, past the western side, where the bare section on magic was organized. She'd expected their collection to be larger, more fruitful with updated texts. In the weeks she'd scoured it, she couldn't escape the feeling that she was missing something. Like a truth was hidden in this library somewhere, and she had yet to uncover it. So far, magic had not been openly discussed by the acolytes, almost as if it was so sacred, so misunderstood it could not be shared even among their own. Patting down one of the many rows of leather-bound books, she plucked the next set of texts off the shelf. Authors with the last name beginning with V. In lieu of tomes about magic itself, she'd resorted to ancient texts on the Icurian gods and goddesses. The books were stacked up along the table she'd chosen closest to the stone wall, as they were every time she had the freedom to read whatever she wanted. And she planned to sit until the waning hours of the morning and search. She often arrived at her early classes bleary-eyed and yawning, but with a few cups of tea she found herself again. Down here in the library, Vasa could breathe. No one would get too suspicious at seeing her here, if they did see her at all, and most people who stayed this late were too busy with their own tasks to care about her. Vasa dove in, completely losing track of time. She'd already learned of the gods and goddesses these Icurian sodalities inherited their names from, how the magic that pulsed in Icuria was said to come from those deities themselves. She had read about the healers and the manipulators of elements, even some historical texts about the time before Icuria's unification, when wars over magic and bloodlines turned their rivers red. Most books detailed Una, the god this particular library was named after. But he manipulated light, not creeping black mist and death. She skimmed the pages in search of a description, the image of it in her mind distinct and haunting, like a serpent. The curse felt like venom and teeth, like scales and anguish. Scanning, she came upon a word she had never read before. Viraji, the goddess of witchcraft herself. Most of it was an innocuous story about her love affair with Sitar, the god of language and writings. But partway through the paragraph, her heart skipped. Black mist, a senseless void with no sight or sound or smell, where only darkness does not shiver. Vasa's cold fingers began to shake upon the dusty page. Ashen skin and sunken cheeks flashed in her mind, paired with eyes devoid of their irises and swallowed whole by ink. Raven hair turned gray and limp, as if the color had been taken from each crevice and pore, like the woman's soul had been drained from her very core. Her mother. The Empress of Asteria had been little but skin and bones when the black mist was finished with her. Green silk gown flowing around her like a swimming pool. Not a trace of blood. Only oily black mist swirling around her skin. the rancid scent of dying flesh stuffing itself into Vasa's nostrils. It was this thing that Vasa could feel. It had choked the air from the room and clawed its way out of her throat in the form of a curdling scream, one that echoed off each corridor and breezeway. That was the first time she felt the serpent in her stomach. The guards had appeared. The world had bent and blurred with the razor-sharp passing of time. And before she could even begin to process the tragedy, her newly minted emperor of a brother had her shipped off to Icuria to marry Reed of Moray. They said grief had taken her mother. Dominic swore that not a soul could know the truth, or they would know it had infected Vasa too. Then they would question him. Magic would not be tolerated in Asteria, and certainly not in its emperor. The Asterian lords would turn on him. Their father's closest advisor, Ozic, had snuffed out any word of what had happened before Vasa emerged from her mother's rooms. If a guard had seen any of it, they'd died quietly.
Silence,
Ozic had warned her.
Thrones are as precarious as one's humanity.
The series of events made no sense. If she had never married, she'd never have been a threat to Dominic. A daughter could not take the Asterian throne alone. Only if she was married and the last living heiress could her husband become emperor. Dominic had spent a lifetime removing every threat to his ascension, then subsequently created one. Though this way, when Vasa died in the same way their mother had, he would at least get something for her existence. Salt, Moray's most precious resource. Her hand and her life had been worth salt. Vasa's heart tightened. The Icurian spring she now lived in could not chase the cold away. That thing still coursed through her veins when the intrusive thoughts sank their claws into her mind and burrowed into her chest. It fed on her. She swore she could feel it there, sliding nails across her muscles and tendons, gurgling in her veins, as if the force itself was sentient. It went in her body where it wanted. For long moments, Vasa focused on her breathing. She tried to dismiss the sense that something crawled beneath her skin. Tried to push it all away. If she died here, it would start a war and give Dominic everything he had ever hoped for. She slammed the book shut. "Annetta?" a trilling voice asked as the sound of robes swishing along the floor rounded the stacks. A simple-dressed, dark-haired woman appeared, her soft smile already full and her coalless brown eyes sparkling. So different from Vasa's home, this lack of adornment and makeup. Annetta, not even her name. A fake one she had scribbled upon the folded parchment she submitted for entrance into the sodality. Vasa dove into her mind for a name of the woman she remembered from her morning instruction on the first wars of Icuria, of which there were 7. Brielle, Vasa remembered, pulling her lips into a smile as she shoved her hands into the folds of her robes beneath the table to hide any possible trace of black mist. "Go away," she commanded the choleric force as it drained from her fingertips and ducked back down somewhere in the twisting of her organs and tissues. Still present, still there, but willing to hide. Coiling back into her belly like a cobra, the magic lay in wait. Brielle placed her hands upon the book nearest Vasa, her dark brown skin richening beneath the flickering lanterns strung from the ceiling and placed along each wooden tabletop. "I didn't realize you'd found your way into a night pass so quickly." She hadn't. Vasa grinned, flashing the silver pass as if it was just as surprising to her. She didn't elaborate further, or invite more conversation, hoping Brielle would bid her goodbye quickly. The woman did no such thing. Brielle slid into the chair across from Vasa and scanned the books upon the table, taking note of each one. Vasa got the distinct impression that despite Brielle's warm demeanor, she possessed a wicked intelligence. She wouldn't be likely to forget a single title of the books she'd seen. "Are you excited?" Brielle asked suddenly. Vasa's brow furrowed. "Excited?" "For the foreman." Brielle tilted her head. "He's visiting tomorrow. Isn't that why you left class a few days ago? Aren't you going to escort him? That's the rumor, anyway." Vasa's heart leapt into her throat. "Which foreman?" "Cohen?" Brielle said as if it was obvious. It should have been. "He's here for the guest lecture in a few days." The foreman of Dara. Not Vasa's unfortunate husband, the one she'd conveniently, albeit violently, escaped. Images of him sprawled upon the bed, hands bound and throat bleeding, pulsed in her head. Vasa let out a breath and shrugged. "No, actually, I just wasn't feeling well. I'm having a hard time adjusting. This should be interpreted as a weakness, an embarrassment." She silently hoped it would make Brielle uncomfortable enough to leave. "Oh, I can help you. Now that you have the pass, we can meet here after our classes and study together." "Oh, that's really not—" "I insist! Someone helped me when I first came here. I'm only passing along the favor. It must have been so hard to come to this place. Someday, you can help someone too." Vasa's head whirled, her sacred alone time slipping between her fingers and out of her reach. Where were the brutal, evil monsters her father had cursed? The unforgiving leviathans her brother had whispered about? Vasa had met and negotiated with others from the East, ill-mannered and easy to burst. Was Western Icaria so different? All she had met were warm people with their happy smiles and contented ways. The acrid taste of resentment and frustration washed along Vasa's tongue, spilling out of her in a snap. "I do not require your assistance, Brielle." The woman's eyes widened just a fraction, hurt flashing in them, and then they reverted to a neutral simmer. "Forgive me for offering." Brielle pushed to a stand and plodded to the end of the stacks, then looked over her shoulder. "The books on magic aren't kept in the main library," she told Vasa, eyes flicking to the table where Vasa kept all of her texts. How had she put together what Vasa was searching for? Shit. Vasa started to speak, but Brielle sauntered off without another word. Vasa didn't blame her, not for a moment. It was Vasa who had ruined the first opportunity she'd had at insight. Of course there were tomes missing. Where was this hidden section of the library? If she didn't find it, she was dead. The sharp pang of guilt and fear in Vasa's chest forced her to look down at her shaking hands. The unholy force skittered around her fingertips in a mist of glittering black. It seemed to swallow her hands. The more Vasa's fear rose, the more she felt. Feeding. Vasa stuffed her hands into her robes again, eyes darting around. But Brielle had disappeared behind the wooden shelves of books. It was just Vasa. Alone. She had always been this way. Sharp. Maybe that was why the magic had made a home in her. Vasa's chair gave an awful squawk along the stone floor as she stumbled backward, shaking her hands. Tears began to prick at her eyes. The mist only grew. It devoured her wrists and forearms, panic searing down her spine, and she pressed against the wall and into a corner, as if she could sink into the shadows and never be seen again. Did it have something to do with the goddess she'd just read about? Veraji. It was her one lead. Her only lead in months. She wasn't making any progress. The only way to get to the truth was through the help of someone else. But there wasn't a soul she could get close enough to trust. Maybe Dara wasn't where she could find answers after all. Behind her eyes, her brother's face twisted into a grimace. She could hear herself begging, being so forlorn she was willing to beg, that he not sentence her to death in this nation. She'd always known her family was cruel, but Dominic's proclivity for torture extended far past that of their parents. Vasa and her father had a deal. For all the awful things she'd borne witness to, this was never to be her fate. But now she was a threat to Dominic's succession, and there was no force in the world that could convince her this marriage wasn't his doing. The demonic magic began to creep along the wall Vasa pushed herself against, shadows licking the stone and devouring any light. As if it had a life of its own, it hissed and whispered in a language unfamiliar to Vasa's ear. Through gritted teeth, she whimpered, begging the force to dissipate, begging it to leave her and never come back. It grew and grew and grew. Would this be the moment it took her? Would she look as her mother had, drained and colorless on the floor? Her eyes squeezed shut, and she forced herself to breathe, to think of anything else. She pictured the books. She lent herself to the task of learning with every fiber of her fractured heart, reminded herself that there was work to do. It snapped back into her skin with a fiery hiss. She stumbled backward a few steps as nausea overcame her, threatening her already tightening throat. Vasa doubled over and gripped her knees through the sweeping red acolyte robes. Slamming all the books shut, she hauled them back into their proper spaces on the shelves she diligently marked, not upon the rolling carts the strict librarians used to track use of each tome. She carried them one by one, her back groaning with the effort, until the table had no trace of her at all. Even in her sickness, she memorized the title of the tome with her only lead. Her robes whispered against the stone floor, and her leaden feet dragged up the stairs, stomach turning and thighs straining, until she reached the main floor. Avoiding each pair of eyes around her, she rushed for the exit. One pair caught her, though, the darkest and warmest ebony, coated in sadness. Brielle, who watched Vasa with pity as she coasted out of the library and into the nearest latrine. Vasa's knees cracked against stone. That foul smell of rotten flesh and burning hair swirled into the bowl and crept along her gagging face. The same scent that had surrounded her dead mother, that had haunted her dreams and her waking hours. Vasa expelled the contents of her stomach. Twice. 3 times. And when the hurling finally ceased, when breath rushed back into her lungs and all she had left was the awful taste in her mouth, the sight of her vomit caught her eyes. Black, like the mist, like the final color of her mother's eyes. Chapter 3. Acolytes crowded around Vasa as she made her way into the enormous lecture hall. Upon the stage at the foot of the room stood a podium. A small glass of water settled on it. The sages all marched with chins to the sky as they filed into the grand room, walking down the 9 levels of black velvet stairs to the front section of the hall reserved for them. The acolytes all took their respective seats in the other sections. Most carried notebooks and pens, some graphite pencils, all tucked between their fingers or behind their ears as they found their friends and waved to each other. Smiles were in abundance, and not a soul said a word to Vasa. She sat alone in the shadowy corner without a clue as to the name of the acolyte who took the seat next door. With short brown hair and mannerisms much like everyone else, the boy didn't even bother to look her way. Heads turned as the high sage stood beneath the doorway, and each acolyte shot to their feet, eyes raised in respect for the sharp-shouldered and even sharper-tongued woman. Her distinguished robes, made of silk the color of orange clay, trailed behind her as she stepped fully into the room. "Please be seated," she said, and immediately the sea of acolytes sat down. "And do not bother with greeting the foreman." Foreman? Behind the high sage stood a man not clothed in robes, but rather in distinguished fabrics of red and gold that swept over one shoulder and down his torso. The same shimmering fabric cut in a sharp triangle that hung from his waist and stopped just before his knees. Black pants covered his legs. He stood taller than the high sage, with chestnut hair and his light brown face covered in a closely shaved beard. Calculating eyes traveled along the row of acolytes, and Vasa noticed the sheer lack of weapons upon him. He didn't resemble a warrior, not in the ways Vasa had expected or known. Rather, his long arms and legs reminded her of roots plunging into the firm ground. Coupled with his wire-frame glasses, the foreman of Dara did not appear a foreman at all. Not like the one she'd known. All of the acolytes followed instructions, returning their attention to the visiting sage at the front of the room, whose hooded robes gave away his stature and tenure as he glided across the stage to the podium. Stripes of every color ran up the black fabric covering his arms. Another person walked through the door. Every ounce of breath in Vasa's lungs caught in her throat. There, in silken black and purple, stood Reed of Moray. The room bustled, his reputation enough to make every acolyte sit up and stare. Unlike the foreman of Dara, this broad-shouldered mountain of a man did look every inch the warrior, from his tighter garb to the arsenal of weapons hanging from his hips. Just as she remembered, sharp daggers and an unforgiving onyx metal blade seemed to wink at her. Visions of her spread over him, blade in hand and running it along the left underside of his chin, flashed behind Vasa's eyes, and her back locked. Wearing similar sweeping fabric across his shoulder and between his knees, Reed took up almost the entirety of the doorframe. Upturned eyes scanned the room. His face was no longer clean-shaven, not as it had been the night of their wedding. Now a dark beard hid the scars she was certain she'd left, and his deep brown hair was pulled back from his face, highlighting the rigid line of his jaw. He reminded her of a predator with his terribly keen eyes, and even more terrible mass of muscle along every inch of him. That night she had worried she would discover fangs or some other monstrous feature beneath his deceptive mouth. She hadn't. A part of her knew he'd let her swipe the blade near his throat. Smiled as she did it, really, as if he thought the idea of a woman from Asteria with a knife was funny. She could and would do far worse things with a knife if he came near her. Adrenaline threatening to summon the magic, she threaded the ink pen between her fingers and closed a fist beneath the attached wooden desk. Control. She could control this. If he were here for her, he would be moving already. He would not care if it made a scene, or if it made him look like a brute. Powerful people took what they wanted and were often praised for it. No, if he knew she was here, he would not have let her remain in her seat. With her head tilting down at her notes and a little twist of her neck, her now short raven hair swept over her cheek and eyes and concealed him entirely from her view. She needed to leave. She had to run far away from here, barter whatever else she had left to go somewhere new. She had failed enormously in Dara, and found nearly nothing that would serve her purpose anyway. It was time to start over. Again. But she couldn't very well flee in this moment, or even in the ones following. She hung in a delicate balance. They already wondered whether she belonged here, so if she disappeared, no one would question it. In fact, they would expect it. She would be written off as just another failed scholar. Though it was new for her, she realized she would rather be a failure than dead. But if she left too quickly, she might raise suspicions. The foreman of Moray might find her again. Vasa wondered if this was what her life would be. Forever on the run from undeserving men more powerful than her, this curse rattling her bones until she made it to a shallow grave. She'd always wanted to see the world, to make a home in her heart instead of within a border. Vasa moved only a few inches at a time, inconspicuous as could be, casual as any other acolyte in a room with not one but two foremen. To her dismay, they didn't make to leave. Looming against the left wall, as if anything this instructor said could be considered interesting, the high sage and foreman remained planted in their seats of honor. Vasa had the extraordinary talent of closely watching the lips of those in front of her, pretending to hang on to every word without hearing a single one. She could spend a lifetime in her head and need nothing outside of it to keep her attention. To everyone else, she looked engaged, enthralled even, with the lesson given by this ancient sage. She did not even know the topic. The moment the 3 hours were up, she slid her parchment closed and tucked her pen into her robes, filing past the enormous group of acolytes who swarmed around the foreman. They all vied for the opportunity to speak to them, to prove themselves important and intelligent, and Vasa knew she needed to prove neither of those things. She ducked out into the hallway and raced back to her room. She couldn't stay for long. Being holed up in one space would be an awful choice. She would need to hide through dinner, hope diligently that he had not noticed her, or if he had, that he had not been able to figure out her false name and room. Then she would find a way out of this city. Hell, maybe leave this nation altogether. But not without that tome. Vasa snuck down the stairs, a leather satchel hidden beneath the enormous folds of her robes. She hoped no one would find her between the dusty stacks of the library, stealing a book that she had no right to. Foolish. She was absolutely foolish. The book was the only answer she'd gotten thus far, and she couldn't bring herself to leave it behind. It wasn't heavy enough to weigh her down or make it impossible to flee. It would fit in her satchel, which barely had a damn thing in it. And maybe once she'd gotten what she needed from it, she could sell it. The library was empty this evening. Everyone gathered in the great hall to break bread with the two foremen, and Vasa bet it would be the only time she could swipe the book. By the end of the 6th set of stairs, her thighs rebelled, but she pushed forward until she slid around the corner of the western side, 5th row over, moving 17 books in. And there it was. Bound in cracking leather and secured with only a single string, the book looked like salvation. Vasa plucked it from the shelf, thrust her robes aside, and unbuckled the satchel.
That is an awful idea.
A smoky, too familiar voice sounded from the right. The flat vowels and clipped endings curled down her spine, which she promptly straightened. There, leaning against her table, hands splayed along the wood as if he owned everything in his sight, was the foreman of Murray. Neither made an attempt to move, though Vasa shifted her weight in such a way that she was prepared to spin and run. Death loomed right in front of her. He would kill her for what she'd done to him, for both the embarrassment and the wound. That shallow grave had found its way to her, and everything in her heart rebelled against it.
Your Highness, she muttered instinctively. We do not refer to our chosen leaders as Your Highness here.
He informed her with ease, still not moving, though his eyes did trail down from the top of her head to her toes. He paused on the way back up at her pulse, the one she swore he could see and feel from where he leaned, but then locked his bright eyes with her gaze. And just as he'd done on that bed, he moved. Vasa twisted right and ran, but he was too fast. She made it halfway to the end of the dusty stacks before his arm wound around her waist and lifted her clean from the floor, setting her down with her back against a bookcase. Neither her strength nor her thrashing had done anything to hinder him. The bastard's execution was flawless. Bookshelves lined the passageway, leaving exits only to the left and right. A table obstructed the left, and stuck between him and a long shelf, she was at least 10 paces from the main corridor to her right. She stared straight ahead over his shoulder, eyes focused on the bookshelf opposite her as the chance to escape disappeared.
I would have told you, had you said goodbye properly, that you should call me by my name,
he said, looming above her and practically daring her to try to run again. His body covered hers. Too close. He was too close. Fire and rage spread in her belly, and she narrowed her eyes, finally looking up at him. Would you have? We met so briefly. His lips pursed. Amusement or displeasure, she couldn't entirely be sure. And then he leaned back, giving her a little more breath.
Husband will do, given it's my other title.
Vasa sneered, her upper lip curling. We are not married.
Respectfully, I disagree.
Respectfully, I don't care what you agree or disagree with." At that, he grinned outright, gazing momentarily at the tome that now lay half open on the ground.
"If you steal that, I'll have no choice but to report it to the High Sage. Her punishment is one I have no interest in discovering."
Could she leave it here? Did she even have a chance of escape? She just needed a way out, a way to freedom and choice, for as long as she could manage it. And if I don't steal it?
Then it's one less thing we'll have to argue about. Marital spats are no fun, or so I've heard. Not that my wife has been around long enough for me to discover their level of joy.
Vasa's eyes glittered with rage, and Reed seemed to soak it in, seemed to want to drink it all up. Was this what he got off on then? The threats and the control? She'd let him live because she thought him the exact opposite. "Let me leave," she demanded.
"Not until we've properly discussed your options."
"My options?" Vasa hissed. "We should instead discuss yours. Step out of my way, or we can relive the last time you found yourself on the wrong end of my knife." He raised a full brow at the exact moment she pressed the blade hidden in her robes to his stomach. She'd slid it into her hand while he'd glanced down at the book. The same dagger she'd hidden under their pillows. Surprise, and a small spark of approval flitted through his eyes, dancing in the bits of orange and black that sewed the gold together. He took one step back, then another. Vasa trailed him closely, pushing with her blade until he backed up against the bookshelf opposite her. Until it was her body controlling the movement of his. Until it was him with no escape. She dragged the knife up and over his chest, stopping at his throat. To her shock, he lifted his square chin, baring his neck to her.
"Do it."
Anxiety pumped into her stomach, and she stared wildly at him, their faces a hairbreadth apart, him peering down at her.
"You won't, will you?"
he asked, throat still bared, turning it just a little so the underside of his jaw became visible. The right side now.
"Give me another one to match, wild one."
Vasa's lips parted. Just as quickly as he'd moved before, his hand curled around her hand holding the knife, fingers tightening on her wrist and pushing her hard. He slid his foot behind her calf to throw her off balance, and she started to fall. With one large step, he dragged her against the bookshelf she'd just barely escaped, her own weight doing all the work for him. Wood dug into her back. A yelp of pain threatened to escape, but she bit it down.
"I didn't think so,"
he growled, anger leaking into his words as her knife clanged against the floor. His face pressed closer to hers, no longer giving her the space he'd given before, as if she'd lost the right.
"Now, shall we speak as humans? Or would you rather we continue to dance?"
"Ass," she snapped back.
"Maybe I do prefer your highness."
Vasa struggled against the grip he had on her wrists, rage the likes of which she'd hardly known pounding in her head, in her chest. The serpent in her stomach began to slither upward into her throat, and she knew she had moments before it gave her away. "Let me go," she demanded.
Listen to me for one moment, and I will,"
he said. Her lips pressed shut. Surveying the planes of his face and deciding he meant what he said, she nodded, her restless resistance fading, and the curse humming just under the surface. The foreman of Murray took a breath, straightening his spine and taking the smallest step back so she had enough room to gulp down air. Unruffled, he relaxed his shoulders, like the entire exchange had taken little effort, one hand still pressed to the bookshelf next to her left ear, the other hanging at his side, as if he wanted to emphasize the space he gave her. She rolled her wrists and considered an exit strategy, eyeing where the hallway of bookshelves opened into the main corridor.
"Where have you been?"
he finally asked. Vasa didn't answer. Instead, she stared at him coldly, waiting to hear these so-called options. He seemed to understand her thought process, because he changed his approach. With a tilt of his head, he asked, "Has the magic gotten the better of you yet?" Her heart dropped into her stomach, but she didn't allow a muscle in her face to twitch, didn't allow herself to shift and reveal her hand. "I don't know what you mean." "It covered your hands the night you almost slit my throat. Did you think I wouldn't notice?" Vasa couldn't move. Didn't have time to deliberate or calculate a new strategy. Instead, she kept her voice intentionally even. "What do you know about the magic?"
"Plenty."
He offered that one word and nothing more. Silence coursed between them as Vasa weighed her options and tried to pretend as though she wouldn't beg, barter, or steal for the information he kept to himself. "What do you want?" she finally asked. Knowing he had her right where he wanted her, the foreman of Murray lifted his hand from the bookshelf and took 2 wide steps back, giving her all the space she desired, needed. She could run now. She'd make it to the end of the stacks. Arms crossing in front of his chest, he said,
"I believe we can be of use to each other."
Vasa's brows rose. He wanted to make a deal. What could she possibly have to offer a foreman? The bookshelf across from her groaned as Reed leaned back against it, the two staring each other down.
"Do you know anything about our exchange of power?"
She lied. "I know little." He chuckled, crossing his large arms.
"Liar."
Pursing her lips, she shrugged. It was there in his eyes, the harsh glimmer of desire for a title and a sense of importance. Vasa had spent a lifetime around power-hungry men. She could sniff one out with ease. "I know you're most likely going to be elected."
"And could lose a great deal of my reputation, should people learn my Asterian bride fled after tying me to our wedding bed."
Vasa realized it then. What purpose she served him. She knew it with such certainty it shredded itself down her spine, even if it shouldn't have mattered. To conquer me would deem you worthy of their votes, then. Reed's eyes glimmered with amusement as he tucked away the growing corners of his lips.
"To conquer you would surely leave me dead, wild one. But you have gravely bruised my ego."
Is that so?
"I made an agreement with your brother, in hopes of proving I could solidify an alliance between our people. Your absence threatens to shatter it. I've avoided telling him for long enough."
Dominic didn't know she'd run away. "You don't want an alliance with my brother," Vasa warned.
"You're right, but several of the Salt Lords do. And I figure if someone is walking into the lion's den, I'm most qualified."
Resisting the urge to roll her eyes, Vasa leaned a little further into the wooden bookshelf at her back. He wasn't the most qualified, though she didn't say so. She wasn't unfamiliar with the precarious balance between a ruler and the people who kept their economy going. The difference was that in Asteria, her father had always brought the lords and merchants to heel. Could he not handle the men who harvested and sold his salt? "I thought you said your ego was bruised."
"Bruised, not broken."
She let out a small snort. "I don't understand what you want from me. You must know I can't convince my brother to do anything he doesn't want to do."
"I don't need you for your brother."
He frowned, looking like he couldn't decide how much to reveal.
"No one has taken the headmanship without an equally strong high consort. I need a wife of Asteria who does not renege on our agreement. What does it say about my potential to lead Icuria into an era of trade agreements if I can't maintain my relationship with your empire?"
Vasa wanted to say that she wasn't capable of changing the truth, but instead said, "I don't want to be married."
I've gathered that.
Then I'm not sure what I can give you other than advice. Being the ruler of anything is a corrupting job, and no man walks out of it the same as when he walked into it. If you value anything about yourself, which I gather you do, given the seeming resilience of your ego, you'll settle for being a counselor and mind your own. Reed mulled over her words with a careful consideration she didn't expect him to possess.
I may need your wisdom as well, it seems. Though I wonder if your pessimistic outlook on leadership derives from an example different from mine.
I wonder if every man who steps into a crown thinks the same thing.
Good thing there are no crowns involved.
She snorted again. It didn't matter if the foreman and headman didn't don a formal crown. They played God, no matter the metal on their heads or the different titles they gave themselves.
Plus, Reed said, it seems that you too need something. If you do not learn to control your magic soon, it will undoubtedly kill you.
She knew little about what ran beneath her skin, but she knew it wasn't a gift. It was only a parasite that possessed her. Still, the thought of imminent death sent a shiver down her spine. It's a curse. I intend to get rid of it. With a strange, disbelieving look, he said,
The black mist leaking on the tips of your fingers originates from my home of Marais. It is Viraji magic, and I know a master of it.
Vasa stared blankly at him, forcing her face to remain neutral despite the pounding in her chest. It was the very word she'd read in that tome, though she'd never heard it aloud. And he knew someone who had mastered it, in Marais. She believed in many things, even magic and monsters, but she had never believed in coincidence.
And of course, I offer shelter, food, and clothing. I might even be willing to replace that fur-lined cloak I gifted you that somehow ended up on the shoulders of a man in the Sermeni Peaks.
Something in Vasa's stomach clenched in embarrassment, though she dismissed the feeling and tried to square her shoulders as if she didn't have any guilt about the incident. She shouldn't. He'd bought and bartered for her like cattle, just as every other man who sought power would inevitably do. She was a means to an end. What is your proposal, then? Relief, small yet noticeable, crossed Reed's features.
I propose the following. You act as my wife for a time, and I will help you discover all you wish to know about Viraji magic.
Tempting, Vasa had to admit. And relatively easy. It would mean no more running, and possibly answers. But it would also mean putting herself directly in Dominic's path. And when do we part ways? She asked. He took her matter-of-fact demeanor in stride, not missing a beat.
After the election cycle has settled, and you have learned to confidently control or erase the magic, say 3 years, I will offer you a legal separation and relocate you to anywhere you desire.
Her jaw could have dropped to the floor. If they were legally separated, she would no longer give Reed claim to the Asterian throne. She could run, make a new life elsewhere, and Dominic would not be threatened enough to chase her. And you'll deal with the consequences of that. A separation. Wouldn't that be counterintuitive to the same image he hoped to cultivate?
There are few things I fear, Wild One.
Wild One. If they were to do this, she would have to put a stop to that. Running her tongue along her teeth, she leaned a little easier against the bookshelf. If I say no, will you let me leave? Darkness clouded his eyes, as if even the insinuation was absurd.
You are no captive even if you agree to this. If you are to trust one thing about me, let it be that I will never make you do something against your will.
You married me against my will.
I was not aware of your objections.
Would it have mattered?
It would have changed everything.
The world shifted at those simple words. It would have changed everything.
If we are to do this, he said, then I would expect a willing and engaged accomplice, one I could depend on. I need Ikuria to believe that we are taken with each other, that our union is strong enough to represent them.
Vasa wanted to remind him that she'd put a knife to his throat twice now, though the words felt like a step backward. She couldn't read him, couldn't see past the simmering hope and hunger in his eyes, past the determination to do whatever it took to obtain the one thing he'd ever wanted. She hated every man who had put the world beneath their feet and decided they had a right to own it, decided people were nothing but pawns crafted to achieve that very goal. Yet, he did not look at her as a pawn tonight. He looked at her like a partner. To go with him was the quickest and safest option, the one with the most fruitful benefits. If emotion was taken out, the decision was easy.
I leave tomorrow,
Reed muttered.
At sunrise. I'll be in the High Sage's office awaiting your presence, if that is what you so choose.
He turned on his heel, kicking her knife back toward her as he swaggered to the end of the corridor. And if I don't come? Vasa dared to ask, watching his shoulders go taut at her question. He stopped, turned his head to the side to peer at her.
Then I will assume that is your answer, and offer you a legal divorce whenever you ask for it.
Vasa let out a deep breath, and the foreman of Murray disappeared around the stacks, leaving her alone, with nothing but her stunned breath and her confusion. Chapter 4. As the sun rose over the city of scholars, Vasa's fingers shook as she reached for the High Sage's iron door knocker. Pounding twice with metal against wood, Vasa got 1 second before the door swung open to reveal a hulking figure who commanded every inch of her vision. Reed and she locked eyes, and Vasa could have sworn he shuddered in relief. His mahogany hair was pulled back in a leather strap, and he wore the same signature purple and black sashes he'd worn at their wedding. The warm brown skin along his exposed chest richened with the morning light, which further brought out the burnt gold tones of his hair. As he turned his broad shoulders back to the room, Vasa had to catch herself from inspecting him closer, from swallowing every new detail instead of facing the others. Vasa had avoided this office for weeks now. Decorated exclusively in green and brown, the sun-drenched room held scrolls and tomes, all neatly settled in their proper spots. The bookshelves against 2 of the 4 walls were each decorated with trinkets and baubles, resembling the ancient artifacts this particular sodality was best known for. Looming along the back wall was a marble statue of Una, the Icurian god of history, justice, and wisdom. He held an enormous shield in one hand and a book in the other, piercing eyes sharply sculpted of red clay. Eyes that seemed to stare directly into Vasa's soul and whisper, "Liar, liar, liar." Stepping a little to the left, Reed moved enough so Vasa could finally see inside to the 2 others. The High Sage froze at the intrusion, and the foreman of Dara, wearing the same formal adornments as the day prior, looked up. Through his wire-frame spectacles, he looked up and down at Vasa and smirked. Hands clenched tightly, the ornery woman shot up.
"Cleona,"
Reed said, addressing the High Sage by her first name.
"May I introduce my wife, Vasilisa, heiress of Asteria and consort of Murray."
Shock tumbled briefly along Cleona's face, her pale skin going ghost white, but her expression contorted to humiliation and rage by the next second. Without a doubt, the extent of Vasa's lie must have crossed the woman's mind. She'd managed to enroll in the sodality and study for weeks without anyone realizing who she was. without Cleona knowing another foreman's consort lived beneath her roof. Standing erect and pinching her brows, she said, "Reed, She stopped and narrowed her eyes at Vasa. A slew of options pulsed through Vasa. To apologize and seem weak, to hold confident and appear sneaky, to be honest and therefore vulnerable. Vasa raised her chin, choosing sneaky and in control over anything else. Yet she didn't have the opportunity to speak. I wanted my wife to know everything she needs to in order to lead confidently at my side," Reed said as he placed his hand upon Vasa's back, their eyes meeting only briefly enough to indicate that she should follow his lead. Unconvinced, or so it seemed, Cleona looked between Vasa and Reed as if measuring their distance. "I was told there would be no better place," Vasa said as he watched her every twitch. "But I felt I would not see reality if anyone knew who I was. I wanted to earn my knowledge, as the rest of you do. That is why I kept my identity a secret." Knowing what she knew about these people, their pride in their academics and deep-rooted belief in merit, Vasa knew she'd struck home, particularly when the High Sage's hands unclenched. Gray hair braided around her head in a coronet, the bird-like woman pushed back a falling tendril and pinched her lips. Cohen of Seguth, the foreman of Dara, intercepted the woman's attention, pulling it away from Vasa and Reed, sealing their excuse. "It was under my suggestion and protection, Cleona, that Vasilisa came here to see for herself, the way all people are given the opportunity to learn," the smooth talker said with an ever-so-innocent push of his glasses up his nose and a little tilt of his easy grin. "It is so different from her upbringing, you see, and I only wanted her to experience firsthand what our people feel under your tutelage. Autonomy, trust, and possibility." Cleona raised her chin with pride. "Well, I assure you that is what she experienced here under my close supervision," the High Sage said. Then, turning sharply to Vasa, "Isn't that correct?" Vasa nodded, looking up at Reed as if she was attentive to him, and then back to the High Sage and the sprawling desk behind her, the bookshelves and locked tomes. "Of course it is correct. I have truly enjoyed my time here. Thank you." This was the first time she'd ever met the woman, but what was one more lie? Reed, with such gentleness she could almost believe it real, said, "I am glad to hear of it." Looking up and away from her, he commanded the attention of the room once more, in a way that scraped against Vasa's nerves. "I'm afraid I must ask Vasilisa to return to Moray now. I've had weeks without my wife, and it's time she fulfills her role at my side." Vasa wanted to laugh, or perhaps puke, but she smiled like she didn't want anything else in the world. "I'll need to retrieve my things." The foreman of Dara dipped at the waist to honor the High Sage, and then started through the door. "I'll be back soon. Thank you again." "An honor," Reed told the woman, and Vasa repeated the sentiment, clinging to Reed's side as if she felt some sort of safety there. Regardless of the discussion they'd just had, Vasa felt Cleona's burning gaze as she stepped out of the room. Reed didn't say a thing to her as he bid the foreman of Dara goodbye, the two seeming friendlier than Vasa expected of two competing politicians. Cohen stepped forward, and they gripped each other's forearms, then embraced. That was unusual. She swore she heard Cohen whisper, "Good luck." Turning to meet Vasa's gaze, the foreman of Dara stood tall and proud. "Consort." He dipped his head before disappearing around the corner and leaving the two of them alone. Cohen could have easily outed them both just then. Why hadn't he? Perhaps Reed could hear her thoughts, because he muttered, "My mother and his father were raised together. He is the closest thing I have to a brother." "Be wary of brothers," she muttered, before turning to plunge deep into the dormitories. Acolytes stared wildly at her as the foreman followed each of her footsteps. Reed walked close behind her back, defensive or maybe in fear she would run again. She wouldn't. Sliding into her room, she clicked the door behind her shut, leaving him to wait outside. What was she doing? Back against the wall, she took one calming breath and feared if she let herself get too out of control, she might unleash the consequences. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Rushing to her bed, she pulled out the only clean clothing she had suitable enough to arrive in Murray and began to change. The door next to her pushed open, and Reed, with his giant body and graceful prowl, slipped into the room. Vasa's spine straightened, and she hissed as she covered herself with the robes. Back against the door, Reed stared at her, and luckily, no one else had followed him inside. Was I not willing and engaged enough for you? Vasa asked, remembering his demand of her in the library last night and trying to pretend she hadn't just been lost in a bit of panic, that she wasn't half naked underneath this fabric. That same infuriating amusement danced in his eyes, the ones she'd looked upon as he lay sprawled in that damn bed.
Good morning to you as well, wife.
I am not your wife.
In the eyes of my gods, you are.
Vasa gripped the robes to her chest tighter. We never consummated our union.
What an outdated Asterian concept.
Vasa paused. If their ceremonies were not dependent upon a consummation, what were they dependent upon? Reading her expression, his wolfish smile grew with his victory. Prowling forward and into her space, the two of them near her tiny mattress, he asked,
Is that what you need, wild one? To be in my bed?
Enough.
Will you bring the knife?
He mused. It is the only way you'd get me there, Vasa snarled, stepping up to his chest as a reminder that she did not fear the space his body took. She figured he already knew exactly the threat he bargained with, but if he needed a reminder, she'd give him one. Brows rising, Reed chuckled at her audacity. The ire that pulsed through Vasa at the curve of his goddamn mouth could level mountains. He murmured, turning and ceding space, or maybe telling her that he had no foul intentions. Regardless, she could breathe correctly again. I'm not done, she barked. Can you wait outside? Making sure his back was to her, he reached out his left hand and rolled it in a circle, gesturing for her to continue. Fine. Slipping into a lightweight pair of olive breeches and a beige shirt, she tucked the flowing top in and tried to look presentable. She went as quickly as she could, buckling a leather strap around the breeches so they held up, and slipping her knife into its sheath. Around her thighs, she secured 2 more blades.
Finished?
He asked. Finished. Leaning up against her empty dresser, he tilted his head and took in her appearance, only lingering upon the knives for a moment.
You cut your hair.
Refusing to lift her hand to the wavy black locks that now barely brushed her shoulders, she nodded.
I like it.
I don't care what you like. He snorted.
You're going to have to pretend to like me when others are around.
I'm a fantastic liar.
You don't say.
Vasa stared him down. Displaying the intelligence she knew he possessed, Reed of Murray once again reined in his amusement. He moved closer, body just in front of hers, forcing her to lift her eyes to look at him. He spoke low like he was scared someone would hear.
You want this arrangement?
There it was again. Choice on a silver platter. The damn thing that had saved his life. Maybe she should have killed him. Maybe she'd be screwed if she had. She breezed past him, aiming for her satchel on the dresser. You haven't told my brother. Brow slightly furrowed. He shook his head. 3 years, Vasa said. Enough time for me to expel whatever this magic is, and for you to win a nation. When we both deem it acceptable, we'll dissolve this marriage.
Agreed.
You will not take me in your bed or expect anything from me, other than what we give to others in public.
I do prefer my head attached to my body.
Then do not give me a reason to remove it. Grinning, he stepped forward.
We could be friends, you know. There is no requirement that you hate me.
Vasa had no interest in friends. They would only complicate the swirling emotions in her chest and make the magic that much more palpable. It was easier to feel anger than to feel anything else at all. She stuffed the last of her belongings into her satchel, right over the tome she had stolen, and clasped it shut. I don't need friends.
Very well. You take your time coming to the conclusion I already have.
Stepping toward the door, desperate for this discussion to be over, Vasa asked, "And what's that?" Reed beat her to the door, placing his hand upon the knob to open it first.
That we are well matched.
She gaped at him. Well matched. The door swung open, and Reed winked, taking the 2 blades that she'd secured around her thigh from his own arsenal at his belt. Surprise and, admittedly, respect welled in her. She hadn't even felt him steal them. Dipping to his knees in front of her, he wrapped his hands around her thigh, fingers pressed to the golden buckles on the leather strap. Her heart started to pound.
I told you. You underestimate just how much I enjoy a good game of blades.
He slid the knives back into their holsters, hands consciously holding steady against her breeches. They wrapped to the back of her thighs.
I have missed you, wife,
he murmured, just in time for her to see 2 sages and a small group of acolytes, all with jaws dropped at the sight of the foreman of Murray and his apparent consort. With a wicked grin, Vasa ran her hand over his cheek and then dipped to the underside of his jaw, the pad of her finger scraping against the bump of his scar, the one she'd given him. "Take me home," she said. His eyes may have shuddered at the audacity of her words, to claim his home as hers in mockery. But she didn't care an ounce for his feelings or sensitivities. A game of blades he had asked for, and a game of blades he would receive. Rising to his feet directly in front of her, he whispered,
"Pretend you love me, wild one, and make it convincing."
Chapter 5. Vasa spent the entirety of the trip back to the city of Salt on a remarkably fast ship, refusing to let awe strike across her features. She'd heard of these sorts of vessels, ones that could cross the mighty Satara in a day, but she never expected to be on one. The Salt Lake spanned miles, splitting the west like a book's spine. Built above the compact captain's quarters, this small lookout deck only covered a quarter of the vessel. She sat on a bench bolted to the wooden ledge of the upper deck, legs to her chest. She could look over the edge and see the men and women at work on the deck below. People could say what they wanted about Icuria, about Murray, but they were hard workers. It made sense that their forces were notoriously vanquishing. On the tumultuous waters of the Satara, less experienced men would drown. If this vessel could withstand the salinity of the Satara, the icy ocean Vasa grew up next to could be theirs to roam, if the Icurians ever dared take it. They propelled the boat themselves, rowing as one, and much to Vasa's surprise, Reed spent his time with the workers at the oars. He moved in shifts like the rest of them did, resting and then continuing the push-pull motion like he wasn't tired. Every so often, her eyes would drift down to him, then pop back up before he could catch her watching and assume her interested. Vasa was thankful for the reprieve, both from the prying eyes of the guards and from her supposed husband. He often looked at her as if she were a puzzle, and she didn't like the idea of being solved. After the first few hours, she fell into the beauty of the Satara and forgot the rest of the world. Few Asterians would ever see this side of the continent. Though Vasa had studied ancient maps drawn in the days before Icurian unification, so few people had survived the web of rivers that branched from this lake and toward her home empire that the maps were outdated at best. Those rivers acted as a shield against the rest of the world. The only vessels that could navigate the waters were those of the Icurians, and it was only at Reed's direction that one had been waiting to bring Vasa to Murray for their wedding. The emerald waters of the lake eventually bled to turquoise. Layers of white folded around the shoreline their vessel followed, and she could smell it in the crisp air and taste it on her tongue. Salt. All around them were rolling hills of green and yellow wildflowers, beige stalks of some heat-resistant plant poking up in places nature could not keep out. Trees didn't dot the landscape the way they did in her home. In Mekis, the capital city of Asteria, where Vasa had grown up, the landscape was swathed in nothing but snow-covered mountains and trees. Here, in this hilly, alternate universe, she found herself sinking into the way the sun felt on her skin, and how it reflected off turquoise waters. She had never seen Icuria this way before. Resentment flooded her veins, and she straightened her back, remembering who she was and why she was here. No amount of freshness would erase what she would have to endure just to win her life back. For the remainder of their travels, she kept her lips shut and her eyes focused on the horizon. When the sun set and night reigned in the sky, Vasa fought the part of her that wanted to slip into a wary sleep. She'd always been used to the cold, and while the frigid air of the night made her skin pucker, spring had swept over western Icuria in a tolerable chill. Murray finally appeared under a blood moon, red and ringed in fire in the late hours of the night. Multicolored buildings lined the expansive docks the men and women now tied their vessel to, lanterns hanging in the windows and illuminating the domed tops of many of the buildings. Stars speckled the sky and swayed upon the salt-capped waves. Eyes trailing up the one winding river that broke the city in two, she pinched her lips and looked away. She'd navigated her way out of this city in nothing but a cloak and a nightgown 3 months ago, when winter still reigned. Had stripped down naked in an alley to shove on pants and an unassuming blouse. She'd seen enough of this city. Instead, she listened to the croaking of frogs, a chorus in the air that melded with the sounds of wolves howling along the distant shoreline. She'd only ever seen the solid white ones of the mountains, not the gray and red ones that roamed the shores of the Salt Lake.
"Vasilisa,"
Reed's voice called to her from behind. The wolf. Turning, she found him watching her with tense shoulders that betrayed his easy grin and relaxed expression. Perhaps he was only sore from such hard work and truly was at ease now that he was home. Not that she'd yet seen him appear anything other than at ease.
"We're here."
Vasa's eyes stung with fatigue, threatening to close, and her limbs felt like lead. Standing and trying out her legs again, she only wobbled a little before she forced herself to find her composure. Still, he lurched forward and tried to help. She backed away from him. With a furrowed brow, he took a step back and gave her the space she needed.
"Have you turned it off since leaving me?"
What?
"Your instinct to run."
Her eyes narrowed. No one intelligent ever turned off that instinct.
"You are safe here,"
he said, as if it was obvious. There wasn't a place in the world where Vasa was safe. I put a knife to your throat. Extending a hand to beckon her forward, Reed said,
"I'm not the vengeful type."
Vasa could have laughed had she felt the need to react to him. Reed rested his hand on the small of her back to guide her off the ship and past his core. A foreman with his consort, defensive of her very being, even if it was all a lie. When the warriors looked at her, sizing her up, Reed's fingers tightened in her now too thin beige shirt. Bumps rose on her arms as she walked, and a small shiver trailed down her spine. The heat was blistering during the day, but nights here were formidable. Much to her dismay, Reed of Moray slung off his black cloak and draped it around her shoulders. Warmth rushed over her, and she took a small breath. "I was born on the ice," she reminded him.
"That doesn't mean you deserve to be cold."
Insecurity lanced through her, enough to make her tear her eyes away and stare at the black boots upon her feet. Affection such as this made her want to squirm. She didn't understand it like he did. Still, she spoke before realizing she was going to. "Thank you." He grinned. Waiting on the floating dock that threatened to toss Vasa into the current was a small group of people, all on horseback. One, in particular, did not look happy to see them as she broke from the crowd and rode forward. Swinging from her dark horse, a tall woman stalked up to them, removing her crested helmet and tucking it under her arm. Blonde hair was pulled back to reveal the sharp angles of a pale face, tangerine mouth forming a frown. As the woman's blue eyes fell upon Vasa, they narrowed as if assessing a threat. Smart woman. The coils in Vasa's muscles clenched tighter. Just south of the line between this stranger's eyebrows lived an ice. In her gaze, in the pull of her mouth. Reed's arm wrapped around Vasa's waist, and she froze for a moment, and then melted into his warmth, as if on instinct.
"Pretend you love me,"
he'd said.
"You found her?"
the woman asked flatly. She appeared to gauge the lack of distance between Reed and Vasa, the sight causing the line between her eyebrows to grow more prominent.
"Vasilisa, you remember Kasana, my commander of arms?"
Reed said with conviction.
"Gus, surely you remember my wife?"
Wife. What a claim.
"Who could forget her?"
Kasana said just as begrudgingly as before, though this time with the vicious smile of a warrior. No way this woman didn't know what occurred on their pseudo-wedding night. Perhaps Kasana was the unfortunate soul to have found Reed of Moray tied to the bed, half-dressed and bleeding. Noticing the protective glint in her eyes, Vasa wondered if Reed's commander had enjoyed that sight more than she let on. Daring a glance at Reed, she found a stern expression. He was no longer at ease. A possessiveness shone in his eyes. Vasa knew better than to assume that was reserved for her. Kasana was important to him in one way or another, then. Vasa gave a wicked smile, and something pulsed between her and the commander, as if their own wills fought for dominance in the little space. Life bloomed once again in Vasa's stomach, false as it might have been at the challenge. Reed shifted his weight. Another man, older than the rest and not dressed in the armor of Reed's corps, swung down from his horse and dusted off the length of his pristine black coat. His fair skin had been delicately touched by the sun in these early spring days. Astute and well put together, much like the foreman of Dara had been, the silver-haired man sauntered up to their little crowd, with a peek between Vasa and Kasana. He didn't smile, or show much emotion at all, and something about that made him the most comfortable person Vasa had yet to meet.
"Vasilisa, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm afraid we never got the opportunity to speak the night of your wedding. I'm Mathjan, Reed's advisor."
He met her gaze directly with focused gray eyes. How exactly did Reed intend to navigate this? Neither of these people, important people she suspected, would believe the two of them to have a happy union. What did he intend to say in order to explain away her absence? "Pleasure to meet you," she said, dipping her head as she'd learned was customary for the people in Icaria. They did not bow like the Zatarians did not shake hands like the Asterians. If they touched at all, it was on the forearm, and embraces were reserved for only the closest of companions.
"Well taught, this one,"
Mathjan said with a practical calm.
"Shall we?"
Kasana asked Reed, pointedly riding off Vasa. Ugly magic stirred in Vasa's veins, lit by the pulsing need she felt to run, or hide, or defend herself. Teeth gritting, she punched it down. Poison played upon her tongue, but she swallowed it and followed them all to the waiting horses. One in particular was a stunning Icarian horse with a silky fawn coat and a mane and tail the color of ink. That same jet color crawled up the horse's legs and snout, and with a shake of its head, it adjusted into a natural intimacy with the foreman of Murray. Hand landing upon the animal's chin, he pressed his own forehead delicately to the horse's.
Dooch is his name,
Reed told her, peering over his shoulder to grin.
Bought his mother when I was 17. He came along about 5 years later.
How old are you? Vasa asked, realizing she didn't even know that much about him.
27.
Young for a foreman.
I thought you knew little of Icaria,
Reed said, hand still resting on Dooch. Vasa didn't say another word. He gestured for her to mount the horse, and the moment she did so, he slid his foot into the leather stirrup. With languid movements too graceful for a mountain like him, Reed lifted into the space behind her, so close his chest brushed against her back. One horse, she said.
You can ride with Kasana if you prefer.
Vasa went rigid. No, thank you. Reed chuckled. Arrogant bastard. On the ride back to his home, exhaustion once again slammed against Vasa's mind. She felt on the brink of losing control. No matter. She kept upright, eyes alert, and scanned the streets they trotted through. Some people waved, others smiled and tipped their heads, but no one crowded the foreman and his escorts. Instead, they went back to whatever they were doing before. Some people ate at eateries and drank from copper glasses against the backdrop of strung lanterns and jewel-colored awnings. Even this late at night, the city of Murray pulsed with an energy unlike any other place Vasa had been. Even in Dara, they did not spend so much time outdoors. Never mind the frozen landscape Mekis became for 9 out of the 12 months of the year. Passing through a busy square, Vasa watched as people danced in the streets to fast-paced music from drums and stringed guitars. Laughter floated around them, couples embraced, and people seemed to be drinking together or sharing their food. Community was the first word that came to mind, and the entire thing made something in Vasa's heart lurch, made her stomach tighten and her eyes drift back down to the horse. People did not share their food with their neighbors where she was from. They kept to themselves, bowed their heads before early dinners, and didn't have much to dance about. Would they ever flood the streets? Would they have even been allowed to? She'd spent most of her days in the fortress grounds, studying, reading, trying to avoid Dominic or sitting obediently at her father's side, translating. For that, she took the brunt of Dominic's jealousy and insecurity, always afraid she would somehow usurp him.
My chameleon. So good at blending in,
her father would praise.
You will do great things for this empire.
And so she would study harder, practice her languages longer, because she knew what could happen if she didn't. Ozic had warned her over and over about the fate of a useless daughter, becoming someone's miserable wife, and in turn someone's miserable mother. So when he taught her a new language, she did as the advisor demanded, every single time. And with each nation those languages helped her father conquer, she knew the cost was her morality. Vasa had never danced in the streets. Would never dance in the streets. A waste of time, she decided, and stopped watching. She only looked up when they passed the high temple of Murray, with its reflective white stone steps that glowed pink under the red-tinged moon. On the backside of the multiple-story stone building was a window, one she knew even if she couldn't see it. Her memory of slipping out of it brought the smallest of rebellious grins. Looming on the skyline of the city was a taller, pointed building, complete with a clock tower and bells. The sodality of Sitar, named for the god of language and writing. Something in Vasa tugged toward the sky-kissing stone. Some deeply entrenched thing in her gut she didn't understand. The enormous campus called to her. The sodality disappeared as they rounded another corner, and with it the instinct to follow. Their small parade of 3 horses passed through 2 more districts, both quieter than the first one they'd ridden through. And the farther they went, the fewer people were around. As they trotted up a winding walkway, the buildings disappeared, and they began to make their way up a road lined in gangly trees and yellow grass. It hugged the coastline, just outside of the bustle of the city, and she could see the dark waters of the Satara poking through the trees. They turned a corner and entered the grounds of a small estate. Before them stood a villa against the backdrop of the open lake, settled perfectly upon a sloping hill that would lead directly to the water. The same wildflowers and yellow grasses Vasa had seen along the other edges of the Satara dotted the hill. Those flowers trailed up a modest home and hung from wooden trellises at the entrance. Made exclusively of red and orange stones, the villa was neither grand nor simple, complete with a few stories marked by the glow of lantern-filled windows. What looked to be a garden sprawled in a small courtyard she could just make out through the single stone archway. "Where are we?" Vasa asked low.
"Home,"
Reed said from behind her. Vasa could only bristle a moment before he swung himself off the horse and offered a hand. He helped her down from the sturdy horse and guided her forward again.
"We'll speak tomorrow,"
Reed told his commander. "Reed, Kasana said, anxious eyes darting to Vasa.
"Tomorrow,"
he said again. No room for negotiation in his tone. Dipping her head, Kasana took her leave without another word. Reed led them both under the archway, without explaining himself or the situation. Vasa knew that the commander had intended for them to be separated, for her to be kept under watch. Gazing around, she took in each vulnerability of the villa, a warning biting at her heels. No gates. No guards. Nothing about this place made sense. Didn't Reed wish to protect himself? Didn't he want to be left alone? They were so close to the rest of the city, so accessible. Someone could just walk along the salt-covered shore and climb the hill. Was this how he did things then? Vasa made a quick mental map of the home as they entered. There was no receiving area, but instead a well-furnished living space, complete with brown couches and a wooden table. Bookshelves and a liquor cabinet stood tall against the warm terracotta walls. 3 hallways trailed off the main room, and they took one down a wide corridor. After they passed a few rooms, the rush of cold air hit them again as they traveled across a small breezeway, the lake on the right side. Through the stained glass double doors, they entered a room. Simple was again the first word that came to mind. The beige walls were mostly bare, save for 2 dark oak dressers and a floor-to-ceiling mirror. A forest green couch graced one wall, a white dressing screen next to it. Off to the side, sheer curtains led into a bathing chamber that Vasa didn't get a good look at. Instead, she stared at the expanse of the view, framed by 2 floor-to-ceiling glass doors with panels that covered an entire wall. The Satara lay beyond those doors, beyond the stone veranda. Yellow and orange wildflowers hung from a wooden trellis, just like the main entrance. There were no other homes, no other prying eyes through those windows. Just the reflection of the blood-red moon off midnight waters. Did he consider this safe? Couldn't someone find their way in? Reed leaned against the doorframe behind her, and when Vasa turned, she found him looking tense for the first time since he'd found her. Jaw tight, he tilted his head, and strands of his hair fell from the leather strap he used to pull it back.
"Thoughts?"
he asked. "It's probably the most beautiful room I've ever been in. I've never lived with doors, only windows." "It's a room," she replied. "Where are you sleeping?" Moving to slip off his coat, Reed gestured with his hand to the four-poster bed, the one draped in cream sheets and russet animal furs, facing the enormous panels of glass. Something dropped in Vass's stomach. Why show her this room if it wasn't for her? She hated asking about things like this: accommodations, food, access to basic necessities. The weakness of it made her skin itch, and this late in the night, her skin felt thin. Gripping her bag a little tighter, she said, "All right. And where am I sleeping?" Nimble fingers at the back of his head, undoing the leather strap in his hair. Reed used his chin to gesture at the very same bed. And then he had the audacity to turn and amble into the bathing chamber as if he hadn't just implied what he had implied. Infuriated, Vassa dropped her bag on the floor and stormed after him, through billowing white curtains into the attached room. Prepared to spit some choice words, she slid to a stop when she gazed upon the setup. The entire left half of the chamber was inlaid stone reminiscent of opal, complete with an enormous shower head and a clawfoot bathing tub behind glass doors. Leafy vines hung from the ceiling, spilling over pots, and a little wooden bench was settled just next to the tub. Her home city was far too cold for this sort of infrastructure. In the snowy mountains, water brought into homes would freeze and cause the vessels to burst. She'd seen showers such as these in other areas of Asteria, and Zatar, too, but not in Mechas. Shaking off her curiosity, she tossed her hand to her hip. "I thought I made myself clear. You will not take me to your bed."
"I will not take you in my bed,"
Reed said as he pulled at the center of his sashes and tugged the fabric over his head, dropping it to the floor without a care. His hair spilled to his broad shoulders, his inked chest entirely exposed to her once again.
"But I do have members of my corps who live in this home, and if they are to believe we mean this, I can't very well have you sleeping in another room."
"Husbands and wives sleep in separate rooms all the time," she argued back.
"Sure. In Asteria, where husbands and wives hate each other."
"Oh, and we're just great friends."
"You don't hate me, and I certainly don't hate you."
She tossed her arms into the air. "I almost killed you on our wedding night."
"As I told you, you underestimate how much I enjoyed that."
"You're sick." He just shrugged, then moved his hands for his breeches.
"Would you like to stay? This shower is big enough for two, and it isn't a bed, so if we're going by the aforementioned rule, it wouldn't technically be breaking our agreement if I took you in here."
Mouth gaping, Vassa cried out in frustration and stormed out of the bathing chamber, flinging the curtains closed behind her. He roared with laughter and said something about blades. Oh, he might not hate her, but she hated him. She would never be alone again, never be able to sleep peacefully, to do what she needed and wanted in her own space. She'd have to share every waking moment with this asshole. Magic stirred along her fingertips, and Vassa shook her hands and stumbled until the backs of her knees hit the bed. The stupid, useless bed. She could sleep on the couch. No, he could sleep on the couch. The sound of water running emanated past the closed curtains, and Vassa hurried behind the dressing screen, diving into her bag. She had a long shirt, her stupid acolyte robes, and the red nightgown. It was one of the few things she hadn't sold on her escape to Dara. Inspiration and power flared in her chest, and Vassa put the thing on, waiting behind the screen for him to finish. Within just a minute or so, Reed turned off the water, and she heard him stepping along the stone in the bathroom. The curtains parted. She slid from behind the screen, and Reed, with only a towel hanging from his waist, stopped suddenly. By the looks of it, he stopped breathing. Eyes dragging up and down her, he said,
"I thought I'd have to work much harder to get you back into that."
Running a hand through her short hair, Vasa glided to the bed and pulled back the furs, her hands trailing along the same silken sheets their wedding bed had been dressed in. Arching her back just slightly, she peered up at him. Husband and wife, yes? Tentatively, Reed nodded. Then what's yours is mine. She gestured toward the couch. You can sleep there tonight.
He snorted. You can sleep on the couch, wild one. I've worked all day, and I'll be damned if I sleep anywhere but my bed.
I will not sleep in the same bed as you. Shrugging, Reed moved to his dresser.
Like I said, the couch is there. It's yours if you want it.
Like a damn child, Vasa slid onto the bed, the center of the bed, and crossed her arms. Reed stopped, stared. Then he prowled across the room. Landing at the bottom of the mattress, he crawled forward until he came close, and Vasa started to press into the headboard. Fire blazed in his eyes, and he wouldn't drop them from hers. Hands falling to either side of her, he moved his face closer until he loomed above her, his chest covering her torso, just as he had done the night of their wedding.
I will be sleeping in this bed,
he drawled, and Vasa started to breathe heavier.
Out of respect for your wishes, I'll at least wear pants when I do. Out of respect for mine,
he flicked his gaze up and down the length of her.
Change. I will not have you in that damned thing. Unless you intend to let me take it off you.
Vasa's lips parted at about the same time the fire in her chest burned hotter. Anger filled every empty crevice of her mind, and the tight leash she kept on the wicked magic strained. And if I do intend to let you take it off me?
You will not win this game, wild one.
The bed dipped as Reed separated from her, once again padding back to his dresser.
Despite your assertions, you are not nearly as good a liar as you think.
Didn't seem to pose a problem on our wedding night. He looked over his shoulder as he plucked out a shirt.
I underestimated you. I will not be making the same mistake again.
He threw the shirt into her lap.
Now change, and decide where you wish to sleep.
The dark mist at her fingers whispered with violence and cruelty. It purred encouragements of anger and bloodshed, and tugged at her sensibilities. His eyes flicked down to it, and Vasa could have sworn he scowled at the way the magic curled around her hands. Something about that look from him lit some deep, insecure part of her that wanted to hide under the sheets and never be seen again. She knew it was hideous, knew it was disgusting. Balling the shirt into her hands, Vasa considered each angle she had. Continue to argue and lose, keep trying to win the way she'd won their wedding night, and potentially piss him off more. All roads led back to one thing: the shirt in her hands. Silently, she stood and walked behind the dressing screen, stepping out of the red nightgown and tucking it back into her bag. The shirt he gave her was practically a gown by itself, reaching to her mid-thighs. After dressing, she stood behind the screen for a moment longer and seethed. 3 years. Just 3 years of this, and she would be free. She would go wherever she wanted. The magic would be gone. That was why she was here. No bed, no room, no damn view of a lake could be more important than that. Reed's voice floated from the other side of the screen.
Your brother sent this some weeks ago.
All thoughts of timelines and freedom disappeared. A letter fell from the top of the screen, dry parchment landing on the floor in front of her bare feet. Quickly she bent and opened it, back pressing to the wall and eyes skimming the smoothly written Asterian words. Her heart leapt into her throat. To anyone else, it would seem harmless. Concern for her well-being, even. But to her, the message was clear. He wanted an update on how she was doing. Not in her marriage, the election, or anything else surrounding Reed. He wanted an update on the curse. Which meant she had to break it before Dominic arrived to do the job himself. And when she did, she wouldn't need Reed of Moray a moment longer. The violence and rage and magic drained from her limbs and curled into a terrified ball in her stomach. Fear was a poison on her tongue and in her throat, but she swallowed despite the dryness. When Vasa walked out from behind the screen, Reed was dressed in gray pants like he had said he would be, and she didn't let herself look at him for more than a second. Not as he moved under the animal furs on the right side of the bed.
What does your brother want?
She lied. To know how I'm settling in, she said as she approached the bed. Reed looked at her. He made no attempt to hide the carnal glint in his eyes as they landed upon the peaks of her breasts, pressed against his shirt. Hands folding into the warm furs, Vasa tugged. The blanket slid from the bed and onto the floor. Reed sighed in annoyance as she gathered the furs in her arms and marched to the couch. She lay down upon the cold leather and folded the blankets around herself, tucking them all the way around so he'd have to physically lift her to get them back.
Just sleep in the damned bed, Vasilisa,
he growled. Turning so she wasn't facing him, she said with casual cruelty, "Why would I? I don't have to pretend I love you in this room." Silence. Then Reed of Moray blew out the lamp at his bedside, and the room went dark. Chapter 6. The sodality of Sitar jutted up into the sky with pointed spires and two large symmetrical domes across from each other on either side of the property. Fashioned of white bricks and red roofs, the building sat along the watercourse with small, floating docks of its own. "Why are we here?" Vasa asked, arching her back so it didn't rest upon Reed's chest. Sitting behind her and seeming smug for a man who'd slept without blankets, he shifted his weight in the horse's saddle.
My end of our deal, Wild One.
No guards hovered around them. No prying ears that could spin tales of their lies. The horse trotted through the wrought iron gates of the looming building, and Vasa counted a total of 9 towers with red spires of their own. Windows dotted each of the many levels, and a bell tower sat at the center of the campus with a clock so large she could see the curving details of the arms. Archways lined the entire perimeter of the bottom level, through which Vasa could make out the expanse of brightly colored gardens. Once inside the iron gates, Reed fluidly dismounted from behind her. Looking down into his cocky golden eyes, Vasa was tempted to steal the horse and leave him here. Every moment with him was a trial of her patience and control. Still, she dismounted and handed him the reins, resigned to face whatever awaited inside of this sodality. Knowledge lived in these structures, and it was a lack of information that haunted Vasa more than anything. After handing off the horse to an acolyte wearing amethyst robes, she and Reed plunged down one of the arching tunnels and took an immediate left through the double doors into a grand entry room. Cool air flittered over the back of her neck, and Vasa let out a small breath of relief. They ascended the steps upon a curving staircase that led to a mezzanine of white marble, lined by more filigreed ironwork. And then 6 more staircases, because apparently the people in Icurian sodalities all had legs of iron. Reed didn't look the least bit winded, but given his display yesterday on that boat, it wasn't unexpected. He outmatched her physically, something she didn't like to think about. At the top of the stairs waited another hallway framed by the forest greens and burnt browns of the entryway floor. At the right end, 3 doors down, Reed opened the door without waiting for an invitation, dragging Vasa through the threshold with him. Black walls emptied into an enormous chamber covered in walnut bookshelves. Vaulted ceilings revealed one of the many spires of this building, the intricate iron filigree breathtaking from this lower angle. There had to be at least 3 floors to this room, giant ladders attached to each wall. The entire far side was glass panels, revealing the city and letting in enough light to glimmer off the mosaic floor of oranges, blues, and grays. Lanterns hung from the ceiling, carrying that same incandescent spark she'd seen at the sodality of Una, next to vining plants that resembled waterfalls of green. On the far wall sat a daybed the size of a mattress. Perched upon it was a stunning brunette girl, only a few years older than Vasa, wearing amethyst robes that contrasted beautifully with her olive-toned skin, her hands clinging to the corners of a book. She looked up immediately at their entrance, and her face split into a smile, revealing pearl-white teeth. Just as her book snapped closed, another woman came around one of the bookshelves. Blonde hair, threaded with silver, fell into the stranger's face as she looked up, revealing wrinkle-kissed amber eyes. Smiling with the broadness of a sky, the older woman set down her enormous leather tome, her onyx robes swishing behind her. "You're back," she said with the same Western accent as Reed, and then flicked her eyes to Vasa. The woman blinked twice, like she didn't believe what she saw.
"We are,"
Reed said, finally moving away from Vasa and crossing the room in 4 large steps. As he embraced the strange woman, who melted into his arms, Vasa could have sworn she heard Reed mumble something. The two made eye contact as the woman inspected him, hand grabbing at his jaw and looking him over. And then she gazed back at Vasa.
"This is Melusina de Tourneau,"
Reed said, turning to face Vasa once more.
"The High Witch of Varaji."
"The most powerful of us all," the other woman, the one with brown hair, teased. Another body rounded the bookshelf and stopped abruptly, almost dropping her clay mug. Salt and pepper hair framed her light brown, wrinkled face, and her eyes resembled spilled coffee.
"Vasilisa,"
Melusina said.
"This is Suma. I see you've already met Amelie."
She hadn't actually met anyone. The young one, Amelie apparently, bolted upright from the couch. "It's so lovely to meet you, consort." A pair of women walked through the door just then and straightened their backs in surprise. Both seemed to be in their 5th or 6th decade. One had long black braids and deep umber skin, dark eyes rimmed by purple cat-eye glasses. The other had pale white skin and hair so platinum it rivaled the floors downstairs. The one with purple glasses looked at the other and said,
"We have company. We never have company."
The other snorted a laugh. "Hush," Amelie said, and the women glanced at each other, then back at Amelie, and the platinum-haired woman stuck out her tongue. Vasa got the distinct impression no one told those two women what to do, and walked away with their heads intact. Especially when Reed gave a chuckle and returned to her, his proximity now itching down her side.
"Don't worry about them,"
Melusina said, then leaned a little closer.
"Trouble, if you ask me."
"No one did," one of them sang, her purple glasses falling down her nose as she breezed past them all to the daybed Amelie had been sitting on. Instantly, Amelie protested, but the woman swished her voluptuous hips down into the spot and kicked up her legs. After she propped open her book, the world no longer existed to her. "She's an asshole," the other said, before going over to that very daybed and tossing herself onto it too. The two women giggled, then went silent as they each began to read their own books. Vasa took a step back. Who the hell were these people?
"You're Varaji?"
Suma asked, brown eyes trailing up and down Vasa as if she didn't entirely believe her. Vasa stopped, fear striking her stomach and cramping. "I am not anything. It's a curse, it's—"
"Show us,"
Melusina said. Fingers shaking, Vasa raised her wrist. With a little indulgence in the nasty emotions forever coiled in her gut, the pressure moved into her palm, into her fingers. Dancing on the tips, Black mist sputtered into existence and twirled playfully about her skin. A void, the stolen leather tome had described it. Amelie caught a small breath, and, much to Vasa's dismay, Melusina smiled as if Vasa had shown her the sun. The sight of it made Vasa sick, and she shook her fingers before shoving them into the pockets of her tan breeches. She looked at the floor.
"You're afraid of it,"
Melusina said. Words caught in her throat, and Vasa's eyes darted to read. He was already looking at her, assessing. She swore it was disdain that now laced the way he gazed at her. Regardless, Reed gestured her on. Vasa started, then snapped her lips shut. She couldn't. Reed probably saw exactly what she did. This evil had made a home inside of her, and it leaked into her expressions and onto her tongue. He probably thought it had chosen wisely. He didn't need to know anything real about her. How she'd found her mother. How she had felt the awful invasion of this force in her stomach and her chest. The way it ruthlessly stole her breath, crashed down on her like a wave. How it was strangling her from the inside out. She could not give him another ounce of ammunition against her. Throat increasingly tighter, magic increasingly heavier. Vasa shook her head.
"Leave,"
Melusina said suddenly. Of course. Nodding in resignation, Vasa looked up. To find Melusina looking squarely at Reed. He started to argue, but Melusina gave one good shake of her head.
"She will not speak with you in the room, so you must go. She is my wife. I need to know if—"
"And you will be a widower in a matter of months if she will not speak," one of the women on the couch said, slamming her book shut and standing. The other joined her. "You can walk us to our classrooms." Something in Reed's jaw ticked, and he glanced at Vasa. Softened, even if just for a moment.
"I'll be waiting downstairs."
"You will come back in 5 hours," Melusina said with a wave to brush him off. "Surely you have more important things to do than supervise us? You're a foreman, for goddess' sake." Vasa might like this woman? Especially when Melusina walked to the door herself and swung it open. Grumbling, yet entirely outmatched, Reed of Moray stomped out of the room. The two women winked, then scampered after him. Amelie giggled like wind chimes, and Suma just walked away as if she was bored of the whole thing. Vasa might have gawked, had she not wanted to puke from nervousness. We need 5 hours?
"No,"
Melusina said.
"I just assume you haven't had a moment to yourself since Dira."
Vasa's brows slammed together. How did this woman know she'd been in Dira? She watched as Melusina clicked the door shut and began to walk back to her table, unfazed by the slight anger she'd just drawn from her foreman.
"Has the vomiting begun?"
Vasa's lips parted in shock.
"I'll take that as a yes."
She gestured to the seat across from her as she picked up her black robes and settled into her chair. Vasa took the seat and tried to appear comfortable. She wasn't. Amelie helped herself to a seat at the table, too. Unafraid, this one. "What would you like to be called? Sometimes Melusina calls you Vasilisa, other times it's Vasa." Melusina had talked about her? To these women? "Vasa is fine. Are you both sages here?" "Melusina is," Amelie said with pride laced in her tone. "I will be one day. But more important, we are Viraji witches." Brow threading, Vasa looked to Melusina for answers.
"Viraji are best in groups,"
Melusina said.
"All covens are."
"One witch is trouble," Amelie said.
"A coven is a nightmare,"
Melusina added. Vasa awkwardly shifted her weight, the wooden chair beneath her groaning. Motherly bonds often put her off. and that was the only way to describe what flowed between her two tablemates. Despite the pulsing instinct she felt to hide or run, Vasa also craved the approval of at least one person. She needed answers. She couldn't ruin this. I don't understand. Each sodality in Icuria houses one particular coven, Melusina explained. A place to study safely, to contribute to the literature and research surrounding magic, and to be a home for witches who don't have one. Ours takes its name from Veraji, the goddess whose magic pulses through your veins. We are lucky to have found you, Amelie said. So few bloodlines still exist with a connection to Veraji. Turning to Melusina, Vasa raised her eyebrows. Bloodlines? What do you know of Veraji magic? Melusina asked, lifting a hand to Amelie as if to ask her to be quiet. Nothing. Nothing real, at least. It had been so long since Vasa had been like this, unable to speak. She had often chosen not to, had waited for the opportune moment to let the perfect sentence roll off her tongue. But for the words simply not to be there. She felt the intimate caress of vulnerability and wanted to pry it from her nerves. I know nothing. All I know is that it infected me when... She looked down at the walnut table. Swallowed. Silence remained in the room, as if Melusina and Amelie were simply waiting for Vasa to decide she was ready to speak. It wasn't pressure she felt, just the neutrality of two choices. Speak and find out. Don't, and learn nothing. It infected me when I found my mother's body, Vasa finally said. Amelie's mouth curved into a frown. Melusina shook her head, a small tisk rolling from her lips. It did not infect you. Veraji magic is generational, passed down from a mother to her eldest daughter. It only passes upon the witch's death. Vasa's heart skipped, her chest constricted, and something about it made her want to double over, to cry. What? It would have passed almost instantly. I'm so sorry. Vasa dug her nails into her palm, angry with herself for not being as sad as Melusina wanted her to be. Instead, her confusion melded with resentment. She always had this. After her mother died, yes. No. Melusina frowned. I cannot change what is. Then, had her mother known this would happen to her? Had she been through it herself, yet denied Vasa the knowledge? Had she condemned Vasa to death? The cruelty of her family really knew no bounds. My mother was a witch. Melusina nodded. The very same as me. As you. As all of us in this coven, Amelie added. Who even was she then? Vasa asked. She was born in Asteria. She married an emperor. That's a big question, Melusina said, without a raise or dip in her tone. Let's focus on what is possible. Something about the words silenced the voices in Vasa's head. What could be more important than the answers she had spent months searching for? Than the opportunity to leave this place and start somewhere new? Melusina rested her palms against the table. Sometimes, the world is too big, and the questions too difficult for any one person to face. Focus on what you know with certainty. What do you know right now? By the look on Melusina's face, Vasa wondered if she wanted to know the answers at all. If maybe a revelation like that might be the thing that finally broke her. I wanted to stop, she replied. It will not do that. The magic is a part of you.
just like any organ or blood.
Bile crawled into Vasa's throat, burning at the back of her teeth. The implications of it. She couldn't look at either of them. Then I want to know how to turn it off when I need.
Fine. Today you will learn to move the magic by sheer force of will.
Could this magic even be willed? What was it made of, and why had it chosen her? Vasa had 100 more questions, each one stinging in her stomach and at her fingertips. Focus on what is possible. You're going to teach me how to use it, Vasa croaked. Grinning, Melusina said,
If you let us, we can teach you far more than that.
5 hours later, for the first time in months, Vasa felt empty. A good sort of empty. Not the aching, lonely, everything hurts sort of drained, but rather the constant coil of anguish and upset had disappeared from her gut. Perhaps it was still there, but it was muted enough to feel dormant. None of the women asked any further questions. They didn't prod, poke, or search for answers that Vasa didn't have. Leaving the subject entirely alone, Vasa had freed herself of the aching vulnerability and found a sliver of success. Melusina and Amelie had been the only two who'd spent time with her, and as much as Vasa didn't understand it, she'd come to respect both of them. Amelie was wickedly smart and compassionate, and clearly a hard worker. It was she who taught Vasa how to direct her magic, back and forth, over and under. She could guide where the feeling went in her gut. The magic still felt wily and resistant, yet when she accepted and focused on it, rather than trying to tamp it down, it would snake up her wrists or between her fingers. The sight of it still turned her stomach, though. But despite the impending sickness, the exhaustion pounding against her temples, it felt good to be this tired, to have done something worth doing. When not working on controlling Vasa's magic, the three women spoke about nothing important. For an hour, they'd left her to a book on the history of Viraji magic and its many uses. In that book, she'd gleaned what the stolen tome had meant by a void. The magic was exactly that, a force of raw power, one that smothered air and light and sound, smothered any sense at all. The Coven's tower, which housed the witches' quarters, was filled with the sorts of books Vasa had been searching Dara for, and she wondered if it was the same there. Were all the books on magic hidden away in the witches' quarters at the library of Una, too? Had that been what Brielle meant? For their final hour, Amelie had given Vasa something unrelated to Viraji magic. Something simply to enjoy, to ease the weight of heavy things. And the girl's face had lit up at the thought of recommending something worth reading. Much to Vasa's surprise, she found herself falling into easy conversation with Amelie. She had never been around women her age before, at least not for long. It was unnerving and somehow special, which only raised Vasa's guard. Upon leaving, they'd asked her to identify 3 things she was grateful for. It may have been one of the hardest things she'd done that day, and admitting that to herself bothered her. She said the blanket she'd had last night, the cool temperature of the sodality, and the color green. Their names were the first things to pop into her head, but she couldn't manage to speak those out loud. Still, those hours were the first she'd had of complete calm, and it took every ounce of her willpower to leave the sodality. Couldn't she just sleep here?
The fact that you have held on to this magic for so long is a testament to your power,
Melusina said as she walked Vasa back downstairs.
You have acknowledged it today. The pain should ease, at least for a little while. If it comes back, don't be afraid to sit in that discomfort. The magic isn't inherently bad, but if it feels out of control, do not let it take over you. In violence, you will lose your heir.
While the thought of this senseless void suffocating her did nothing good for her nerves, to hear someone else mention the splintering agony, to have it simply validated, seemed to shift everything for Vasa. It was the first time they had discussed how Vasa had been holding this magic inside of herself without an outlet. But to sit with it, she didn't think herself capable of that.
Tomorrow, same time?
Melusina asked. I don't know how to thank you. Melusina raised her hand.
There is no need for thanks. Tomorrow, same time.
This time it wasn't a question. Something brilliant began to simmer inside of Vasa as she descended the marble staircase that would lead her back to the first floor of their secluded tower. Perhaps it was pride. The fleeting happiness drained from her when she hit the bottom and found Reed standing there. He waited patiently for her with his body halfway turned and eyes on the horizon through the panels of windows. His hair was pulled back, much like it always was. But tonight he wasn't dressed in the ceremonial garb Vasa had grown accustomed to in the past few days. Instead, he wore dark pants, with no shirt at all, though a brown drape slashed across one shoulder and over his chest. A lightweight cloak covered the other shoulder, falling to the center of his calves. Bands circled his formidable arms, and over one, he'd draped a bundle of fabric. Extra clothing. The moment he saw her, he took that fabric within his hand.
You're alive.
Yes, well, they're much better company. Didn't feel the need to jump out of any windows this time. Reed tipped his head back and laughed.
Gods, my conversations were infinitely more boring without you, Wild One.
How did he manage to pick at each and every one of her nerves? Peering at the witches who now descended the stairs, Vasa stepped forward as if his proximity didn't bother her. Can we go? Looking back to her, he confessed.
They know. You don't need to pretend here.
Her lips parted, and a bit of humiliation sparked within her. Taking a small step back, she nodded.
Will you allow me to show you Murray tonight?
He asked. Show her Murray? What do you mean?
The lower garden comes alive at night. I'd like to show you off. I've waited months to do so.
Would this be their life, then? Putting on a show whenever he requested it of her. It was exactly what she'd signed up for, actually. Reed probably needed to convince his people first that their union was real, and his relationship with Astera was assured. She looked down at herself and said, Are those clothes for me? Her tan breeches, and now dingy white blouse, wouldn't be how he wanted his consort to appear to the rest of the world.
They are,
he confirmed, gesturing for her to go and change. Sighing, Vasa swiped the clothing out of his hands and marched to the left side of the first floor, cursing under her breath as Amelie watched her. Quickly, she ducked into the attached bathing chamber and changed, tugging her fingers through her hair and growling another curse at the clothing he'd chosen. Breezy olive-colored breeches and a sleeveless white top, one made of tight material that came all the way to her neck. She furrowed her brow. It hardly covered her torso. It was never warm enough in Mekis to wear anything this thin, or with her midriff showing, let alone without sleeves. To her luck, he'd included a cloak. Amelie's jaw dropped as Vasa ducked out of the bathing chamber, and she stood next to Reed, who was exchanging words again with Melusina. Both turned to look at her at once, and Reed straightened his back.
You're actually wearing them.
Was I not supposed to?
Well, yes.
He scrubbed at his jaw.
I just thought you'd put up a fight first.
I'm sure I could find something for us to fight about if you'd like. The right corner of his lips turned up, a crooked half smile, and he said,
I think I like you agreeable.
Don't push your luck. she muttered, bidding the witches goodbye once more. She tried to ignore her irritation at his laughter as he followed her.
I wouldn't dream of it, wild one,
he said as he guided her through the door. Chapter 7. Once inside the heart of the city, the two of them made their way to what must have been the lower garden. This was the same place Vasa had seen all the people dancing and sharing food just yesterday. Though it wasn't technically a garden, but was named thus because most fabric awnings were decorated with hanging plants of every color. Blues, purples, reds, and greens seemed to light up the orange, red, and white buildings. They edged the Satara, white stone arching to give a view of the starlight on the lake. Inside the circular quad, settled in the epicenter of the busy area, were musicians. Notes from guitars and steel drums floated around them. Beautiful. The entire place was breathtaking. And if Vasa let herself, she could have thought it was the most welcoming place she'd ever laid eyes on. Her father and her brother had been so scornful of this nation. But of what? The only difference between their people was that the Moraeans were happy. People roamed, most of them danced, and all laughed just as she'd seen before. The inviting sound of steel drums and guitar twisted something in her chest. What had these people done to deserve such happiness that her people had not? As the bitter thought floated across her mind, so did the quick stab of regret. To like anything about this place was a waste. She would be gone the moment she could be. Reed worked her out of her cloak and tossed it over a table near them. Threading his hand in hers, he tugged, heading into the thick of people in the middle. All eyes seemed to follow them, and heat crawled up her cheeks. "What are we doing?" Vasa asked, her earlier bitterness slipping into her tone as she scampered after him. Quickly, she smiled as if it had meant nothing, and silently scolded herself. Using his hand to force Vasa into a turn, Reed glided them around a group of people, and then placed that hand on her waist. He pulled her up against his broad chest and shifted his eyes to the surrounding crowd.
Dancing.
What? It felt as if every person in the quad was watching them. The music hummed, and people danced in communal circles, some groups tossing their partners around and weaving through the other dancers. Couples clung to each other. One drifted a hand over another's torso and pulled her back against his chest. She pressed her body to him and leaned forward, swaying her backside on his hips. Reed watched the way Vasa inspected the couple, how her eyes trailed to the places the two touched, and he rumbled a low laugh. Did he expect to touch her like that? Tentatively, he reached for her hand.
It's quite easy. Touch me here.
His hand slowly lifted hers along his torso, past the drapes so her nails skimmed his bare skin and settled it against his chest.
And here.
Keeping their gazes locked, he did the same with the other, this time placing her fingers just beneath the hair at the nape of his neck.
Good.
His hand pressed into the curve of her hip, flirting with the waistline of the higher-cut breeches.
Swing your hips for me.
He moved slowly, giving her the time to step away if she preferred, but she held firm in their contact. He'd more than fulfilled his half of their deal today, and with the eyes of his city on them, she felt a load tightening in her abdomen. A surprising willingness to be what he needed her to be. To the tune of the drums, she moved left and then right, and he guided her with his hand, the other raising to twine his fingers with hers at his chest. A small smile started to creep along her lips, and his eyes flicked down to it. Spinning and then pulling her back, Reed moved his hands from her waist and up and down her sides, moving her to the music in a way she had never been moved before. He led her through the echoes of steel drums without effort, looking irritatingly damned graceful while he did it. He guided her into each step, so all she had to do was follow him. With his guidance, there wasn't a single moment she missed. Something in her gut twisted. Not magic this time, as Reed gripped her hand and tossed her from him just far enough to spin, as if displaying her for the crowd. His fingers trailed on her waist and caught her side, gripping and tugging until her back pressed to his chest, just like that couple had been. She froze, missed a step. He wrapped his arm all the way around her waist to make her misstep seem intentional. Warm breath coasted to her ear.
Dance with me like lovers do.
Bending his head forward, he let his lips brush her neck. People noticed. Some of them whispered. Most likely about her recent absence, or maybe about the way they looked right now. I need Ikeria to believe that we are taken with each other, that our union is strong enough to represent them. On the edge of the circle, Vasa noticed Kasana standing with an unfamiliar group of people. The blonde took a long sip of her wine, though even from afar, Vasa thought the poor goblet was stuck in a death grip. Vasa had to sell this, to make everyone around them believe this mattered, that it was real, that when the time came, it would be the two of them working for the betterment of Asteria and Ikeria. Together. So she raised her arm, the way she'd seen another woman do, and curled it around his head, fingers sliding into the mass of his hair. Reed laughed against her skin and slid his hand over her stomach, whispering,
Just like that.
The music lilted and sped, and she matched the pace, loosening the way she danced beneath his hands and giving in. He pulled her closer, their bodies pressed together, until he moved her forward, and she ground against his hips. His hands guided her back into the motions, swinging in unison. And out of the corner of her eye, she watched Kasana plunge into the crowd. The tempo shifted, and he seamlessly spun her once more, so she was pinned to his chest, having no option but to tilt her head up to look at him.
Would you like a glass of wine?
He asked, hands pushing Vasa's back into his hair like he enjoyed the feel. Strands had come loose, and now hung in his face, framing his sturdy jawline. Throat dry, probably from the heat and the exercise, Vasa nodded. Reed led her from the center of the quad and through the massive groups of people, all greeting them or watching her closely, until they reached an outdoor pub. Plenty of people were strewn along chairs and tables, all wearing clothes like Vasa's and Reed's, and deep in conversation. She picked up bits and pieces of what they said, but didn't focus on much, not past how tightly Reed gripped her hand as they moved through the crowd. After Reed retrieved 2 glasses of wine, Kasana appeared, not looking particularly happy. The commander of Moray's forces wore one side of her long hair braided back, sun-kissed white skin on display down her neck and chest. Sheer powder blue pants covered her hips, split, and then met again at her knees, where they split once more before bunching at her ankles. This breezy Icurian fashion was foreign to Vasa, but admittedly it did wonders for Kasana's muscular legs. She looked nothing like a guard, though. Was that not her role this evening? Vasa enjoyed the sour pinch of the commander's lips, so she took a sip of the sweet wine and followed Reed to a table, where he sat without regard for how much space his body took up. Legs a little bit apart, arm draped casually over the wooden top, he looked like some strange mix between an irreverent god and a decorated warrior. With mischievous eyes, Reed tugged at Vasa's waist and dragged her into his lap, laughing at her rigidity and how she almost spilled her wine.
Like lovers,
he reminded her on a whisper, his lips at her ear. Vasa's breath hitched, but then she settled into his chest like she belonged there. His hand rested against her stomach as he looked beyond her, nodding at a few people who walked by and said hello in greeting. Kasana slid into the chair opposite him and looked out at the crowd, taking another long gulp of her wine. eyes falling to other couples who seemed just as closely embraced as them.
Commander,
Reed teased her.
Foreman,
She grumbled back. Reed made Vasa adjust her weight and kick up her long legs, folding them over one of his and settling her into his lap more naturally. One arm around his neck, she slid her fingers into his hair again, and like the fantastic performer he was, he leaned into her touch. How long have you known each other? Vasa asked Kasana, flicking her eyes to Reed. You two seem quite familiar. Swallowing her wine, Kasana said,
Since we were children, Melusina was practically my mother too. I heard you met her today.
Mother? Everything in Vasa's chest constricted. What? Reed froze, the glass at his lips, and then lowered it.
She didn't tell you.
Eyes steady, Vasa peered around the outdoor tables. Some people watched, and it should have made her a little afraid, but it was the amused smugness of Kasana that lit a fire in Vasa's chest. Melusina Letourneau is your mother? She demanded of Reed. His mother would know what she had done to him, would know that she had almost killed—
Yes,
he said.
I thought she would tell you. Certainly one of the witches would have said something.
Fingers gripping tightly around her glass, Vasa said, It didn't come up. How could she ever go back now? Just when she thought she'd found the one place in the universe that Reed of Moray didn't seem to have a hold on. With good reason, Melusina Letourneau should have hated Vasa. Why had she been so kind?
Don't worry, Vasilisa,
Kasana said then, flicking a strand of her hair from her shoulder and spinning sugar in her tone, a falsehood that practically swelled with distaste.
Melusina is forgiving.
Reed froze for a moment, the undertones of the comment not missing their mark. Could Melusina really forgive Vasa for what she'd done to Reed on their wedding night? For taking the chance at a true, blissful marriage from her son? Kasana clearly hadn't. But those were questions only Melusina could answer. Milking it for all it was worth, Vasa grinned and pulled Reed's hand down to rest upon her thigh. Threading their fingers, she took a much-needed sip of her wine. Good. I think I like the sodality of Sitar better than Una. It matches the temple Reed and I were married in. Blushing and shrugging her shoulder, she mocked Kasana's tone. In fact, it matches our bedroom. Kasana flinched. Is all this normal? Vasa gestured to the three of them, trudging past it like she didn't know she had upset the commander. For the foreman to just be out and about.
He does whatever he wants,
Kasana muttered.
It's normal,
Reed said, eyeing both women as if he expected a brawl.
Kasana commands my forces, but she is also the closest thing to a guard I have allowed. He should consider allowing me to assign him real protection,
Kasana said,
especially given his recent choices.
Vasa started to sit up, but Reed gripped her tighter.
I don't need protection,
he said.
You will when you are head man.
I thought he did whatever he wanted, Vasa prodded. The commander narrowed her eyes, looking Vasa up and down, much like an ornery hawk prepared to dive at the surface of the Sitara with claws outstretched. Reed looked between the two women, lips pursing, and then turning up into a satisfied grin, the sort that meant he had an idea.
Perhaps, which is why you, Vasilisa, will start combat training with Kasana tomorrow.
Vasa's stomach dropped at about the same time Kasana sat straight up.
What?
The blonde woman asked. No, Vasa objected.
I thought I did whatever I wanted,
Reed muttered, taking another sip of his wine. Kasana scoffed in frustration, and it might be the only thing she and Vasa agreed on. Turning to look at him, her fingers still in his hair, Vasa asked, "Do you really believe I cannot defend myself?" Those haunting images, her, him, knives, seemed to course between them. Reed smiled like the devil, his thumb beginning to do lazy circles along her abdomen.
"Oh, I am quite familiar with your propensity for a blade, wild one." "None of this is necessary," Kasana said. Turning to look at his commander, Reed didn't relent, his circles on Vasa only going lower, causing knots in her stomach to form. "You are one of the most skilled warriors in Ikeria, perhaps the continent. And you are my best friend. She is my wife. I don't want a guard around all the time, so train her like you would a Moraean, please." A look passed between the two of them, a deep-seated familiarity Vasa neither understood nor cared to understand. Dripping with incredulity, Kasana sighed and nodded her concession. "Reed," Vasa tried to dissuade him, though she almost croaked as his hand dipped lower, almost pulled herself from his touch. He shook his head, met her eyes, entirely uncompromising. "You can meet with Kasana before you go to the sodality, when it's still cool outside. Or you can try your luck in the heat." The boldness of this man. The audacity. She started to speak again, but he leaned forward and nipped at her ear. Vasa's fingers tightened ruthlessly in his hair. Something hardened beneath her. Vasa froze. Grinning against her skin, he whispered, "Care to try that again?"
She could slap him, could turn fully around and strangle him. But Kasana watched them with such anger and unrelenting coldness that Vasa found herself crossing her ankles and taking a restrained sip of her wine. Looking directly at the commander, not at Reed, she said, "Does the morning work for you?" She and Reed would discuss this later, in private, with the rest of her opinions, when she couldn't feel him pressed against her backside. Kasana's fingers tightened on her goblet, but she jerked a nod and looked back out at the rest of the crowd. No one said anything else of consequence, and when Reed seemed convinced the world believed their little game, he lifted her with ease back to her feet.
"Let's get home,"
he said, and as they walked, they parted the ever-watching crowd. "This is absurd," Vasa snapped from across the room. Reed only gave an amused smile, watching her pace in front of the couch while he leaned back on his headboard, hands behind his head. Infuriating was the only word Vasa could use to describe how smug he looked.
"Learn to get along and you two will be fine,"
he suggested. Learn to get along! Kasana and she were not capable of such a thing. Stopping her pacing, Vasa ducked behind the dressing screen and started dropping garments. "Is she in love with you?" He barked a laugh.
"She's married. You'll probably meet her wife tomorrow."
All right. So Vasa had read that entirely wrong, but not unfairly so. Did friends defend each other the way Kasana defended Reed? And he had called her his best friend. Was she the one who found you?
"When?"
She walked out just then, reduced to wearing his damn shirt again. "Tied to your wedding bed, alone and bleeding." The little quirk of his mouth made Vasa's fingers twitch.
"She did untie me, yes."
Why did they have to pretend to be anything of importance to each other in front of Kasana then? Vasa looked away, settling herself upon the couch and curling the blankets around her shoulders again. He didn't need to put on some show about caring for her safety. She knows this is just an arrangement. We don't have to pretend in front of her.
"Insisting you can defend yourself isn't pretending,"
Reed remarked as if it were obvious. What do you mean? Lifting from the bed, Reed sat up and put his elbows on his knees.
I won my title honorably. But there are those who don't like my position of authority. Those who would see me, and by extension you, taken out before we can win the headmanship.
I'm not defenseless.
I know that well enough.
Then why?
Because while you are smart, cunning, and wickedly resourceful, you are not a warrior. That isn't how your father trained you.
The mention of her father, of her training, awoke violence in her gut. What would you know of my training? Eyes flicking up and down her body, he said,
I know you speak 4 languages, and that men threw themselves at your father to get you in their homes and their beds. Never once did he concede, which means you were useful, and that he honed you no differently than a blade.
6. She spoke 6 languages. And the sort of versatility they'd taught her gave her a leg up on almost any dialect she encountered on this continent. Roots remained the same, even if their context and slang changed. It came as no surprise that Reed had assumptions about what purpose she'd served her family's empire, of the secrets and counsels she'd been made privy to. But she only ever translated, and she hadn't been married off because to do so would leave someone alive who might kill her brother and take the throne. Tilting her head, she said, "Are you so certain of that?"
I am,
he insisted.
though I do wonder what else he taught you. That, and what you did to no longer be useful to your brother.
Those words hit her like a blow to the stomach. Perhaps I am more useful than you think. That brought him pause.
You know what I think.
Not much beyond your lap and your blade. Smirking at her jibe and slinging his legs off the bed, he admitted,
I do often consider my lap and blade, particularly when you're around.
In a way, she'd brought that one upon herself. Rolling her eyes, she sank back further into the couch, especially when he started to prowl across the room toward her.
I have 2 theories. The first is that you know far less than you let on.
He gestured up and down at her.
That this act you have is nothing but a defense.
Cocking her head, she let out one breathy laugh. You think baiting me will get me to reveal my secrets to you?
People with the universe in their hands don't hide so much.
People with the universe in their hands never show their palms. Reed sank to his knees directly in front of her, and Vass's breath caught.
Or second,
his hands curled into the blankets at her waist.
You know far more than you let me see. Perhaps your brother doesn't stand a chance with you at my side. Maybe you are more dangerous than him.
Vassa didn't dare say a word. She stared down at his hands, then back at his eyes, which assessed her through long lashes. Her heart started to pound. Where did he believe this was going? Leaning closer, never breaking their stare, Reed said,
And maybe it is you who will be cold tonight.
He hauled the blankets off her, and she spun, tumbling off the couch and onto the ground with a wicked hiss. By the time the entire exchange registered and she whipped her head up, an Asterian curse on her tongue, he was slipping back onto the bed and smoothing the blanket out. He didn't care about her safety at all. She was a toy, a source of leverage, an investment he felt obligated to protect. You're an ass, she snapped.
You are welcome in this bed any time, Vasilisa.
Never.
Never say never. The days here may be warm, but as you know, nights can be brutal.
She pushed herself off the floor with a faltering smile. My father taught me to speak those languages because he intended to sell me to the highest bidder, and he didn't know who would arrive with the coin. Which is why it astounds me that somehow I ended up under your roof.
He taught you Icurian, didn't he?
Reed leaned a little forward, holding the blanket between his hands.
He must have known I would be in the running.
What an arrogant, foolish man. Considering I'm only temporarily in your home, and certainly not in your bed, I'd say you weren't in the running at all.
You're sleeping half naked on my couch, so I'd argue I'm still in the game.
What a feat, to only ever get a woman half undressed.
Come over here and I'll rectify the situation.
He purred. Scoffing and pushing open the door to the veranda, she said, I'd rather be eaten by wolves. In the most audacious of tones she'd ever heard in her life, Reed blew out the candle next to the bed with a single sentence.
Call me a wolf whenever you'd like, wild one.
Oh, those words lit a fire in her. She spun and bared her teeth. You are the most arrogant, pompous,
and you are the most insincere woman I've ever laid eyes on.
It was like he'd thrown a brick with that sentence. But Vasa only shrugged. Like you said, it's all an act.
Let me be clear. If Dominic wants something from my home, it would be in your best interest to share it. Right now. I walked into this prepared to defend you just as I would a consort I loved. But I would rather alienate the Asterians and lose this election than allow you to risk the safety of my home.
Dominic wants me dead and you are just collateral. Cocking her head, she murmured, I thought I wasn't a good liar. Springing from the bed, he crossed the room in a few steps and backed her into the wall. He didn't touch her. A choice. But his face was only a hairbreadth away.
What happened? Did we get too close? Did you almost enjoy yourself, and now you want to pick a fight?
Silence. Angry breath pushed from her nose, but she kept her lips sealed.
This is my line, Vasilisa. Do not threaten my country.
At any moment, her brother would walk into this pretty city and burn it to the ground. He might already be on his way. But she couldn't say that. Not if it meant Reed would send her away before she learned to control her magic. Or worse, make a move for the Asterian throne. If he knew what their marriage really meant, he would never let her leave. She met his shadowed stare through the darkness. The open windows the only source of light in the room as she lifted her body from the wall, stepping instead into his space. She was not afraid of him, and she never would be. It isn't a threat. It's the truth. You don't want an alliance with my brother. And she didn't want Dominic any closer to them than he already was.
Why?
Because he is nothing but a viper. One who disguises himself as an ally and turns on you when you're at your most vulnerable.
And are you just like him?
Vasa couldn't say why, but the words struck her in the chest. They tore at all the scars she possessed, both on her skin and beneath it. The magic in her stomach yanked itself upright, coiled like the snake she accused her brother of being, ready to strike. Of course she was just like him. Her father had trained her to be. He'd made her in his image, and this magic was only proof of that. The most insincere woman he'd ever laid eyes on. Arching her back and pressing her lips to his ear as he'd done to her earlier, she whispered, Yes. You don't want to be involved with me either. And then shoved him off her. He stumbled backward and gaped at her, hatred threading like gold in his eyes. She scoffed. If you think for 1 second that a trade agreement with Asteria is beneficial, you are a fool. if you let my brother close to this city. He will make you regret it." Without another word, she grabbed her cloak and headed outside to sleep on an outdoor settee. Let the wolves come and find her. Let them tear her limb from limb. At least out here it was quiet, and she was finally alone. Chapter 8. 2 miles. Every day, for 2 weeks, Kasana forced her to run 2 miles on the perimeter of the Satara, and Vasa wanted to hurl. She had been active her whole life, had been taught by a blades master, had sparred with him, even bested him sometimes in close fighting. She'd taken bruises, withstood soreness, and could normally run 2 miles without much issue. In the cold. Here, with the morning sun causing every inch of her to sweat, Vasa came to terms with the fact that she was outmatched. That perhaps Reed had been correct in asserting she learned to use her body in this temperature and humidity. The only thing worse than admitting she was wrong was having to spend the morning with Kasana, who barely spoke a word to her. And when she did deign to speak, Kasana's distrust and resentment dripped into each of her words. After their 2 miles were up, they would stop near a group of Kasana's core, and even though all of those warriors would be granted the opportunity to spar, Vasa would be haughtily dismissed. Vasa knew it was a dig, knew her body was strong enough to endure more than a run, that she could probably keep up with at least some of the maneuvers and sparring these warriors engaged in. But why prove anything? If they wanted to see her as a spoiled, helpless heiress, that was their mistake to make. So she would smile sweetly at Kasana and trot off to the villa and not exchange a word with Reed. The only time the two of them spoke was when they were around others, which was often. Salt lords, merchants, and advocates from their workers' guild. In front of them, she was the devoted wife and potential high consort. She'd do whatever it took to keep returning to the sodality day after day. The second day she'd arrived, Amelie had said when they were alone, "You look terrified. He must have told you who Melusina is. She doesn't hate me? You didn't kill him. That must count for something." It seemed Amelie was privy to the entire story, so she was one of the only people Vasa didn't have to lie to. The young witch taught her to summon tendrils of the void and wrap them around things. Melusina taught her how to dismiss the magic when it became unruly. Even Suma had joined their lessons. She'd swiftly learned the name of the 2 rebellious women who'd stolen Amelie's daybed, Mariana and Romana. Not sisters, but they should have been. Each witch was different in how they used the raw magic granted to them by Viraji. But they could all generally do the same things. They all summoned tendrils of the power, could form entire shapes and walls made of glittering black. Vasa had watched in wonder as Suma created a ring of magic around her, never smothering her own senses, but casting a barrier that only a fool would cross. Something about their shared looks made Vasa wonder what they weren't revealing to her. But the limits, the dangers of the magic, were clear. Within that void, someone could easily lose their life. They could not manipulate anything outside of the magic, which, apparently, could be done by the witches of Imros in Saguth, who could manipulate metal the same way the witches of Una had manipulated light. It explained why their weapons were so precise, their boats so well crafted. The witches of Zuhar and Iru could move the tides, and there were healers in Roltho. The more they taught her about the covens, the more she understood why magic was kept in the shadows. Before Ikeria's unification, wars between the 6 territories had decimated the magical population. Supposedly, even long before that, it was not the territories that had defined Ikeria. It was the bloodlines that wielded magic. Ancient, cruel families ruled various estates along the coastline of the Satara. They had wiped each other from the face of the continent in their quest to own more land. It was a wicked, disastrous time, and now magic felt too precarious to share. Even separate covens did not typically work together or allow access to their histories. It was a scale that balanced on a razor blade. On one hand, it prevented the witches from consolidating their power, and on the other, it prevented them from fully understanding it. I would like to someday unite them, the way the territories were united for the greater good, Amelie told her. Vasa had never seen such a clear dream in the eyes of another, a worthwhile ambition. But almost all of the witches across the continent were in their 6th or 7th decade, sometimes far later when they gained their magic. Suma believed it was the gods and goddesses punishing them. Melusina said it was an ambiguity even she could not understand. Magic only lived in one generation at a time. Young witches, while powerful, were a tragedy. One morning, when Vasa went to sit down at her usual table and observe some of them quietly, Melusina put her hand up. Don't. We have something to do. What are we doing? Getting you a notebook. A notebook? Melusina walked to the door and gestured for Vasa to follow. Amelie grinned like she knew something Vasa didn't. Melusina plunged down the stairs Vasa had just walked up, and even though she wanted to curse Melusina for forcing her to use her sore muscles, they felt more flexible after the effort. On the main floor of the Sodality of Sitar, they walked down a string of hallways and through the center courtyard. Acolytes in purple robes swished around them to their morning classes, and the routine was familiar, just as she had done in Dara. For a moment, she missed the small purpose she felt in a routine schedule such as that. To learn for learning's sake was a privilege. Melusina led her into a large room filled with parchments. Papers and notebooks and books lined every shelf. Pick one you like, Melusina said, but do not open them. You must choose from the cover alone. The cover alone? Vasa crept forward and plucked a random notebook from the shelf, a gray cover with a sturdy spine, and what appeared to be plenty of paper within. Turning to Melusina once again, she was met with a scowl. What? Vasa asked. Pick one you love, the woman said. For if you don't love it, it will mean nothing to you. And it must mean something to you. Do notebooks have to mean something to us? They do. Otherwise, we will not use them. I will be back in an hour. Vasa gaped. An hour? Who would need so much time? But Melusina grinned, just like Amelie had, and disappeared behind the door. As she glanced around, she wondered if these women even used the notebooks they loved. There were hundreds. But she did exactly as Melusina instructed. She did not open them. Some were plain, with only color to adorn, and others were so gilded Vasa wanted to scrunch her nose. None particularly spoke to her, though, so she just kept moving down the shelf. When Melusina returned exactly an hour later, she crossed her arms and laughed. Vasa sat on the floor in the center of the room with a disorganized spread of notebooks, her nose pressed against the cover of one, while another sat heavy in her hand. I tasked you to find one, Melusina said. Well, I found 12, and I would like to take them all, Vasa declared. Laughter flooded the room, and Vasa curled her legs to her chest, her back against one of the stacks as Melusina slid into the spot next to her. One. Only pick one. One. She pouted as she looked at her options, and then met the amber of Melusina's eyes. With that particular hue, she really should have known Reed and Melusina were related. How do I pick? Shrugging, Melusina said, Follow your intuition. Vasa didn't know much about her intuition anymore. Her whole life she'd depended on it to guide her. It had been the driving force behind the negotiations she translated, the tabletop battlefields that happened behind closed doors in her father's fortress. While his military men had might, and many of them could outmaneuver forces and weapons. She had known how to get in people's heads, how to communicate with them and win their trust. She'd done so by listening to that voice in her mind that told her what people wanted and how to give it to them. Everything she had done, all she had borne witness to, was so she could remain in her father's good graces, to ensure that she never ended up exactly where she was now, married, out of control, a threat to her brother. If she proved herself more useful at his side than as a bargaining chip, she thought Dominic would never have to hunt her down. "I can't," she admitted. "And why is that?" Magic seemed to rattle in her bones. Instead of answering, she looked down at her feet. But Melusina did not waver. She didn't answer for her and did not move on. She sat silently and waited. Vasa realized she expected an answer, and she wasn't likely to let her off without one. "I can't tell the difference between the magic and my intuition," she whispered. Melusina shifted her weight. "That is because there is no difference. The magic is your intuition, and you will never learn to wield it if you do not learn to listen to it." Those words settled somewhere in Vasa, twisted with the power in her veins, lifted something in her chest. "Now, look and listen." Peering down at the books, Vasa took a deep breath. As she gazed upon the spectrum of colors, she pressed down into herself, down to where the magic reigned. Like an entity all on its own, she could feel its misty presence coating her insides. As if she could touch it, smell it. It roared to life, and Vasa retracted from herself, doing what she always did, focusing on something outside of her to take the attention away. Melusina tisked. "You must face this discomfort someday. Why not today?" Her first instinct was to take a notebook and throw it across the room. Her second was to run without a look back. But she gazed at the notebooks once more, and some little voice inside of her told her to do something tremendously stupid. Try. So she did. Nothing else had worked thus far. She felt it again in her gut, the way the magic roared to life and slithered in her veins, writhing and dark and furious. She wanted to smother it. It looked and felt like hatred, like the pounding pulse of horror. Tears pricked at her eyes, and she shook her head, using the back of her hand to wipe away a stray tear. "Good," Melusina said. "Perhaps it's time you feel whatever that emotion is." Was that what Vasa had been doing? Hiding from her emotions and calling it survival? Melusina was right, though. Someday she would have to face it, and she would rather do so surrounded by parchment than people. So she reached for it. She tried to listen. Her fingers brushed the books, and she felt the texture of each one. Rough, soft, some like suede, some like gravel. Eyes running over the menagerie of colors, she almost stopped on an orange one, but her hand kept going. Her touch landed upon a smooth leather cover that seemed to spark the magic. Beneath her hand was a pitch-black notebook with purple-leafed etchings along the borders and whorls and curved lines and swirls carved down the sturdy spine. She'd plucked it off the furthest shelf about 3 rows down. It was nothing particularly special, except that it was. When she held it in her hands, she could feel the brightness of it. At first, she couldn't hear it, but the longer she sat with the slithering tangles in her gut, the more she heard the soft hum of the snake, like it whispered its approval. "This one," Vasa asserted. Melusina grinned. "Open it." Flipping the cover, she found 2 words written at the bottom of the first page in unfamiliar handwriting. It was her name. Vasa squeezed the notebook between her fingers. Melusina must have placed the notebook on the shelf, and of the hundreds in this room, Vasa had somehow managed to find it.
Weapons that are misunderstood cannot be used,
Melusina said.
So that is where we will begin. This is hard work, listening to our intuition and not allowing our mind to make a mess of our heart.
Did you know I would pick this one?
No,
Melusina admitted. She stood up with effortless grace and extended Vasa a hand.
But now that you have it, it's time to use it.
She didn't know if that was a justification in Melusina's eyes, or simply an explanation. It was the first time in 2 weeks that she didn't feel like laying waste to every person in a room. The first time her chest let go, and her throat opened for a full breath. Honesty could be had in this room, and she reveled in it. That day, she stayed long past nightfall. To master Viraji magic often meant sitting uncomfortably, either with the entire coven or just with Melusina. Often it was Amelie who sat beside her, quiet and entangled in her own work, but always there. She had grown slowly used to the woman's presence, had even begun to take comfort in it. But in the wake of that comfort, worry haunted her. Images of Dominic destroying the sodality were sometimes so overwhelming, Vasa could hardly breathe. She didn't particularly like the introspective exercises, especially when it forced her to reflect upon the choices she'd made that night with Reed. Her veiled threats, and how she let the worst parts of herself escalate a situation perhaps beyond mending. How when she felt hurt, she struck. It was the first time she acknowledged how ashamed she was. That feeling particularly weighed on her as she ran her 2 miles down the shoreline of the Satara, and once again Kasana refused to speak to her. The blonde warrior had not dared allow more than 1 sentence a day to pass between them. Not that Vasa truly minded, or didn't find her coldness justified. When this was over, she would steal away to the veranda and spend the little time she had to herself reading a book written in Zatarian. If she didn't use the language, she would lose it. Around the bend of the shoreline, they came upon the same circle of warriors who always trained together at this time. Fluid movements and graceful leaps caught Vasa's eye, and she pictured them as mountain cats. As a child, she'd been warned to avoid the stealthy creature that slunk through the mountains and into the gardens when night fell upon mechas. The only time Vasa ever got close enough to one to feel the softness of its thick, snow-colored fur was when a mountain cat broke into their coop and demolished a group of chickens. One of the guards sent an arrow directly through its head, and her father had made a pelt from the furs. He'd forced her and Dominic to watch as he skinned the extraordinarily thin creature.
This is the natural way of things,
he said.
The strong outlive the weak.
The warriors in front of her did not use arrows, but their knives were sharp enough to cut. Plenty of them threw their blades with greater precision than a bow. Kasana made off to go spar with the circle and shouted over her shoulder,
"Go run another 2!
"Teach me something that matters," Vasa shot back, the image of the lifeless mountain cat haunting her and chasing away her common sense. "I think I've mastered run." Members of their group went rigid, and some averted their eyes entirely. One, a raven-haired warrior who'd just forced someone into surrender, stifled a chuckle when she stood up from the ground and wiped the dirt off her clothing. Kasana narrowed her eyes.
"We're next,"
the commander announced to the group. Her blue eyes dragged over Vasa, and the murderous curl of her mouth set off warning bells. The circle of warriors backed up a few inches to make room, and Kasana prowled into the center as if the entire thing was a show. Vasa assumed it was, One where she would lose and look as weak as Kasana had made her out to be. Still, the only thing worse than getting her ass kicked would be to refuse the offer. So Vasa stepped forward on tentative, tired feet and took a long, deep breath. The raven-haired woman gave a low warning to Kasana, but the commander waved her off. So the warrior handed Vasa a blade, and then began to strap one to her bare forearm. Vasa furrowed her brow at it, having never utilized a sheath this way. Kasana silently slung a similar sheath around her own forearm and tightened the leather straps. The smallest of blades gleamed in the morning sun as the warrior rolled her shoulders and picked up her second knife. First, to force the other into surrender wins. Signal by tapping twice, the raven-haired woman told her. When Vasa met the woman's hooded brown eyes, they appeared wary, as though she was concerned about what was going to happen, but had no intention of saying a word. Vasa stepped forward, the unfamiliar pommel of the short knife pressed in her palm, the straps on her forearm itching a little. Kasana crouched into a fighter's stance, and without so much as a warning, pounced. Vasa spun to dodge the attack, barely passing the commander. Kasana was quicker than the other two Vasa had watched, moved with more agility and intention than anyone Vasa had known, and the thought kick-started her body into action. Heart pounding, Vasa avoided most of Kasana's advances, but could never once get the lead on her. Dust flew around them, and it bit at Vasa's eyes. Her muscles strained as she rolled over her own head and sprang to her feet, sliding into a crouch and then dodging again. "I knew he underestimated you," Kasana spat as they circled. "He learned that lesson first, though," Vasa said, with far more audacity than she truly possessed. That murderous glint in Kasana's eyes returned. Would Kasana really hurt her? It'd be one way to get rid of her. Vasa knew she had something to atone for with this woman. Knew that when Kasana had found Reed, it sealed their fate. The anger and resentment flooded the warrior's eyes, and the next time Kasana pounced, Vasa didn't escape so quickly. Kasana's knee dug into Vasa's stomach, and she grunted. She didn't have the skill or the energy left to do much against the mighty woman. Though she had always been able to at least hold her own, Kasana outmatched her in all the ways that mattered. It hit her, then, what she lacked. Endurance. Kasana would survive her any day. This is the natural way of things. The strong outlive the weak. Vicious pride roared to life, and Vasa threw herself at the warrior. Flying through the air, Vasa slammed into the ground with a harsh bite of her lip, and Kasana dragged her blade in a short burst along Vasa's upper chest. Vasa didn't even see Kasana's movements. Her stomach coiled, and the magic burst to life in her gut. Vasa tensed and spun, maneuvering her legs into a tangle with Kasana's enough to gain leverage. The two women scratched at each other as they tumbled. Kasana pressed her knife down the inside of Vasa's arm, and panic seared at the feel of her skin splitting. "Surrender," Kasana commanded. Vasa's response was to spin them and drag her own blade down Kasana's thigh. The warrior hissed with her anger and slammed the pommel of her blade into Vasa's cheek, hard. Color burst behind Vasa's eyes, and she cried out, losing any leverage she had. Kasana swung herself up and on top of Vasa, knife moving, and Vasa caught the woman's wrist. With a twist, she forced her to release the blade, and it fell to the ground near them. Confidence bloomed in Vasa, and Kasana twisted her other arm in a swift, admittedly graceful motion, and before Vasa could understand what happened, the tiny blade it contained was suddenly at Vasa's jugular. Vasa slammed the ground twice in defeat. But Kasana pressed her blade harder and spat, "This is for his wedding night," before slicing a shallow nick beneath Vasa's chin. Pain spiked down her throat, and Vasa choked on her own fear, the unintentional, visceral response to a knife so close to her lifeline. Just then, the commander was torn from her place by the raven-haired warrior, curses flying through the air. "She conceded!" the woman yelled when Kasana fought back. The nasty threat of losing control stung against Vasa's fingertips, and she could no longer focus on Kasana. Slipping. The magic was slipping. All she knew was the power, the way it reared inside of her and threatened to explode. Darkness flooded down her arms and fingertips, the snake suddenly growing in size and pushing against her lungs. It took every ounce of strength Vasa had to bite it back, to keep it contained within herself. It crawled into her throat, and she didn't know what it would do, didn't know if she could control it. "Whatever wound you inflict upon him, I will give you one to match," Kasana bellowed, as two more of her cores slung arms around their commander. Vasa's breath came in pants, slipping through parted lips as tears stung her eyes. "Fight back, fight back, fight back." She only nodded. Kasana spat into the dirt next to Vasa and dropped the blade, wiping off the dust from her leggings and shirt. She threatened something unintelligible at the warriors who tried to approach her. Vasa rolled to keep her hands hidden. The people around her probably thought she was weak, probably thought her a sniveling coward. But Vasa forced breaths the way Melusina had taught her. She willed the magic down her wrists and to swirl in patterns around her fingertips, to listen instead of detonating. Then she willed it to snap back inside of her, and the threat extinguished. Vasa choked out a sob. Someone tried to touch her, to help her, and she cursed at them in Asterian. Perhaps it was the first moment they realized she hadn't been speaking her native language since she arrived, that she knew theirs well enough to understand each word they said, to edit her own output. Every single day. The blood from her neck, chest, and arm trickled in slow streams. Not enough to do any real damage. Even her cheek hadn't shattered, which Vasa assumed was a calculated angle by the commander. If Kasana had wanted to, she could have made it far worse. And if Vasa sat curled in this dirt any longer, the cut might get infected. She hauled herself up from the ground, limbs shaking, and watched as the raven-haired warrior forced Kasana to walk away. She tore the leather sheath off her wrist and threw it in the dirt. Vasa, in all her pride and anger, lifted her bleeding chin and met the eyes of each person in the circle. Silently, she turned on her heel and limped back to the villa. Reed had already left for the day, and Vasa thanked each of Icuria's gods for the reprieve as she slid to the floor of the shower and burned. She let the wave of magic shake the stone floor and turn the water black. Melusina Letourneau sprang to her feet at the sight of Vasa walking in the door. Black robes swishing, she sprinted across the mosaic floor. "Dear girl, what has happened to you?" Vasa's face was swollen, and had already begun to shadow over with the impending bruise of Kasana's bone pommel against her cheekbone. Her lip was split. The 3 wounds she'd sustained stopped bleeding in the shower, and in a few days they would scab over. There were no broken bones, no fractures, not even a sprain. All of this would disappear. "Nothing," Vasa said, voice low as she slid past Melusina and took a seat at the table closest to the bookshelf. Amelie stood slowly, flanked by Suma, Mariana, and Romana. Of course, they were all here this morning. She'd considered not coming at all, but each day she wasted was another she'd have to spend married to Reed of Moray. Melusina didn't move. Standing at least 20 feet from Vasa, she slowly turned. "Does he know this happened?" "Your son?" Vasa asked, pointedly raising her eyes but being careful not to lift her chin and aggravate the wound. "Yes, my son," Melusina snapped as she closed their distance and began to inspect Vasa's bruised face. At that moment, all 5 women bent over her like pigeons over breadcrumbs. Vasa shooed them away with a few waves of her hands, forcing the women to give her space. Too close. They were too close. Eyes bulging at the cut beneath Vasa's chin, Amelie's voice dropped. "Who did this to you?" "I almost killed them," Vasa said instead of answering the question. She looked at her hands, which showed no trace of mist any longer. "I almost lost control of this magic and obliterated an entire circle of people." Melusina's lips tightened, and not a soul in the room spoke.
Is it always going to be like that?
Vassa asked flatly. Apparently, Melusina had seen enough of Vassa's wounds, because she rose to her full height.
No.
All it does is build. All day it builds.
I know.
Vassa's hand slammed against the table. How do I get rid of it? Pity covered each of their faces, so raw and full of familiarity that it made Vassa's stomach churn.
You do not,
Melusina said. I want you to cut it from me! Vassa stood with her anger and urgency, her hands wrapping to her stomach, where she pictured the coiled serpent. Over the manipulative, evil, easy-to-anger void that would strangle her insides and anyone who came too close. Nails digging into her stomach, she wished she could reach inside and smother the force, strangle it, eviscerate it with a blade. No part of her felt like her own. Her body had been stolen by this thing she had never asked for. Just like her future, her safety. All because of things she had never asked for. Tears stung her eyes, her voice cracking. I don't want this. She didn't know if she was only talking about the magic now. It could be the chokehold of her brother, of a life fated to the whims of a throne that she neither wanted nor loved, a marriage no one had asked her consent or desire for. Romana stepped forward, but Vassa launched back and almost slammed into the bookshelf. Once again, she couldn't maintain control, couldn't calm the slithering force and push it down. Icy fear pulsed at the idea of what this magic would do. Don't. She tried to push past the anger and fear in her chest, but the snake would not rest. It hissed and consumed her, crawling up her throat and biting her tongue. She wouldn't let it out again. She would rather it kill her than touch any of them. Maybe she was better off dead anyway. As if it heard her and wanted to grant such a wish, the magic strangled Vassa's airway, and she gasped, hands on her throat and eyes bulging. She couldn't breathe. Couldn't breathe.
It is water,
Melusina said as she stepped forward, mist bleeding from her hands and swirling up her arms.
Whatever form the magic takes right now, picture it as water. It is trickling and flowing, slipping back down to its home.
I can't, Vassa said, choking, hot tears welling in her eyes. You can, Mariana insisted, stepping forward too. The rest of the coven flanked her, as if they trusted her, as if they believed in her.
Try,
Melusina demanded.
Please try.
As if they wanted her to live. Water. Vassa thought of rivers and seas pushed back against the snake that wanted to harm, wanted to bite and coil and suffocate, that wanted violence so tremendously it was willing to take her when there were no other options. Water. Vassa thought of the Satara, of its glittering turquoise depths, and the color it looked under moonlight, how the waves lapped at sand and churned beneath the sun. Water. The serpent in her throat, cooled and melted, liquid on a hot day, and she felt the icy movement of it down her chest, like a full glass into an empty stomach. Just as the Satara did at night, it swayed with her emotions. It lapped at her insides. Vassa gasped for air, and tears burst from her eyes. She fell to her knees and whimpered as the cut along her arm split open. They could all see her on the ground, breaking. It was too much to peel back each of these layers in front of any other soul. Like a child, she crawled beneath the table so she could hide, knees pressing to her chest as the world closed in on her. Sobs burst from the back of her throat. Humiliation tore at her insides. Melusina was there in the pool of her robes, climbing under the table. Vasa tried to pull back, but Melusina softly begged her not to. Just cry. Let it out. Suddenly, all 5 witches were on their knees and crawling beneath the table, too. The sight of grace and understanding on their faces forced a miserable wail from the back of Vasa's throat. She hid her head in her knees. But she did as Melusina asked, and she wept. She wept until her eyes burned and she couldn't breathe through her nose. She wept for what her life should have been, for what her marriage should have been. She wept for the children she would never be safe to have, the home she could never grow old in, the family she could never return to. Somewhere in the haze, Romana began to speak. When my mother died, all I saw was flames, and they burned me from the inside out. I hated that part of me, the one that lit everything on fire. Even the things I loved, even the things I wanted, especially those. But look, she held out her hand, and upon the mosaic floor, her mist started to take shape. It folded in on itself and grew until there was an ever so small bear, edges trembling as it took a few steps, and then disappeared. Vasa's breath caught. Suma scooted closer, but she didn't try to touch Vasa. It came to me as nothing but long, sharp cramps. Now it is a hawk. Mine began as a cat, Amelie whispered. That wouldn't retract its claws. But now it is a fox. Mine was a bull, big and horned and angry, Mariana said. But now it is a tiger that prowls. What do you see? Melusina prodded. How could she ever say it out loud? To cut open her chest and put her shame on display was the one thing she was incapable of. These figures they spoke of, they were beautiful and strong. Hers was conniving and cruel. But then Amelie whispered, Just because this is all you have ever known, it does not mean it is all you will ever be. Shaking, Vasa lifted her eyes, met the familiarity of Melusina's gaze, the calm severity of her sharp features. Then to Romana, to the wisdom carved in the brown of her irises. To Mariana, whose power didn't topple others over. Suma, with her few words that often meant more than everyone else's. And finally to Amelie, who wore her strength quietly, cloaked in grace and compassion. They had each mastered what they first saw in themselves. And when she gazed upon them, all she found was how they could choose who they wanted to be. She wanted that. To choose. It is a snake, Vasa confessed through her tears. I see a snake. She was no chameleon. She had become exactly what her father had, and it served as no surprise that what she saw in herself was exactly what others had seen in him. That is what people called my father, she whispered. The Serpent of Asteria. And I do not believe my brother is the only one who inherited his cruelty. Suma shook her head. You can inherit someone's eyes, or their hair, or their nose, but you cannot inherit their faults. You learn them, which means you can unlearn them too. Melusina placed a hand upon her shoulder, and Vasa latched on to the warmth, leaned into it. You call it anger, you call it fear, but it is none of those things. What lies inside of you is pain, the kind that burns worlds to the ground. Pain. It speared through her, and she choked again, the anger peeling back in bloody red to show the deepest feeling of blue. The inescapable coldness racked her like she'd been buried in ice. The magic in Vasa's stomach hissed, once again a snake. But this time quietly, like it wanted to be heard, like it was begging her to listen. And when she did, she could hear what her own self was trying to say. They'd told her from the day Dominic was born that she was second, that her life was worth less than his, that the only way she could survive was if she behaved, if she was useful. And in the end, no one had protected her from him. The anger and fear fell away. And Melusina was right. All Vasa had left was the pain. But she didn't know how to get rid of it, how to conquer the emptiness and the anger. Exhaustion weighed down upon her shoulders, bending them with its force. "It's not going away," she repeated. Melusina leaned back on her knees, but this time she did not add any further truths or explanations. Silence threaded the air of the sodality of Sitar, and in it, tears began to stream softly down Vasa's cheeks. Beneath this table was the safest she had felt in months. "Teach me," she whispered, as she swatted the liquid falling from her eyes, forcing herself to take a deep breath. "Please, will you teach me?" And for the first time, it wasn't because it was the only way to escape. It was because it was the only way to have the choice. Amelie smiled like the sun, and Mariana laughed like it was a foolish question. Voice like a wind chime, Amelie said, "You are not alone, and you never will be again." At those words, Mariana started to stand, and a small thud reverberated under the table. "Ow!" she said, rubbing her head. Romana roared with laughter, and then Mariana did too. Amelie giggled, and Vasa couldn't fight the grin that grew upon her own lips. Careful to avoid the table, Melusina got to her feet, dusting off her robes and extending Vasa a hand. It all felt like too much, their affection. She'd done nothing to earn it. But she took Melusina's outstretched hand anyway. "Today, you will learn about grounding, about where in the world you can plant your feet firmly and come back to yourself, no matter how out of control you feel." Chapter 9. When Vasa arrived back at the villa alone, she crawled into the bed and immediately fell asleep, despite the sunlight that filtered through the windows. She didn't know the last time she'd slept in the middle of the day. Curled on her side, she wasn't drawn from her slumber until the door creaked open. Reed's heavy footsteps padded across the floor. Their harsh words and silent warnings pulsed between her eyes in a headache. Vasa rolled and watched as Reed shuffled through his dresser, his accent floating between them when he said, "Oh, now you want the bed." She turned and let her hair slide over her face before he could see her, hoping he would just think her asleep and leave. He didn't. Instead, she heard his purposefully quieter footsteps on the wooden floor as he approached the bed, fingers carefully adjusting the blankets so she would be warm. She kept her eyes closed. He paused then, gingerly sweeping a piece of her hair back from her face, and she could feel his eyes inspecting her. "Vasa." He touched her shoulder to wake her, urgency riding his tone. "Wake up." She knew he'd seen the bruises. "Wake up," he said again, shaking her shoulder. It made her wince. Silence. Then, low and dark, Reed demanded, "What happened?" Vasa pulled the blanket higher and hid her bruised face, wincing at the cut beneath her jaw. The ones along her arm and chest didn't hurt nearly as bad as that one. "Training accident. It'll clear up in a few days."
That is no accident.
It was. Suddenly his hand was on her shoulder and he tugged the blankets back. Vasa cried out at the stretch of skin as he stumbled, eyes going wide at the bandages on her chest and arm that Romana had carefully placed.
What the fuck happened?
Leave it alone, Reed, she snapped at him, pulling the blankets back. Luckily, the bandages covered up most of the damage. They left the cut under her jaw exposed, knowing a bandage would only prevent her from moving. But if Reed saw that wound, the twin to the one she'd given him, he'd know damn well who had cut her.
Like hell.
Suddenly he was looming above her, both knees dipping into the bed as he invaded her space.
Sit up.
Stop.
Sit up.
Sighing in frustration, Vasa sucked down air before lifting on the exhale. Her first instinct told her to tuck her chin, to keep that wound to herself for as long as she could manage it. The others, she had been complicit in. All of them she deserved. His eyes went wide, dipping to her split lip and the black and blue along her cheekbone. Reed scooted closer, his massive body shadowing out all the early evening sun. Amber and salt wafted under her nose, and Vasa tucked her chin a little more, letting her hair fall in her face. I can handle myself.
I'm well aware of that,
Reed said as he continued to inspect her. His eyes locked on the bandage wrapped around her arm, and then trailed past her shoulder to the space below her collarbone. Tentative hands reached forward, and Vasa winced as he peeled back the gauze on her chest and exposed the smooth red slice. His hand froze.
Tell me who did this to you.
He knew this wasn't an accident. She'd been fooling herself to think she could convince him otherwise. The slices were every bit as intentional as the wound on her cheek. But that didn't mean she hadn't earned them. Mistakes happen during training, she said, shooing his hands away as she scooted back. Just leave it alone, it'll heal.
Look at me.
She didn't.
Look at me.
She raised her eyes, and Reed scanned her face. He was too close for it ever to be acceptable, but something about the intensity of his gaze made her keep that thought to herself. And then, his gaze dropped a little. He extended a hand forward and brushed back the hair at her neck, his fingers light on her jawline as he tried to get a better look at the bruising on her cheek. But then his eyes flicked down. He gritted his teeth. He'd seen the cut beneath her jaw. Reed. Shooting up from the bed, he burst through the door. Reed! Vasa yelled as she winced and forced herself up. Where are you going?
Kasana!
Reed bellowed out for his commander as he slammed down the breezeway. Everything in Vasa's stomach dropped. For Kasana's safety, she hoped the commander had chosen to be somewhere else this afternoon. Vasa tugged on boots and followed him through the breezeway into the main part of the house, cursing under her breath at the effort. Had she not done enough today? Every muscle ached, the cuts throbbing right along with her swollen cheek. Reed barreled into the back gardens, and Vasa called for him, her voice coming out more like a choke when she launched herself onto the stone pathway leading to the Satara. He turned, anger and panic swirling on his face, and watched as she struggled to catch up. Don't! Vasa exclaimed. You'll only make it worse.
How could it be worse than this?
I could have killed them. We were in one of those training rings, and I almost lost control of the match.
This happened in a trial combat?
Vasa paused. Yes.
Did you concede?
Breath caught in her throat. No. I pushed her.
You're lying.
I'm not. Stalking forward and meeting her gaze, Reed firmly stated.
If you had killed a single soul, the blood would have been on her hands.
Reed. He spotted Kasana at the same time Vasa did, down next to the lake with a group of her corps. He didn't even bother to use a regular path. Less like a mountain cat and more like an angry bear, he leapt over the wall and trudged through the yellow grass, smashing wildflowers under his feet. Vasa cursed and darted down the pathway he created. Dry grass rubbed at her leggings and foxtails stuck to the fabric, but the downhill momentum propelled her forward so her thigh muscles didn't have to. Her calves, however, screamed, almost as loud as the indiscernible raised voices that echoed below. At the bottom of the hill, Vasa stumbled onto the sand and adrenaline spiked as she watched Reed pounce on and drag Kasana to the ground. The two tumbled, and when Vasa finally arrived, Kasana yelped, pinned beneath Reed, and effectively trapped. It had taken Reed mere moments. Vasa had never heard such a sound come out of Kasana.
You were explicitly instructed not to put her in a fucking combat ring,
Reed snarled as he pushed Kasana into the sand. What? As Vasa looked around, the 6 or 7 members of Reed's corps avoided her gaze. Vasa had been beneath Kasana's grip, so she knew the strength of that woman. If Reed held her so effortlessly, then the world's frightened assessment of him held truth.
I know,
Kasana admitted, dragging Vasa's attention back to her and Reed.
Did she concede?
Kasana sucked down air and looked for a moment at Vasa, who barely caught her breath.
Yes.
Kasana squarely faced Reed.
I dealt one wound after. Which one? The one on her neck.
Reed dug her into the sand harder.
Tell me why I shouldn't do to you exactly what you did to her.
Reed, stop! Vasa tried.
You should,
Kasana said. Vasa snapped her lips shut and held her breath. He wouldn't do that, would he? She was nothing in comparison to Kasana. A small scratch mark in his life compared to the commander's presence. Reed turned over his shoulder to peer at her, and Vasa pleaded silently. His eyes locked on her black and blue cheek, the split of her lip, then dragged to the cut at her jaw. Don't, Vasa begged. But it was too late. Grabbing one of the 3 blades at his hip, he cut beneath Kasana's jawline in one shallow 2-inch drag. The commander did not utter a single sound.
Stand,
Reed commanded as he released Kasana and straightened his back. No one around them said a word. None of them moved to intervene. In the corner of the group was the raven-haired warrior, who gazed upon the scene as if this was exactly what she expected. Most mirrored her expression. Vasa didn't know what to feel. To be angry at either of them, or if she had a right to feel anything at all. Kasana did as she was instructed, coming to her full height and forcing her eyes up to meet Reed's. Trickles of blood ran down her neck. The two held their stares, and Reed said,
What is the punishment for a member of your corps who disrespects our trial combat rules?
Kasana's body shook, but she refused to divert her gaze or escape his wrath. It took Vasa a moment to realize it wasn't pride on Kasana's face. It was accountability.
Demotion,
she said. Vasa's stomach dropped. Things between the two of them were about to get significantly worse.
And what is the punishment for a member of your corps who harms your foreman or consort?
Everyone froze, except Kasana. As if she had already considered this, she said,
Dismissal.
Reed's jaw tightened again, but he nodded through his visible upset.
So be it.
Vasa lurched forward.
Reed, do not interfere,
Kasana warned. Vasa balled her fists as she faced the commander. Magic roared to life, sensitive in her exhaustion, and grew on her hands and up her elbows. As the black mist swirled around Vasa, everyone else took a step back.
You should not interfere,
Vasa insisted. Irritable. The snake felt irritable and easily flustered, like the smallest of nudges would set it off. The realization that she was slipping into exactly the same position she'd been in earlier skittered across her mind. It would be easy to respond in anger, to let the magic make a mess of them all. That wasn't what she wanted from this situation. Vasa beat down the serpent in her belly and thought of water once more. Churning and cool, following the rhythm of the tides. Grounding, Vasa reminded herself. Focus on what you feel around you. The way the wind sweeps across your skin. How the air smells dry in the back of your throat. Your toes in your boots. Cold water replaced the angry swirling of before. The magic extinguished. Kasana's eyes went wide as she took another step back, and others in the group did too.
Do you see what you could have done?
Reed warned Kasana, stepping closer to Vasa. Something unfamiliar in his stature as he loomed next to her.
You put yourself and every person here in danger.
That was why he'd told Kasana not to put her in the training ring. He knew she couldn't control the magic. That she was a liability. Humiliation threaded through Vasa. It wasn't Kasana's responsibility to manage her magic, or her inability to manage it herself. Vasa had asked to be put in that fight. So she squared her shoulders through her soreness. I started this, Reed. Don't punish her. Just assign someone else to teach me. Reed turned to look at her, one thick brow raising. Through it all, the loyalty that pulsed in Kasana's veins was something Vasa recognized. It was the way the coven had looked at her today. She had no intention of smothering it. Besides, it was unwise to isolate his commander in the middle of an election. She turned squarely to the warrior. The two locked eyes, and Vasa gazed over the hard set of Kasana's mouth. I know we aren't even. But are we done here? Kasana let out a breath. Reed rubbed at his jaw.
Vasilisa,
I asked you a question, Kasana. The commander dragged her tongue over her teeth, but Vasa could have sworn a small spark of respect flittered across her face.
We're done here.
She wondered for a moment if Reed would undermine her, if this would be the moment he went back on the image he wanted them to display. She looked up at him and dared him to do so. Reed turned to the crowd and observed their hard stares, to the 6 other warriors standing behind Kasana with a mix of wonder and fear in their observant looks.
She is my wife,
Reed said suddenly, and everyone at once seemed to turn to him. Still, his attention sat plainly upon Kasana, the cords of anger and friendship vibrating between them, as if he no longer spoke to her as a foreman, or anything but a friend.
That inevitability is not subject to your judgment or your approval. It is simply what she is.
Something cracked on Kasana's face, and for the second time, Vasa questioned her understanding of the woman. It was not longing or grief there. Vasa could only describe the downcast set of Kasana's eyes as guilt. She didn't think she'd ever had a friend like Kasana.
You walked away alive,
Reed said as he returned to his previous stature and position, tone dropping to that of the foreman.
You should be grateful she has learned enough self-control to leash the magic. If you ever forget who we are, what this course stands for again, I won't hesitate to remove you.
Kasana forced her ashamed eyes to meet his, her throat bobbing. But she nodded.
Since you are taking the lead on this, Vasilisa, please choose her replacement.
Once again, Vasa froze. How was she to know who best to choose? All eyes fell on her as she turned to the small group, and Vasa met the gaze of the raven-haired warrior. You, Vasa asserted, remembering how the woman had pulled Kasana off her. How she'd moved with more agility than just about anyone Vasa had ever seen spar. If Vasa learned to fight like that, she'd be better off. Kasana's face twisted, and she looked at Reed.
Esoti,
he said. Then the warrior stepped forward. Anger still burned in his eyes, especially when he said to Kasana,
you intervened in my marriage. Why shouldn't we intervene in yours?
What? Oh no. Esoti, presumably Kasana's wife, nodded at Reed sternly before turning her full attention to Vasa. Meeting her eyes with the strength of mountains, the warrior nodded once more. It was only a small sign of mutual respect. Or perhaps it meant nothing at all. But Vasa decided to take it that way. She nodded back. I will see you in a week's time, consort. Until then, it is best you rest, the woman said, before turning to Reed and Kasana. Foreman? Commander? Vasa wanted to hide as a few members of the small group stifled chuckles before turning to follow Vasa's new teacher back down the beach. Reed and Kasana exchanged quiet words before he cut her off and ended the discussion. Silently, the commander tried to hold her head up as she walked down the edge of the Sitara. Vasa slumped forward a little, and then gazed around at their suddenly empty surroundings. That wasn't a victory. She may have destroyed any ground she gained by choosing Kasana's wife to take her place. However would she navigate that? Vasa turned to gaze up the steep slopes of the treacherous hill. Of all the frustrations and thoughts in her head, the biggest one was walking back up. She'd have to climb it, or walk all the way around. Every inch of her hurt. Letting out a frustrated breath, she started through the dry grass.
Are we going to discuss your newfound control?
Reed asked from behind her. Your mother is a better teacher than Kasana, Vasa said over her shoulder as she plunged into the wildflowers.
Vasilisa,
I am not like my brother, she said suddenly, turning back to face him. He stopped just short of the flowers, the breeze blowing through his hair and the anger draining from his face.
I know,
he said in the softest tone she'd yet heard from him.
I shouldn't have said.
You should have, she asserted. You don't know me. Not really. And I don't expect you to trust me. I am the eldest daughter of the most ruthless man on the continent. A man who is now dead, along with my mother. I wouldn't trust me either. Reed watched her closely for the moment she remained facing him, and it was as if for the first time he considered there might be more than anger inside of her. But I am not like my brother, she repeated. Dominic had looked upon the world and decided it was his, and Vasa knew nothing belonged to her at all. She spun on her heel and trudged up the hill. Aching muscles forced her forward, if only to be done with the task and finally able to sleep. Her breath came in hot pants as she made it halfway, but she stumbled over her own feet and let out a small cry at the pain of using her hands to catch herself in the flowers. Something seared along the inside of her arm, and she knew she'd reopened the wound. After everything today, a pathetic sadness burst forward in the form of stinging tears. They bit at her eyes, which she closed and wiped quickly. Would Reed see her like this? He couldn't. A strange and hypocritical grief overcame her, one she didn't believe she would ever put words to. And she didn't want him and all his prying tendencies to ask. She forced herself up and started forward again. With each step, she felt her energy drain further. She was not like Dominic. Suddenly, her feet lifted off the ground, and she landed against a hard chest, Reed's hard chest, as he curled his arms beneath her legs and back. Without a word, he trudged up the hill. She started to fight him, but he whispered, "Will you just stop?" Her muscles went slack, and she didn't know why the words mattered. But they did. She clung to him. He carried her all the way to the villa and didn't let go, maneuvering the door open and then waltzing through the breezeway as if she weighed nothing at all. Once inside his bedroom, he set her down on the bed and made for the bathing chamber, leaving her to curl her legs up to her chest as she leaned against the headboard. He appeared once more with supplies in his hands: bandages, gauze, a wound-cleaning solution, and ointment. The bed sank with his weight, and he reached for the sodden bandages beneath her shoulder. As she recoiled, his hands paused in the air, as if asking permission. She leaned forward. His touch was warm from the sun as he carefully peeled back the bandage on the inside of her arm. Wincing, her breath came in short bursts as he meticulously cleaned the wound. It stung with each press of his bloody rag, but soon enough he moved on to the cut beneath her collarbone. Watching him work was both fascinating and strange. It reeked of vulnerability, and she was too tired to pretend to be anything but. Once that wound was clean, he said,
"Lift your chin."
Vasa bared her neck, and he inched forward and pressed the solution to the cut, causing Vasa to grit her teeth. Reed paused again for a moment, deliberating, perhaps. Before he could speak, she whispered, "I once heard someone say that you eat human hearts." A small snort escaped his lips, and when she opened her eyes, that smug amusement returned to his mouth.
"That's vile."
"Despite what Asterians choose to say, I believe you scare them." He pressed the solution to her neck again, and she closed her eyes once more, trying not to wince too overtly.
"Do I scare you?"
he asked. What a question. There are many stories told about Icuria, about the wolf of Moray, but I can't say which are rooted in truth and which are rooted in fear. He paused, pressed the rag once more.
"Perhaps you should find out for yourself."
Maybe that's what I'm doing. His touch disappeared, and she didn't open her eyes, but she could hear him fumbling with a bandage. Without warning, he asked,
"Do your allegiances lie with your brother, Vasilisa?"
No. I could never. When she thought of Dominic, she thought of everything she had lost. Everything she would never have. A face flashed behind her eyes, soft-eyed and kind. The face of a soldier she'd managed to keep secret from even her father. Roman Kotyev, with his brown eyes and easy smile. And how when he was near, the harshness of the world had disappeared for her. Just a soldier, but one who'd taught her to hold a knife and how to touch in the dark. Until Dominic had found them together. It didn't matter that she'd promised not to marry. It didn't matter that she swore she'd never see him again. Roman was sent to his death on Asteria's northern border, the one it shared with Icuria.
"Love is a useless thing,"
her father had said. Dominic had watched. He had rejoiced in her heartbreak, because he knew that for her to love would always be a threat to him. And he reveled in her misery. The thought of Roman was a knife to her core. But she had learned to live with this grief years ago, had buried it as deeply as she buried everything else. "No, my allegiances do not lie with him," she whispered, a once unutterable truth. "And if he ever knew I said that, he'd put my head on a pike." Her neck was bared, her cheeks tear-stained. What was one more piece of her soul?
"Look at me,"
he said again, just as he had earlier in the day. Vasa opened her eyes, met the severity of his. He let out a long breath.
"I am not foolish enough to believe myself safe from your brother's ambitions. He wants to conquer the continent, and if it does not happen immediately, everything he does is a stepping stone toward it."
Vasa conceded with a nod.
"But are you one of those stepping stones?"
he asked. Such a simple question. So direct. Reed held her with his gaze. And for the first time, he seemed more cunning than she'd ever given him credit for, as though he could drag truths out of people with the same ferocity that she could spin lies. We are well matched, wild one. Not until this moment had she believed him. She wondered how Melusina had taught him goodness, how she had shown him to balance trust with his loyalty to himself and his country. She understood without a doubt why these people had elected him, and it hadn't been for brutality or cunning. But there were things she could never show him. Truths she could never tell him about the dangers Dominic presented, or the opportunities Reed had gained because Dominic had been foolish enough to bargain Vasa off into a marriage. Reed wanted a headmanship, but what if he saw an opportunity for an empire? Who would he become then? She would never give another person the opportunity to steal her chance at freedom. So she told him the truths that mattered. My brother believes this magic is a curse. He assumed I would die in a matter of months, and so I suspect he was hoping to wage war. If I die here, it will give him the leverage he needs to escalate further with Roltho. To escalate with you directly. I do not believe Dominic's intentions are good, and I urge you not to bargain any longer with him. Reed's brow furrowed, confusion tumbling once again over his hard features.
Your mother made this arrangement, Vasilisa, not your brother. She spoke directly with my own mother. While I made the formal request of our counselors, it wasn't your brother's idea. Or mine.
Vasa's gut twisted, and her throat closed. Her mother had chosen this? Had bargained for it with Melusina? Everything she thought she knew about her mother flipped in Vasa's stomach. The cold, aloof woman who'd doted on Dominic and shunned Vasa suddenly looked different in Vasa's eyes. It wasn't so much cold as it was calculating. Did her mother send her into this marriage to keep her safe, or to put her directly in harm's way? I don't understand, Vasa whispered.
When your mother died, Dominic made an obvious effort to sever our agreement. I refused his efforts at my mother's instructions.
She hadn't a clue what any of that truly meant, or if it meant anything at all. Maybe her mother was simply sick of her, or she thought it would be funny to watch her children hunt each other down. But Dominic assumed she would die, which was probably why he didn't waste his time arguing. He'd seen an opening and he'd taken it. Reed leaned back, settling his hands in his lap.
Do you want his throne, Vasilisa? Is that your ultimate goal?
No, she answered immediately.
Then what do you want?
She spoke 6 languages, had memorized and studied cultures to communicate with the ambassadors and visitors from surrounding nations, so she could twist words in their slang when they believed her facade of familiarity. Her father was a master of conquest, of making nations dependent on him in some way, and then turning around and burning them to the ground. But she had never seen those nations. Not as she had seen Ikeria, Murray. She had always longed to, and she thought if she just behaved long enough she would. And now, she thought everything the witches said was true. It was possible to choose a different outcome, to pave the road to a life she crafted for herself. I want to live, Reed. I want to live long enough to see more of the world before Dominic erases all the color from it. Her body unfolded just a bit. She owed him more than that answer. More than only acknowledging what she wanted. I never should have spoken to you the way I did. You have done more than enough. And I will never threaten Ikeria. I will never do anything to harm you or Murray. I will do whatever I can to get you elected, and in 3 years I will go. She meant what she said. If it was in her control, she would give him the 3 years she promised. Lips pursed. He offered a strong nod. a nod that seemed to mean something more, something like trust. Reed of Moray confused her, and yet he might have been the most transparent person she'd ever known. "I know you're tired too," she said, "but can I please have the bed tonight?" It stung to feel as though she was begging, but she needed to sleep. She needed to know she wouldn't roll off in the middle of the night and reopen all of these wounds. And he'd offered his home to her, bargain or not. She'd done an awful job of treating him well.
Of course, Vasilisa. Of course.
He stood from the bed and padded toward the door, his hand landing on the handle.
I know this is my fault. I'm sorry I forced you into something you didn't want to do. I know I told you I wasn't going to do that.
Something in her chest squeezed at the sheer affability of those words, at the willingness to bear the burden of something he was truly only on the perimeter of. "Believe it or not," she said, "I did egg her on."
Oh, I believe that.
She grinned a little. He looked at the upturn of her lips for a second longer than was acceptable, but she didn't say anything. Not as he turned the handle and disappeared into the breezeway. He returned less than a minute later with another blanket in his hands. Vass's jaw dropped. "You had that the whole time." It earned her a small shrug as he set the blanket down on the couch and then went back to the door.
Can you eat?
He asked.
Do you feel well enough for that?
Yeah. She leaned back against the headboard, curling her legs to her chest again. I could eat. Hesitating, Reed dropped his hand from the door and leaned against it. She met his eyes, where the amusement was replaced by a calm that made her skin itch.
Your father underestimated the weapon he built. And through his cruelty, he forced you to play for yourself and yourself alone. But I will play for you. If you will play for me too.
She stared at him silently. Who was this man standing before her now? The one who cleaned her wounds and had been willing to dismiss his oldest friend out of a respect for an honor she had never seen in another's actions. He had proven himself arrogant yet steadfast. Proven himself heavy-handed yet gentle. "There is much I don't know about you, isn't there?" she asked. He shook his head, opened the door.
I'll tell you anything you want to know. All you need to do is ask.
And then he disappeared into the breezeway to find them food, leaving her alone to contend with the discomfort of such transparency. Chapter 10. It took about a week before Asoti gave Vasa the okay to start running with her. They did not speak about Kasana, did not spar with others, but Asoti was kind and forthcoming. She told her about her childhood, about growing up here in Moray, and how there was never a time in her life when she didn't want to join the Corps. Her father was a long-retired member, an extraordinary warrior, apparently. On day one, she asked Asoti to show her how to use that sheath they all seemed to keep attached to their arms. "It is a secret weapon," Asoti said with a glittering smile as she strapped on a practice sheath, one holding a blunt blade. "But mostly it is simple. If you catch the blade, aim for the throat." Vasa had yet to catch the blade. She cut her fingers a few times, though, much to the warrior's chagrin. In the 3 weeks that passed, she said little to Kasana and spent the majority of her time with the coven. They focused primarily on balance and grounding, though she had been delving into the mythos surrounding Viraji and discerning truth from whispers. She learned more about the inheritance of magic. Each coven was a little different, if their sources could be trusted. Viraji witches only passed their magic through the maternal line, but others passed their magic through both the maternal and paternal lines. Vasa took particular interest in the eastern sodalities in Hazut and Rultho. The one in Hazut was named after Umir, the god of peace, while the sodality in Roltho was named after Unir, the goddess of war. Their respective consorts, Zuhia, the goddess of life and healing, and Zeter, the god of bargains and souls, were whispered to be lovers. Zuhia witches could heal miraculously, while Zeter witches filtered a dark, deadly magic. She'd read about them in Dara. They summoned demon-like creatures and did incredible things, until they were wiped from Ikeria altogether. Their magic depended on bargains with mortals, which made them cunning and maniacal, as it was only through those twisted bargains that the Zetir could access their power. Ultimately, they were hunted and slaughtered for their transgressions. Shivers ran down her back every time they discussed the Zetir's mistakes. Something about them felt close to Vasa, like she was inching on their fate. She, too, felt as though she'd made a bargain with Reed and would surely be killed for it. Which was why, over and over, Vasa asked the same question. Can you tell me more about my mother? And each time Melusina's answer was the same. Focus on what you do know. Biting her tongue, Vasa waited patiently. Until one day, with tentative words, Melusina stood from the table and said, Come with me. The two women began climbing the stairs to the 3rd floor. Black walls lined the space as they passed by the windows, light flooding onto the mosaic floors and bouncing off the ivy strung from the ceilings. Iron hooks held the many lanterns, though none of them were lit with the sun so bright. She'd learned they were powered by the witches of Una, sparks of light that grew only in darkness. It was the sole coven that the Viraji were close with, and they shared many of their secrets. As they made it to the back of the 3rd floor, Vasa found a gallery of paintings from floor to ceiling, all mounted on the enormous wall. She'd often glanced at it, though she had yet to delve this far into the coven's vaulted room. Women, flowers, landscapes, children, and animals adorned the matted canvases in different sizes and shapes. A few immediately caught Vasa's eye for their use of color, every hue of the rainbow taking form to create something more lifelike than Vasa had ever been able to put to paper. One was just swipes of gray and black, an animal Vasa thought was only found in Zatar, an elephant. It's time you learn about your great-grandmother, Melusina said. My mentor, and the founder of this very coven. Hands falling strangely at her side, Vasa did not speak for at least 3 breaths. Did not blink. What? She finally said. Her name was Freya. That was the moment she noticed the signatures along the bottoms of each painting. They matched that name, Freya. Her great-grandmother. Her mother did not speak of their extended family, not ever. Looking up, her throat tightened. She painted these. For a moment, Vasa wondered if she'd been the one who'd written her name in the notebook she'd chosen. She studied the small signature, a haunting anxiety growing within her. What else could she not see coming? Melusina nodded, gazing at each one with a smile. Nostalgia made a home in the lines of her face, but it didn't appear to be a painful one. Rather, it radiated a sense of calm. Peace. Like perhaps Melusina had lost something more significant than could ever be named. But grief could not snuff out the love anymore. Yet there was something in Vasa's bones that rattled, that reached. Once again, she gazed up at the gallery wall. Her eyes couldn't settle on any painting in particular, until she saw something that stole the air from the room. Glittering water of red and orange, the sun setting over the peak of a distant hill, drying grass and yellow wildflowers dotting the rock-covered slope. There, on the right side, was a weeping tree with falling white blooms. It was the view from Reed's veranda. There were at least 7 paintings with that same tree, different seasons and times of day. One was a depiction of the tree at night, which glowed like its own form of moonlight on the reflection of the water. Vasa stepped forward, and then spun to Melusina, mouth agape.
The villa once belonged to Freya, and she passed it down to me. Now it belongs to my son,
Melusina said. She lived here?
Freya fled Asteria at 15 after her mother died, and she searched high and low for an explanation to the magic she had inherited. She found that explanation in my own grandmother. They started this coven, and both of them had their daughters together here.
At first, Vasa denied the idea altogether. She fought against it with the veracity of a warrior. Her own great-grandmother was one of the witches who founded the coven of Viraji. No, she thought as she took a step back. No, that can't be. Melusina continued.
My own mother died while giving birth to me, and the magic passed down. I shouldn't have survived it, but I suppose Viraji was not ready to lose my bloodline. So Freya took me in and raised me as her own. Her daughter, your grandmother Esme, left Icuria for her ancestral home in Asteria. She gave birth to your mother there, and never brought her back to Moray.
Silvery hair and a wretchedly bitter face passed in Vasa's memories. Vasa had known her grandmother, a woman who had been married to one of the lords of Asteria, but hardly ever saw her. She died when Vasa was barely 10, and she never visited the castle. Not after Vasa's father had begun his conquests. If what Melusina said was true, my grandmother left Moray. Why? A melancholy look flashed across Melusina's features.
Esme did not see the magic as a blessing. Not in the way I do. Not in the way I hope you will someday. In her own words, she wanted to live her life normally for as long as she could, and she didn't see that as a possibility in Icuria. She wanted what she believed Freya had given up.
Vasa got the sudden urge to sit down, or at least lean up against something. But after gazing back at the paintings, she didn't think it possible to move. She thought back to what she could recall from her younger age, but it was fuzzy at best. She remembered her mother disappearing in grief after Esme died, remembered Ozik making excuses as to why the Empress was often unavailable for dinner, the advisor always knowing where everyone in their family was. My mother must not have known she would inherit the magic, she whispered. Why had she never thought of that before? That her own mother may have been just as shocked at the arrival of the magic. If Esme had shunned the Viraji altogether, her grandmother had stolen an entire existence from Vasa and her mother, had ripped this coven right from their hands. But she supposed Esme felt that way about her own fate, too. About her own mother. Perhaps in Esme's eyes, Freya had chosen Icuria, chosen the magic and the coven over her. It was as if the women in her family inherited more than magic. Their line was fraught with resentment. Freya to Esme to Vasa's own mother, and Vasa's mother to her.
I first heard from your mother 2 years ago,
Melusina admitted. Reed's tidbit of information tumbled through Vasa's mind. That her mother had sent her here. That Melusina had instructed him not to dissolve their marriage agreement. Is that why you insisted Reed keep our marriage agreement? Vasa finally asked. Because my mother asked you to. Melusina pursed her lips. Nodded.
Esme never told your mother what would happen to her. Instead, she let her go off and become an empress of a nation, all the while knowing she would reach a stage in her life where the magic would appear. She let her have a daughter of her own and never once whispered an ounce of the truth.
The cruelty. The blatant selfishness. My mother did know differently, Vasa asserted, a bit of bitterness on her tongue.
Venna spent a summer here,
Melusina corrected, and the sound of her mother's name made Vasa's chest hurt in such an unexpected way.
Just after we first made contact. Do you remember that?
Vasa thought back on the past few years, and Yes. Nodding, she distinctly remembered those few months when her mother had visited extended family up north.
To escape the cold for a while,
She'd told them. Ozek and her father had practically dragged Venna back by force, claiming the violence along the shared Icurian and Asterian border was too great to allow her to stay any longer in northern Asteria. Venna had been flighty and cold for those months after. Vasa hadn't thought much of it. She was concerned with studying, and a brown-haired guard 5 years her junior she only let in her bed for a few months, and never let herself care for, not after what had been done to the first soldier she'd loved. Instead, she had been deepening her understanding of the language of Zatar, where she wanted to go the moment she was able.
Venna was not evil,
Melusina explained.
She was lost and confused. Most Varaji witches don't inherit their propensity for magic until late in their lives. We are much better equipped to handle it then, the anger and impulsivity from youth having faded. Those who inherit this gift at a younger age are often killed by the Force itself, or led astray by some terrible influence looking to profit off what a young, powerful Varaji witch can do.
Are we more powerful when we're young? Vasa asked. Melusina shook her head.
It isn't the age that matters. It's the time you have with the magic to master it and help it take shape. Being only in your mid-20s, you will be extraordinary when you are older.
But you've had your magic since birth? Vasa asked. She is the most powerful Varaji witch to have ever existed, a voice said from the side. Amelie moved from around the bookshelf then, arms crossed as she leaned against it, holding her books like she had just returned from one of her many classes. You and I will be legends too.
I am frightening,
Melusina confirmed, either reading the look on Vasa's face or plain reading her mind. Settling her hand affectionately on Amelie's shoulder, Melusina looked at the beautiful girl and let out a breath.
But there are greedy people in this world, and magic is already a rare enough commodity, once threatened to be bought and sold among territories. I do not know what your father knew, or if he knew anything at all. I know with certainty that your mother spent years trying to trace her own ancestry back here. That summer we began making plans for your betrothal to my son. She thought if you were in close proximity to us, you would be better prepared than she was when she eventually passed.
Why, after everything she'd taught and promised her, had she jumped to marriage instead of an ambassadorship? Her mother's coldness flashed behind Vasa's eyes. Her absence, her explosive nature, and the way she could become so overwhelmed by her own emotions that she fell apart. Had that always been the magic, then? Had she struggled in silence? Had she even known what it was when it first appeared? Vasa always thought her mother hated her life, hated her husband and her foolish fortress. But what if her mother had been just another desperate victim of Asteria? A lost witch, as consumed as Vasa had been just months ago. To send Vasa here must have cost her mother something. The heaviness in Vasa's chest grew at the horrifying thought of what she'd stumbled upon that night. She lost control, Vasa realized, eyes flicking between the softness of Amelie's face and the calm neutrality of Melusina's. The void. It consumed her, didn't it? Melusina paused for a moment, but then sighed.
It is possible.
Far too many moving pieces shuffled in her head. If her father had known, would he have protected her mother? Or would he have exploited her? Had he exploited her? Would he have exploited Vasa too? Of course he would have. He'd used her every day of his life, magic or not. Which begged the question of what truly happened to them both. Had it been a flu that took her father? Or a vengeful woman with the power of a goddess in her veins? Her father's sickness had looked real. He'd gone quickly, and no one questioned the cause. Poison? Perhaps he really was just sick. She didn't think Viraji magic could do that. But what had her mother been through? So much so that she would bargain Vasa into a marriage she had to have known would give her a claim to the Asterian Empire. Had that been her mother's goal? Anger coursed through Vasa. It stole her peace and replaced it with something vicious. Vasa saw a clear option, one she swore to herself she would have taken. Her mother should have told her the truth, should have armed her for the life she would live. At least then this all would have felt like a choice. Perhaps she wouldn't have run from Reed that night at all. Maybe she would have left years ago, married him willingly, learned of the streak of gentleness under his skin, and maybe even grown to love him. She could have lived happily, safely here in Moray. The water in her gut transformed into a silvery fish that grew teeth, long and jagged, and she swore the magic would feast on her insides. "I've had enough for today," Vasa said coolly, lifting her chin and turning. "Please don't go," Amelie said from behind her. "We can do something else. Maybe read another book together." A deep longing burrowed into Vasa, mirroring what she swore she saw in Amelie's eyes. She hated that part of herself, the one that wanted exactly what Amelie offered. The truth was that Vasa didn't want to be alone, but she'd learned that being alone was the best way to keep everyone else safe. "I'm going," was all she managed. A moment of silence treaded on the heels of her decision. Then Melusina followed her silently, but didn't add another word. Amelie moved out of their way, though her doe eyes seemed to shudder with disappointment. Vasa didn't say goodbye to anyone in the room before she slammed into the Icurian heat and loaded her horse. Not even bothering to enjoy the beauty of the lower garden at midday, she rode back to the villa, the chosen home of her maternal ancestor, the one that didn't belong to Vasa at all. She knew what Melusina would say, knew that she held the answer in her hands, to acknowledge the pain and to take control of the cycle. It was too much. This was all too much. Anger took everything she had with it, and nothing else would sit comfortably in her hands. Irritability picked at Vasa as she sat upon the veranda and stared out at the landscape she'd seen in that painting. Glittering turquoise waters, yellow swaying grass, and that large tree at the top of the hill. It all seemed to taunt her. She did as Melusina taught her, sat quietly and erased her thoughts, only focusing on the feeling of the magic in her stomach, how it felt as it pulsed through her veins and along her skin. She thought of it like water, thought of it like air, thought of it like a damn hawk with gliding wings and a white belly. No matter how hard she tried, she had yet to find a sense of calm. Sometimes she felt violence. It became a jungle cat, scratching at her insides. Other times she felt panic. That was when the snake returned. The worst was when she felt nothing at all. But she did not explode. The mist didn't dance on her fingers or crawl across the stone veranda. It stayed put inside of her, fangs digging in softly as a constant reminder. No amount of blankets or Icurian heat seemed to ebb the shaking of her wrists and hands. Even in the very early evening, they were already sore from the magic and the clenching of her fists, much like how her jaw felt tight. She tried to release her shoulders from her neck. Someone burst through the patio doors, and on instinct, Vasa hid her notebook under her right leg. "Vasilisa?" Reed said as he stormed out onto the veranda, looking overwhelmed when he found her. "We have company." Her stomach dropped at the thought of any social interaction while her magic felt this reactive. But by the severe cut of Reed's mouth, she thought he may be just as distressed as her. Had she ever seen him so frazzled? "Who is here?" "Who isn't?" He raked a hand through his hair and began to pace. "The counselors." "All of them?"
The ones that matter. Galen, Kennen.
His eyes shuddered just slightly.
Mark.
Galen of Iru. Kennen of Seguth. The two counselors reigned from the coastal territories to the west. Seguth building the quick-as-wind ships that could navigate the Satara, and Iru holding one of the most notorious naval forces on the continent. Inextricably linked, these two territories depended upon each other principally. Both of these men were invariably important. Their 2 votes would determine the outcome of this election. Yet it was that last name that seemed to dig claws into Reed's skin. Mark, the counselor from Moray. Each territory had its own election cycles and terms. In Moray, a foreman served for 5 years with a 2-term limit, and only those elected in a head-man term were eligible to run for the highest position in the land. Reed had bested the incumbent and stolen that man's opportunity to be head man. Mark, however, had served 2 full terms before becoming a counselor. He'd spent the last decade in Dara. Something about the way Reed paced told Vasa it wasn't just Mark's vote that mattered. Perhaps it was his approval. Immediately, Vasa stood. Her mind raced at the discomfort in her stomach, but she pressed down upon the magic and squared her shoulders. This was what their deal had been built upon, and she'd be damned if she let what happened today interfere. 1,000 questions flew through her mind, but Vasa started with, "What does the visit entail? How much time do we need to account for?" If she couldn't master the despair and anger, at least she could master this. Reed kept pacing near the door.
The formal thing to do would be to host a dinner in Mark's honor at the High Temple, but he gave me no fucking notice, and there's no way I can pull something like that together in the matter of an hour.
Vasa took a small breath, considered. Why the High Temple?
Historically, it is where the foreman has lived. I declined the housing.
Apparently, this villa meant something to everyone. So that's why you have very few staff, only members of the Corps here in the villa.
Correct. The usual staff still lives and works at the High Temple, and it's reserved for special occasions or city-sanctioned events. Events like this one would have been had he given me ample notice. 3 counselors, Vasa, 3!
Vasa fought the small grin threatening to grow. No, she'd never seen him frazzled before, and she rather liked it. You are the youngest foreman ever elected to Moray. Surely a little political roughhousing is nothing new to you.
That isn't what Mark cares for,
he said, still pacing as he dragged his hand through his hair.
He was elected on authenticity. He will smell it out if there is any lying, any schmoozing.
Reed. He stopped pacing and stared at her. Tendrils of his dark hair lifted with the breeze, and in that moment she saw through any facade of amusement he'd once worn. Reed respected this man, and that made it all the worse. What would you like me to wear? Reed parted his lips, then ran his tongue over his teeth.
You aren't going to argue with me?
Unfortunately, she couldn't blame him for that assumption. Of course not. This is our deal. Though she did question the irony of his authenticity remark, given the nature of their relationship. She walked into his room and headed to the bathing chamber. There, she brushed her fingers through her short black hair and applied a few cosmetics, trying to brighten her tired eyes and bring color to her cheeks and lips. As she did so, she walked herself through her thoughts. She could balance this. She could push the magic down. Reed leaned against the curtained doorframe, watching closely. By the cautious furrow of his brow, she assumed he knew something about what she'd learned this afternoon. Vasa asked, "Normally, would the High Temple host a celebration similar to that of our wedding night? Large dinner, important merchants, and members of your corps invited?" He nodded, a small, disbelieving grin coming to his face.
Yes, but with fewer knives under pillows and wives who jump off the roof.
Vasa snorted at his brazen humor. side-eyeing him as she finished applying the color to her lips. The wheels in her head kept turning. The staff would have needed much longer to put something like that together. If we do, it will seem disorganized, half-assed.
I suspect that was his purpose, yes.
So he's a difficult man?
Extraordinarily. His wife is the only friendly thing about him, though she's friendly enough for them both. He's a damned economic genius, though.
Vasa nodded, leaning up against the counter. Mark used to be foreman of Murray. He grew up here, yes?
Yes.
So he knows what would be expected of a foreman when their counselor shows up? That he should have given you proper notice. Fists clenching, Reed muttered,
Like I said, he's a difficult man.
This didn't seem like an intentional undermine. A surprise, sure, but not purposeful harm. If Mark had been born and raised in Murray, had risen to power here, and spent the past 10 years of his life living in Dara, perhaps he had a reason for showing up unannounced. Have you considered he has no interest in a formal party? Reed's brows slammed together.
No, I hadn't considered that. This feels like a test.
Self-important men give plenty of notice. They want a party in their name, and they want it to be big. The sort of thing you would stress over for days, because if they really didn't like you, that is when they would disapprove. When you had worked hard, and they could make a wreckage of your effort. That isn't what's happening here.
What are you getting at?
Authenticity. What if you didn't host anything formal at the High Temple at all? Running his hand along his jaw, he said,
I'm listening.
What if we took them all to see Murray, to truly see the city Mark grew up in, and see how much it has thrived? Have dinner at Neil's restaurant on the Satara, where we can handle most of the conversation. Then we can dance in the lower garden, where it's too loud for either of us to say the wrong thing. With less pomp, you will seem more secure. And perhaps they will enjoy a return to their youth. Reed's lips parted as he gaped at her.
That could work.
I know. Vasa lifted herself from the counter and breezed through the curtains back into the main room, the idea playing out in her head. She stopped when she noticed the clothing already laid out on the bed. She'd missed that on the way in. Reed's formal attire, with its sweeping purple and black fabric, which she'd seen back in Dara, came as no surprise. But the matching outfit sitting to the right was for her, and she tilted her head.
What?
Reed asked. I don't know how to put it on. Fighting a grin, he gestured toward the changing screen and said,
I'll guide you through it.
She almost protested, but his pacing had stopped, and he was coming back to himself. His humor. He'd need that to survive the evening, and she'd need to feed it to survive herself. With a sigh, she glided past the changing screen and held out one hand. What's first? He started by tossing her a pair of skin-tight black pants, much like what his corps wore during training. Then she layered on a black bustier that wrapped up to her neck, much like the shirt she'd worn her first night here. The hem fell just below her breasts. She couldn't lace up the back by herself. Turning and stepping out from the screen, she used one hand to hold up her hair and the other to raise the fabric, eyes meeting his. Apparently, Reed had done this before, because he had the damn thing laced in under a minute. Next was a sheer, glimmering purple piece of fabric she didn't know what the hell to do with.
Come here,
he insisted when she stepped out from the screen with a dumbfounded look on her face. He took the fabric from her hands and stepped far too close, wrapping it around her waist so the panel fell over one hip. Salt and amber filled her air, and she turned her face away, so he wasn't overwhelming, so she could think. With nimble fingers, he tied it off, chuckling as she looked down at the peculiar knot he tied.
These boots,
he said, holding out sturdy leather things that would go up over her knees. Eyes taking in the thick material, She felt sweat bead on her legs already. It's almost summer. In Murray.
I thought you weren't going to argue with me.
Begrudgingly, she grabbed the boots from his hands and sat on the bed to lace them up. As she did, he retreated into the bathing chamber to put on his own garb. Once he came out, she stood, faced him, and lifted her arms. Good enough? Crossing the room, he plucked a set of gold-threaded chains from a drawer and draped them over her head, attaching them nimbly just below her breasts, and once again behind her back. Still too close, his arms were all the way around her until he finally backed up. That dripping amusement, the in-control look she hated, made her want to take all of it off and shove both him and the counselors into the Sitara for good measure.
Turn,
he instructed, inspecting her thoroughly. She raised a brow. He wiggled a finger in a circular motion. Not even stress could crack this part of Reed's personality. Muttering a curse, she did one single turn before placing her hand on her hip and locking eyes with him. He smiled.
I have it on good authority that I fell ass backward into the most striking consort in all of Icaria.
Who's the good authority? She asked.
Me.
Not good enough, she said, though a held-back laugh came out as a smile, and she took the compliment as an opportunity for pleasantness between them. Though, I don't believe you fell ass backward into it. From what I remember, it was quite intentional. She started out the door.
Vasilisa,
he called. When she met his eyes, he took a breath and seemed to plead with her.
This is important. I don't know why, but I feel there's a purpose behind his visit. To show up unannounced is an intention in itself. If I don't get his vote, I don't see how I could get any others.
The undertone of his words settled between them, and a small part of her retreated. Do you believe I would do something to harm your chances?
No,
he asserted suddenly, stepping closer with worry carved into his expression, and his drapes a bit askew.
My mother spoke with me about today, and wait, please don't be upset.
Swiftly, she corrected the scowl on her face she hadn't realized she'd let through.
My point is that I didn't realize the connection you had to this city, or to this home.
Awkwardly, he shifted his weight.
She's worried about you. Are you all right?
The force in her rumbled, but she swallowed and pushed the intrusive thoughts down again. Don't use my full name, she said as she reached out and adjusted his fabrics, focusing on the things she knew for certain, just as Melusina had told her to do the first time they met. It makes us sound more familiar. At dinner, do not seat the head of the table, but do wait for Mark to begin eating first. Be sure I am seated to your left. After the lower garden, place him and his wife in the room normally reserved for the foreman, about an hour before it would be generally expected, and have no one disturb them. The other counselors should be honored, but peripheral. He paused, eyes assessing her close work at his chest, and then asked,
Why?
Vasa stood up straight, letting her hands fall to her sides. Because you will make Mark feel honored without making him feel powerful. Because you eat with your right hand, and I cannot tap your wrist below the table to tell you to be quiet if it's holding a fork. And you will end the evening early, because it gives them all an hour they didn't expect. And a powerful man who has drunk wine all night and watched strangers dance with his wife will want her in his bed. And men who get properly laid are much more agreeable. Reed's lips parted again as he gazed at her, and a small bit of pride bloomed in her at finally rendering him speechless. Don't talk to me about what happened today, and we'll be fine, she asserted, lifting her chin as she stepped away without bothering to wait for his reaction. This wasn't negotiable.
Vasa,
he said, utilizing that little nickname like somehow it had always belonged to him.
Thank you.
Was this what the two of them were like when they worked together? You're welcome. She watched in awe as Reed took a deep breath, centering himself in the way Vasa often saw Melusina do. And then his face returned to that calm, natural smirk. Without another word, he swaggered to the door like a head man in his own right, and Vasa followed at his side down the breezeway. Chapter 11. In the lower garden, Reed returned to a sense of comfort and normalcy at Vasa's side. Vasa led the small talk in a way Reed didn't seem capable of, and he filled in the gaps whenever she pressed his wrist beneath the table. To the people sitting across from them, they probably looked like lovers who couldn't keep their hands off each other. Mark of Moray didn't look a day over 50, with his salt and pepper beard on deep, rich brown skin. Perhaps the taut nature of his face remained so youthful because he never gave any indication of emotion. Stoic as a statue, his features only lightened when he looked to the woman sitting at his right. Isabel, his consort, had grown up in the home next door to him. A perfect other half, Isabel was boisterous and wild, her tumbling black hair framing a petite body that always seemed to be moving. The other two at the table were less welcoming than her. Both counselors, both a little strange. Kennen of Seguth reminded Vasa of a tree, with lengthy arms ending in long fingers that curled as Vasa took note of them. He looked the sort to gamble, if assumptions could be made, with an ever-present mischievous glint in his narrow eyes. Vasa pictured him swiping cards and turning coins between his fingers. Still, something about the tilt of his smile was reassuring. Or perhaps difficult-to-read people didn't confuse her the way the rest of these transparent Icurians did. Galen of Iru, however, was the antithesis of his counterpart. Bulky like Reed, and more of a boulder than Kennen's swaying tree, Galen stood perceptibly closer than Kennen. Galen had the air of someone more self-important than the rest. He may have enjoyed a large party. He was, as the rest of them, transparent. She could picture big emotions in the wrinkles around his eyes. Most notably, she saw a faint distrust woven there. But just because she couldn't see it in Kennen's expression didn't mean it wasn't there. Reed's hand rested on her thigh, her own fingers wrapped around his wrist, and she tapped with her index each time she needed to. He listened, as if he could read her thoughts. Were they truly so capable of partnership? For the first time since she'd been here, she wondered if 3 years would be so bad. Sure, she could survive them. She could survive anything. But perhaps it would be more than surviving. Maybe she and Reed of Moray would fall into a comfortable friendship. One that served them both, like he had suggested. Too soon to tell, yet not too soon to hope for. Neil, a man she'd met a few weeks back on one of the many nights Reed had forced her to dine here with someone he considered important, came shuffling out of the kitchen and onto the stone veranda with a broad smile, his round belly almost preventing him from cutting between two tables. He squeezed through with a wooden tray firmly pressed to his palm. Wisdom and expertise shone as he served each order with perfection, winking at Reed as he glided to his side. I missed your cooking, Isabel gushed as she dug into her fat, sauced chicken leg. Somehow, the bites didn't smudge the deep red rouge on her lips. Vasa mimicked Isabel's comfortable demeanor. You two used to come here. This is where Mark and I had our first true romantic outing, Isabel confirmed. Mark's lips twitched for the second time that evening, and Vasa glanced through her peripheral vision at Reed. He was already looking at her, a wolfish grin on his face. One of ours was here too. Lies.
Neil's father used to own this place, and his father before him,
Mark said, dragging Vasa's attention from Reed. Oh.
We almost lost it last year during the food shortage,
Neil remarked with an obvious spin.
And we would have, had Reed not subsidized this business and many others along the Satara. I do believe he learned that strategy from you, Mark.
Vasa tapped Reed's wrist 3 times to disagree.
Neil,
Reed scolded humorously.
You don't need to sing my praises.
We already know why he was elected, Isabel added, waving her fork. She pointed across the table at Gallon and Kennan, grinning. They do too. Making assurances that forced the men to outwardly disagree, which placed the responsibility upon the two counselors to stir conflict, if they wanted to correct her, was done so fluidly that someone raised with more integrity and righteousness might just think it harmless. Vasa was raised with neither of those things, so it didn't look harmless at all. The light above Isabel stirred, as if Vasa was seeing her for the first time. Isabel wanted something. To their luck, it seemed Reed earning Gallon's and Kennan's votes was a piece of that puzzle. I don't, Vasa suddenly interjected, taking the opportunity to lean forward and capitalize on this conversation. Reed didn't look boastful, and she could still milk this for what it was worth. What happened?
There was a particularly dry summer in the east,
Neil said, and Vasa smoothly took bites of her chicken while she listened.
There was no way to trade meats and produce, not enough to keep us up and running. Reed tried to establish something with Zatar, but they levied such a tax that our businesses couldn't manage. We'd have gone under if it hadn't been for Reed. He gave quite the write-off to the Salt Lords for each shipment they sent to Zatar. Suddenly, our taxes lowered, and we withstood the shortage. Benefited every territory, not just our own.
The way Neil boasted had Isabel laughing, and Mark succumbing to at least a proud nod.
It was well thought out,
Kennan commented. Those mischievous eyes danced to Vasa, inspecting her as if she spoke a language only he understood. Not to be underestimated, Vasa thought. Apparently, he lived up to his whispered nickname, the Dagger of Saguth. Had you gone under, that would have been a shame, Vasa said sincerely, gazing around at the stunning lantern-lit patio and the gorgeous view of the Sitara. She found her own words to be honest, and suddenly she saw the reason Reed had been so successful in his role so far, and why they were as opposite as night and day. Reed didn't see opportunity. He just saw people. Vasa felt a flicker of shame. For a moment, she thought she and Kennan did share a language, one she had never asked to learn.
Which is why a partnership with Asteria is key to keeping food on our tables.
Mark finally interjected, eyeing Vasa as Neil squeezed Reed's shoulder and then darted back into the kitchens. Taking a sip of her water, Vasa leaned back a little and forced herself into the political angle she'd already considered for this conversation, though a deep-rooted lie. I couldn't agree more. I've only spent a few months here, but in doing so, I've seen plenty that would enrich the lives of Asterians. If my brother were to have ships built like the ones used to trade between the territories, perhaps he would be able to navigate the Lorsavan Gap. This would provide a key contract for Saguth and Iru, one of greater economic possibility. If they were enlisted to build the ships and train the men who would navigate the terrifying river that passed through the Iron Peaks where Mechas was built, they'd solidify their own importance on the continent.
They say the Lorsavan Gap is full of creatures,
Gallon said.
If it were, wouldn't the Sitara be as well? The Sanguine connects them,
Mark asked. And suddenly Vasa and Isabel were on the outside of a political conversation among counselors, one Vasa assumed they should be having behind closed doors in the capital. Her leg moved beneath the table, and Reed's fingers tightened. Suddenly, she was more alert.
Maybe those creatures are too large to fit through the passage of the Sanguine,
Kennan said. The Sanguine River wound through eastern Icuria until it broke the border of Asteria, then snaked down the continent all the way to Mechas. The Sanguine was unnavigable for the Asterians, though, with its labyrinthine curves and hundreds of fingers. It was part of what made western Icuria so impenetrable, and one of the only reasons Vasa's father had never been able to sustain a proper war. His legions and spies couldn't make it past Roltho and Hazut due to the treacherous waterways.
I have never sailed the Lorsavan Gap, nor would I like to,
Reed said confidently, securing his place in their discussion. He slipped into a tone of what Vasa assumed a counselor or head man would sound like.
But Asterian trade with Zatar is impossible without Akirian vessels, especially with the pirates who keep sacking their merchant ships. I believe offering a solution will be the key to solidifying our trade agreements.
Whether they actually had that discussion with Dominic was an entirely different conversation. Still, she tapped his hand once to indicate a yes, a little praise that caused the edges of his lips to twitch.
Which you intend to do, correct? The counselors have yet to hear word of Dominic's intent to visit Murray again,
Gallon said. Though her hand curled instinctually on top of Reed's, Vasa kept her face as smooth as Mark's.
Yes,
Reed said. Vasa's magic lurched at confirmation of a visit from her brother, but Reed slid his hand to the inside of her thigh, securing her leg in his grasp.
I thought we could discuss that tomorrow morning with my advisor, as he's been maintaining frequent contact with Dominic's advisor.
Was it a lie? Had Mathjin been talking with Ozic? Vasa couldn't tell, but with the grip Reed maintained, she thought he might have realized what a suggestion like that could bring out in her.
Perhaps,
Mark suggested.
If the goal is to save lives, we could end the constant warring with the East.
Such a subtle veil of his opinion, that Gallon's and Kennan's votes would be the difference between life and death. The territory of Roltho was Reed's greatest threat as of now, and given its proximity to the violence with Asteria, this entire election would be decided by this issue. War was likely profitable for the Western shipmakers. Their votes were up for grabs. Gallon seemed noticeably irritated, but it was Kennan who said smoothly,
How rude we're being to your consorts. We'll save the rest of this discussion for where it belongs.
Mark gritted his teeth, but Reed smoothly nodded. Isabel and Vasa met eyes across the table, and much to Vasa's confusion, Isabel winked. On the smooth stone ground of the lower garden, Vasa gazed with awe as Mark and Isabel lit up the bustling quad. Everyone seemed to watch them. Plenty of people cheered and welcomed them home, vying for a chance to swing with Isabel's gorgeous hips or fall into Mark's arms. He was smooth and put together in the crowd, greeting each person with the same stoic nature that everyone seemed to remember fondly. The younger crowd furrowed their brows as they watched Reed and Vasa, who kept to the side beneath one of the many dangling planters of wildflowers. Maybe they hadn't been old enough to relate to Mark's tenure. The foreman of their young adult lives was Reed. Kennan approached and dipped his head at Vasa, offering his hand. His long blonde hair was tied behind his head, much like Reed kept his, and out here in the dim light, he looked younger than he had in the restaurant. With a glance at Reed, she took off into the crowd with the counselor. Something she'd grown to love about Murray was the way no one asked Reed if she could dance with them. Back in Asteria, they would have needed her father's or brother's permission. Isabel bolted to them before more than casual conversation could be exchanged, and something about it felt intentional. Isabel showed Vasa some of the steps she hadn't been able to keep up with, the two gathering a crowd as the music changed, and Kennan scurried off with a stranger. I don't know this one, Vasa admitted as she tried to bow out. Isabel grabbed Vasa's wrist and pulled her back, brown eyes more full of life than any other moment thus far. Come, we'll teach you! We? Vasa asked. 3 or 4 women surrounded them, and much to Vasa's surprise, one of them was Amelie. Fear and embarrassment washed over Vasa as she considered how she'd left this afternoon. But when Amelie smiled with the light of 1,000 lanterns, Vasa's own heart lurched. It wasn't until that moment she'd realized how uncomfortable she'd become this evening. Amelie was the most familiar thing she knew. Without a whisper of Vasa's unceremonious exit that afternoon, Amelie gripped Vasa's other hand and said, "Come on, this is my favorite song!" And the group began to dance. It took about 3 tries before Vasa could successfully lift and switch her foot the way others did. But the moment she got it, they all cheered and circled, pulling her into their larger group. Seeing Kenan and Gallon on the periphery, she wondered if they watched, or if it was important at all if they did. Everyone in the crowd seemed to move together. Isabel held one of her hands while Amelie held the other, as if the women had known Vasa for more than just a few hours or months, like they had known her for a lifetime. The lines of people spun in interwoven circles, friends making room for anyone and everyone who wanted to join. Each time Vasa fell off rhythm, Amelie would patiently show her how to dance, smiling with every note. Vasa had never danced like this, without a partner and just for the joy of movement, in a community. And it sank its claws into her chest and tugged. Gazing around as she made the foot switch successfully again, she threw her head back and laughed when Isabel cheered once more. Was this what happy people did? Was she one of those happy people? Had her great-grandmother been? Her insides rumbled with the threat of today, and she silenced the creature inside of her, refusing to allow it a single inch of space. Not now. Spinning, she took in the entirety of the lower garden. The song started to shift as people paired off, Isabel running to her husband and tossing herself into his arms. Steel drums echoed around her, and Amelie grabbed her wrist, spinning her around so she flew to the left. She rammed into someone's chest. Reed. He nodded a quiet appreciation to Amelie before she plunged back into the crowd. He held his hands on Vasa's upper arms and gazed down at her, smiling wider than she was. His dark hair fell in strands from his leather tie, the light of the fire bringing out the golden undertones of his brown skin, peeking out from his disheveled drapes. She lost her breath. Dipping his mouth to her ear, he whispered,
"The counselors will be won. Focus on me instead."
Her lips parted. I don't know how. Warmth pressed to her cheek as his lips did. Low, he whispered,
"Like lovers, remember."
This time the urge to smack him was faint. Instead, she felt bumps on her skin rise and lifted her hands, letting her fingers slide into his hair and curl. And she tugged. Throwing his head back, he roared with laughter and spun her for the crowd to see, hand gliding around her waist like he had the first time they'd danced. Taking her back in his arms, he fell into a step she did know. She lifted her eyes to his. Real happiness spread across his face, and she realized she could tell the difference. It wasn't that dripping amusement any longer, but a contentedness in the way both sides of his mouth lifted instead of just one. And it was true. Thoughts of the counselors were lost. This time, she turned herself and pressed her back to his chest, his hands gliding to her abdomen. Her heart raced as his fingers pressed into the tiny chains he'd tied around her. She felt the swing of his hips with her own, the music a chanting crowd of encouragement, and a foreign courage washed over her. Without reservation, her hands guided his downward, skimming over the tops of her thighs as she pressed back into him.
"Careful, wild one,"
he warned, low and wicked, tugging lightly at those chains before swiping the tips of his fingers just under her waistline.
"Don't forget what you said about powerful men."
Muscles in her stomach tightened, and she told herself it was because everyone was watching. Because they were putting on a show and she was merely doing a fantastic job. You'll have to remind me. Reed stepped back just far enough to spin her around, to let his leg slip between hers as they faced each other once more. He dipped her back, not allowing any room between where their hips pressed. And then, with the music, hauled her up to his chest so she had no choice but to breathe against him. No choice but to feel the press of his body each time she inhaled. His lips coasted over her neck, barely touching, until he reached the curve of her ear.
I believe you said, a powerful man who has drunk wine all night and watched strangers dance with his wife will want her in his bed.
Their eyes met, and he held her there for a moment, one hand in her hair and her heart in her throat. And then he tossed her into the arms of one of those strangers, winking at her as he did so. The man, who was closer to Mark's age, quickly tossed her off to another. She spun and smiled, eyes falling to Reed and finding him still watching every place someone put their hands upon her, daring her to come back, his implication just hanging in the air of the lower garden. Surely that was all for show. To make them look like Isabel and Mark, who were so desperately in love it leaked into the pulse of the night. Isabel grabbed her hand, pulling her away to the edge of the dance floor, and Vasa finally caught her breath. The crowd parted for them, and they stopped walking next to the little corner of the outdoor bar, shadows covering them. Alone. Raising her brows, Isabel said, "That husband of yours cannot keep his hands or his eyes off you." Warmth crept up Vasa's neck. Apparently his acting was just as good as his tax code. "I see you've become friends with the heir of Varaji," Isabel continued, and Vasa realized she was talking about Amelie. Vasa paused. How much did Isabel know? The existence of Varaji magic was no secret in Moray, but Melusina had warned Vasa not to speak too openly about their capabilities. Their mystery was half of their protection. Yet Isabel was married to a former foreman. By the looks of it, she probably knew more about Icuria than most of the counselors themselves. She had a keen familiarity about her, a talent for prying into the heart of people. "Yes," Vasa said instinctually, unsure how to fully encapsulate all the things Amelie was becoming, though certainly more than just the future High Witch. "Though I wasn't aware you knew of my magic." Isabel grinned like a fox. "It was one of Reed's selling points on the marriage. He claimed to be bringing another Varaji bloodline back to Moray, and who were the counselors to deny him that?" For whatever reason, that small tidbit of information shocked Vasa. She'd known, of course, that Reed recognized her magic. But he'd known about it from the very beginning. Had used it as a justification for his marriage to her. He'd known of her magic as she climbed out that window. Of course he had. Her mother had been here, had trained with Melusina for an entire summer. Isabel pulled her from her rambling thoughts. "Your daughters will be prodigies, will they not?" Vasa paused, swallowed. "I never thought about that." Everything she'd learned came roaring back. Reed could sire a Varaji witch without Vasa, if the magic manifested from his mother's side and if the goddess willed it. But combined with hers, prodigy was one word for it. Would a daughter like that inherit the magic even before Vasa passed? Would she earn it from Melusina instead? What would happen if she bore two daughters? Twins? That moment, she realized none of it mattered. She would never give Reed children. Isabel leaned against the bar top. "May we speak candidly?" Was that not what they'd been doing? Vasa nodded. "I believe he will make a good head man. Mark believes so too. They all do. The challenge lies with swinging Seguth, which it always does. All of our ships are built there, and that makes them quite pompous on the Icurian stage. Their self-importance is comical." "How is Roltho a contender at all?" Vasa inquired carefully. This she didn't understand. The Eastern Territories were so racked with violence, why would anyone put the capital for the next decade in a place like that?
The eastern city-states tend to take issue with us more globally interested. But they do want war, and their entire campaign is built on the benefits of proximity. There is no benefit to proximity. It'll be your job to prove that to Seguth and Iru. They are terrified of Asteria, have heard the stories of what your father... She cut herself off, a bit of shame in her pursed lips. I'm sorry. I shouldn't speak about your home in such a way. Please don't apologize. Vasa looked out at the quad once more, the events from today playing on a loop in her mind. The truth is, Asteria did not feel so much like home. And she wasn't the only one from her bloodline who had thought so. Something else existed inside of her that she hadn't even known was there. And now that it had surfaced, she didn't really know who she was at all. Isabel gave a knowing grin. I have learned that home is seldom a place. It is people, the most unexpected of them, that give us roots. Vasa realized what Isabel thought, that as she gazed out at the groups of dancers, her eyes had been on Reed of Moray instead of the complex horizon that suddenly looked so different through the lens of belonging. It was best to let Isabel believe that. I would like us to do more than win this election, Isabel suddenly said. Their eyes met once more, and Vasa furrowed her brow. I hope that we can be friends, Isabel said. I have not had many friends this past decade, and quite frankly, I'm sick of Dara. And as you ascend to High Consort, you'll want an advisor and ally. Vasa's chest tightened, and she felt an irrational part of her want to leap from her throat and say that she would love that she would need that, and it all played in the back of her mind. A life here with nights in the lower garden and days at the sodality. A coven. A home. A place where she was worth the love of someone like Reed. Where she could give him those two little girls with her raven hair and his golden eyes. The other part of her, the one that knew the truth, told her to hush. To be realistic. To consider that fleeing was her only option, and Vasa could never morally bring more Khazar heirs into the world. I would like that, Vasa replied. Not entirely a lie. Good, Isabel said. Turning back, Vasa watched as Mark and Reed found them, parting the crowd like a sea and emerging more prominent than the rest of the world, if only in her eyes. But as the people behind them closed like a zipper, Gallon and Kennan were entirely out of sight, out of earshot. And suddenly Isabel's schemes played two roles. It was not just Vasa she wanted to get alone. It was all of them. Isabel might be the most strategic woman she'd ever met. Yet, it seemed that her morals and actions were in the right place, which begged the question, was it possible to have both? The other two seem content, Isabel said to the men as they arrived. You need them to be content, Reed, if you intend to swing their votes. You believe their votes can be swung, then? Reed asked outright, turning to Mark. Yet the counselor didn't stand with as much ease as Isabel. It was as if the entire conversation made him uncomfortable. He was clearly not the schemer in their relationship, and Isabel raised her brows at her husband. Nothing is certain until the votes are cast, Mark said. An air of awkwardness crawled over them all. Reed nodded. I apologize for my brazen question. I assumed you were here to provide guidance on the matter. Just as stoic as before, Mark blinked once before saying, Do you feel you need guidance? Looking between the four of them, Reed leaned back against the bar and dropped his other hand to Vasa's, his fingers winding around hers and squeezing while the rest of him went lax, pretending he was just as calm and assured as he always seemed to be. Reed said, I think anyone in this position would need guidance.
He paused and looked to Vasa for a moment, and then the corner of his mouth flicked up.
No man walks out of the position the same as he walked into it. To be the leader of anything can be a corrupting job.
Her words to him, deep in the catacombs of the library of Una, seemed to rattle around the space as his self-assured eyes held Mark's. He'd been listening, even through all that swagger. Mark remained frozen for a moment. As if Reed had unlocked something in him, the counselor relaxed a bit.
I see you have remained too wise for your years. It's only been, 2 years since you last visited?
Reed asked.
I...
Mark looked down at Isabel and grinned, her mischievous brown eyes gazing up at him like the sun rose and set with that small crack of his composure.
I am very ready to come home.
With a strong dip of his head, Reed agreed.
We are ready to have you home.
That was a vote if Vasa had ever seen one. Enough, enough. Isabel broke the tension with that effortless grace of hers. Take me back to the temple, Mark. Lust was the only undeniable emotion on Mark's face the entire evening, and it split his lips into a wicked grin.
I can depend on you to get the other two back,
he asked Reed. Reed nodded, trying desperately not to laugh. Without another word, Mark hauled Isabel into the crowd and out of their sight. Reed's jaw dropped, though Vasa only let out a breath she'd been holding. He is, like most men, simpler than he seems, Vasa said. The gold of Reed's eyes turned to hers, the glitter of flames strung around them dancing in the depths as if they were catacombs.
I can't say I disagree with his motivations.
Her chest tightened, the heaviness of the day and the evening weighing more than she wanted to let on. She could see it there. The desire to be like them, to love like them, a craving for a soulmate seemed to make a home in him, and somehow that was heavier than anything else she carried. Go in your election, she whispered. Reed's gaze stayed trained upon her for the length of a breath, but then he nodded sternly, determination still coding all of his mannerisms. Silently, she took his arm and let him lead her back through the crowd. Galen and Kennan were waiting, and with a little coaxing, she managed to paste a smile upon her own face, too. To push all of it away. A serpent in chameleon's skin. Vasa remained silent for the entire ride back to the villa, taking the winding streets upon Dooch's back without a single word. But everything played like a carousel in her mind. Back at the villa, the high of the evening seemed to close in on her, and she hurried through the breezeway into Reed's room, searching for a way to calm.
Vasa, we need to discuss something.
Reed spoke firmly, though with a strange nervous lilt at the back of his words. Her heart stuttered.
Mark and I spoke. He's insisting that we invite Dominic once more. That we trade more than salt to prove our relationship is ongoing.
Vasa froze. No.
Vasa,
Reed, no! You can't do that.
I don't have a choice.
Everything she and Isabel had spoken about rattled in her bones, and she felt nauseous. Dominic, here. What would he do when he learned she still lived? When he saw her pretend to be in love with this man? Dominic systematically removed all threats to his reign. She would be no exception. Her stomach dropped. Would he simply choose to kill Reed instead? Reed didn't know the extent of the danger this would put them in.
Why are you so afraid of him?
Reed finally asked. She looked up at him and the words tingled on her tongue. She wanted to tell him. When had she let him get close enough for that? He was willing to fake a marriage for this election. What else would he be willing to do? As she stepped deeper into the room, the magic in her turned over like it could do flips. She balled her fists as she replayed each moment, choosing not to answer his question. When will he be here?
I expect he'll arrive in a few weeks.
Her hands started to shake. The moment Dominic learned she had found control over this magic, had uncovered a semblance of happiness and potential, dancing, laughing, drinking, happiness. That was what she had felt. That was how close to her Reed had gotten. And how dare she? How stupid it was to like anything about this city, to bond herself to a single person. Love is a useless thing. Dominic's baleful grin flashed behind her eyes, and her breathing became uneven. Ozick stood next to him, laughing like he had expected this all along. Her father tisked, lips curved downward in perpetual disappointment. But her mother's face was clearer than the others, now unreadable, foreign to her entirely. She had made a sacrifice for Vasa to end up here. It was about to be wasted.
Vasa,
Reed said, brow furrowing as he watched her. She met his eyes, which dipped to her hands. Black mist swirled between her fingers, and Vasa hissed, stepping back while tears welled in her eyes. She shook her hands and cursed wickedly. Weeks. She hadn't lost control in weeks, and she'd been able to keep it down all night, and she spun. Took in the view of the Sitara coated in moonlight, the way it played upon the little waves and led the current. How it seemed to be born from that white tree at the top of the hill. Her great-grandmother had lived here, had painted that very tree. And yet she had no claim here. No claim of her own in Asteria either. She had been born a pawn, and it didn't matter which man she told the truth to. They both would use her to get what they wanted. The magic grew.
Vasa.
Reed started forward. Don't, she warned, frustration striking down her spine as she scuttled away from him and caught sight of the magic swirling up her arms. Don't follow me, she gasped.
Wait.
Vasa burst out the double doors and to the left of the veranda, diving into the dry grass and letting the steep hill guide her down. Consciously, she knew it was treacherous to navigate at night, knew that any type of predator could be out here, but she needed to be away. Needed to be as far from this villa as she could before she lost control and brought it all down. Faintly, she heard him following, heard him calling for her. She turned and yelled, I said don't follow! Desperately, she slid onto the flat shoreline and sprinted, breath coming in hot pants. The snake in her gut was no longer a snake, no longer a fish, or some soft-bellied creature with only teeth and poison to its name. It was a volcano, smoke rising, molten rock ready to burn.
Vasa!
Reed tried. She spun, locked eyes with him. Don't come closer. I don't want to hurt you, Reed. I don't want to.
You won't.
I will, she screamed, arms flying up in tendrils of glittering mist bursting into the full-mooned sky. The anger and fear inside of her bubbled as the dancing and the music and the smiles played over and over again. She couldn't want this. Dominic would smother the breath from the lungs of the city, would plunge a knife into the heart of the lower garden. He would take this from her, too, just as everything else had been. The magic in her crested, and this time she couldn't swallow it, couldn't beat against it and win. This time it detonated. Darkness shot out of her. Magic ripped through the air and slammed into knotted trees, leaves flying in every direction. A cracking boom burst through the small space, and Vasa could feel the edge of the tree, could sense like she was touching it all. The roughness of the bark, the delicate silk of the grass. Reed. She felt the magic touch him, felt the ripple of his hair and skin. Such miserable panic sluiced through her. She pulled it back as hard as she could. It slammed into her chest, and she screamed. The ground beneath her feet shook, black mist morphing into something she'd never seen it do before. It flew in every direction, clattering louder than the scream ratcheting from her throat. The magic pierced the air and then dove down her throat and into every crevice of her body. It grew into an arch and covered her with a dome, smooth curves banishing the moonlight and snuffing out everything else. Raw magic flowed out, climbing the walls and melding with them, adding to the void until there were no holes of scent or light or sound. Black, the void, consumed her. Vasa sank to her knees, choking for a breath, but finding nothing but empty air. She burned. She burned and burned and burned and then it stopped. In the violence, there was peace. The void swirled around her, and even though she couldn't breathe, or smell, or taste, or see, for the first time since she'd come here, everything was quiet. Faintly, she felt hot tears sliding down her cheeks. All around her was black, glittering with specks of blue and purple and white. Beautiful. And it kept everything else out. No one could touch her. No one could see her. She was in a cage of her own making, and it kept her safe. The magic did not seek to harm her, it sought to protect her. It knew this outcome was far better than the assured death that would arrive on the Moraine docks. She didn't care if she died here. She welcomed it. At least then it would not be by Dominic's hand. Her fingers dug into the cool grass, and she closed her eyes. Tears watered the grass below for minutes, hours, a lifetime. No breath, no life. Slipping. She heard it then. The sound of a voice, perhaps her own or perhaps someone else's. Freya, or Esme, or her own mother. Get up. Get up. Your life is still your own. Something in her lurched and reached. The intimate caress of that voice fueled within her, and then it burned. It burned and burned and burned. The darkness she'd let out, the one that built into a home around her, leaked behind her eyes. She swore she heard someone roaring her name, swore that familiar accent cracked on desperation. The last thing she remembered was the faint image of moonlight breaking through black, and arms curling around her until her fingers unclenched the grass. Chapter 12. Vasa shook. She shook and shook and shook. Coldness racked her bones, and faintly she heard her own retching, felt her knees crack against a stone floor, smelled the atrocious scent of her own sickness, of her own memories, rotting flesh, burning hair. First she pictured her lifeless mother, and then Ozik's twisted grimace, and then her brother. That smell followed her. Consciousness came and went like the flow of water. Still she felt it again. The feeling of arms around her, of warmth, of the blackness smothering her as something soft consumed her body. Vasa shook. She shook so hard she worried her teeth would shatter. And then, finally, she stopped. When she sank into the warmth and buried her nose in it, she slept. Rays of sunlight flooded through Vasa's lids, and she shifted, her body light and warm. Blankets up to her neck, she pulled herself deeper and curled her leg up. Like that, she stayed, heat coating her bones, until she shifted and felt the rigid body of someone beside her. She sprang to a sitting position, and soreness ripped down her sides, and she released a small cry, hands flying to her ribs. At the same time, Reed popped up, his face racked with worry and sleeplessness, red eyes blinking a few times as if he couldn't believe he'd fallen asleep. He sat above the blankets in a pair of soft pants and no shirt, his inked chest glaring at her. Vasa looked down at herself, at the oversized shirt falling to her mid-thighs. Her bare legs breezed against the sheaths she'd been tucked under. Fury spiked in her chest, and she opened her mouth to speak. But Reed lifted his hand.
Amelie undressed you, not me.
He insisted.
Now, are you okay?
Her lips parted, and she let out a harsh breath. The events of the evening barreling back to her. The outburst, the sickness, the crippling lack of sleep he must be enduring. You have a meeting with Mark and Jen.
Fuck the meeting. Answer my question.
But you have to discuss the ships and Vasa. I don't know if I'm okay. He finally closed his mouth. No trace of that amusement anywhere to be found. Just a harsh pull of his lips and tightness of his shoulders and jaw.
What do you need to be okay?
What sort of question was that? How could anyone know the answer? Stumbling to her feet, she almost lost her balance, and he lurched for her, hands on her waist. She pushed his touch away and backed up. She looked around at the sheets. I slept in this bed with you. He raised his brows and leaned back.
Well, I'd hardly say you slept. But that's a summary of about 1/10 of your night, yes.
What about the other 9 parts?
The other 9 parts. You spent vomiting and shaking so hard you almost cracked your head on the marble in the bathing chamber. It took my mother hours before she decided you would not die.
Humiliation washed over her. Had she been that sick? The magic had given her some tough moments, hours even, but all night. And he'd seen the entire thing. You could have slept on the couch, she snapped. His jaw dropped. Vasa spun away from him. Go to your meeting.
Oh no,
he growled. And right as Vasa ducked behind the changing screen, she heard the harsh sounds of his feet hitting the floor.
You don't get to go back to this.
Go back to what? What did they even have to... Reed came around the changing screen so fast, Vasa barely had time to blink before he was in her space. Looming above her, he practically had her pinned to the wall again. His voice was low and angry.
If I hadn't been in that bed right next to you, you could have choked on your own vomit. You were shaking so badly, you could hardly hold yourself up. You're lucky I broke your little rule about that stupid bed. So you are not going to go back to pretending I am your enemy.
You're going to be late, she said. Reed shook his head.
I got word from the High Temple that Isabel and Mark fucked so loud they could be heard until the early hours of the morning. I expect I have plenty of time to discuss this.
She wanted to be angry with him, but the realities of last night beat against her. He'd spent all night awake with her. He must be exhausted too. His eyes were red and bleary, his breath uneven. She could grasp at bits and pieces of her consciousness, and much to her dismay, he was at the forefront of most. Holding her hair, his hand on her back. The only warmth she'd felt the entire night had been from his body. Maybe she wasn't angry about them sleeping in the same bed at all. Tears welled in her eyes that she should have smacked away, but she couldn't bring herself to. She was exhausted from forcing herself to be neutral. Wasn't that what Melusina had said? That these awful emotions were only pain, and she'd been disguising them for too long. Vasa looked away, finally wiping those escaped tears. Reed straightened.
Why are you crying?
Her voice barely above a whisper, she said, I lost control. Softness took the place of where his anger had been. Shaking his head, he reached for her tentatively, hand brushing her cheek.
But you didn't. You pulled it back into yourself. You didn't let it harm anyone but you.
That realization sat heavy in her chest as she stared up at him. He didn't have a scratch, not anywhere on his skin. She checked every inch of what she could see. Whatever she'd built from the raw magic had cocooned her and somehow left him alone? Good, she said, though she needed to pull away, to distance herself from him.
Vasa?
Reed bit his lip, then let out a breath of resignation.
What did he do to you? Why are you so afraid of him?
Her spine locked and a ball formed in her throat, expanding until barely any air could pass through. She jerked her head away, shaking it only once. Silence. Then,
one of these days I would like to hear what caused that sort of desperation. On your terms. When you're ready.
She would never speak it out loud. Never hand him the keys that opened the door to either an empire or her freedom. They would stay in her hands, so she could choose when and how to use them for as long as she lived. When she didn't speak, Reed sighed.
You are the only reason I made headway with Mark. I've spent half my life trying to break through to that man, and you accomplished it in one night.
I didn't do anything, she said, giving in to his change of subject.
You did. Your idea worked perfectly. Isabel told me as we left that she couldn't wait to come home so she could spend time with you. Which means Mark's vote is ours. Otherwise you and I wouldn't be here when they returned. It was you who won them over, not me.
She told me that too.
And that bothers you?
How is she going to react in 3 years, Reed? He paused. Then, voice lower than before, he said,
Is that what this is about?
Vasa didn't say another word. She'd already said too much. It didn't matter what any of them thought of her, what he thought of her, if she was just going to leave anyway. That she'd found herself wanting to be here at all was a vulnerability she would keep tucked to her chest until the day she died. The things she wanted had a way of slipping through her fingers. Reed's hand snaked beneath her chin as he tilted her face up to his, forcing her to meet his gaze. Immediately, her heart leapt into her throat.
I rather enjoy having you on my side.
He paused, smirked.
I'd like to do what I can to keep you here.
Keep her where? Here by his side. Here in Moray. He must have seen the confusion on her face, because he straightened his spine and dropped his hand.
You're right. I'm going to be late,
he said, stepping out from the changing screen and leaving her stranded in nothing but confusion and his shirt. Ambling across the stone floor, he swept up his clothing and moved into the bathing chamber. Vasa took large breaths with the minute and a half she had alone. What was she supposed to make of those words? All she knew was that it was colder now, that her bones hadn't warmed nearly enough. Reed emerged from the bathing chamber, and she heard his footsteps move toward the door.
My mother asked that you go see her when you woke up.
Reed! She lurched from behind the screen, stopping just outside of it and regaining her composure. He raised his brows, waiting. Thank you, she managed. For helping me last night. She owed him that much. She owed him more. His face softened just a touch, enough for her to want to fidget. But then he shrugged with such nonchalance she wondered if her thanks meant anything at all. Until he said,
Dismissing your emotions doesn't make them disappear. It only gives them reason to rise later without your consent.
Vasa blinked, and then crossed her arms. You really are Melusina's son.
Through and through.
He agreed, pulling his hair up and securing it with one of his leather ties. Hand on the doorknob, he paused once more before opening it.
What I mean is this. Here, with me. You don't need to hide anything at all. I promised you safety, and I intend to uphold my part of our bargain.
With that, he swung the door open and clicked it shut behind him. Vasa's hands dropped to her sides, and she forced her shoulders to roll, trying to shrug off whatever feeling crawled down her spine, tried to push the sound of his voice in Icurian from her mind.
You don't need to hide anything at all. I'd like to do what I can to keep you here.
Words like that would be the death of her, she decided, and resolved to go see Melusina. Resolved to do anything but stand here half naked in his shirt, thinking on what he'd said. Melusina did not let Vasa use magic. When she'd tried to pull Romana and Mariana onto her side, a last-ditch effort and her ace of spades, even that failed. Not an ounce of power could be exerted today, apparently, and Vasa was silently grateful for the reprieve. Much to her surprise, the group didn't focus on her outburst for more than an introductory 2 minutes. Amelie often disappeared after lunch, but this time she asked if Vasa wanted to join her. "Where are you going?" Amelie smiled with a bit of mischief and gestured for Vasa to pick up her notebook and pencil. "Trust me." The two women entered the main halls of the Sodality of Sitar, and Vasa felt out of place in her own soft brown breeches and sheer white blouse, while everyone else who scurried past them wore sweeping amethyst robes. Still, as they ascended the main hall stairs, past the artist's wing, a place she wondered if her own great-grandmother had frequented, Vasa settled into Amelie's side. Through the gardens, the familiar smell of salt wafted around them. Chocolate lilies and black hollyhock swept through the olive and forest green vines. Plunging through a set of enormous oak doors, they entered one of the cathedrals Vasa had yet to explore. Oak and indigo decorated every wall, iron curling in over itself in filigrees upon the wooden banisters and staircases. "Sage Von." Amelie greeted a kind-looking older woman in ink-black robes as they approached a lecture hall. "I was hoping our consort could observe your class today." Vasa's back straightened at the same time the sage's eyes darted to her. Smiling with more openness than she expected, the silvery blonde-haired teacher gave a wide sweep of her arm as she gestured into the room.
"Of course. It would be an honor."
"The honor would be mine," Vasa replied. "I apologize for my lack of dress." At the Sodality of Una, they'd have turned her away. Yet Sage Vaughn only winked.
"You have a writing utensil. It's a good place to begin."
Amelie chuckled as she threaded her arm through Vasa's, pulling her into the enormous lecture hall. 3 rows of tables, each at least 20 desks long, took up the entirety of the marble floor, while stained glass covered the far wall. A lectern sat at the front with papers strewn along it. Chandeliers strung from the ceiling emitted soft light upon each of the shiny light brown desks. People turned over their shoulders to watch them, and Vasa immediately thought of the Sodality in Dara. She'd spent her time there hidden, hoping to avoid stares such as these, and the scholars had been content to ignore her. But Amelie walked as though it brought her pride to be standing next to Vasa, and warmth bloomed in her chest. No one had ever loved her in the light. "What are we learning today?" Vasa whispered as they sat at conjoined desks. "Linguistics. I'm studying the etymology of the first Icurian languages, before we had the commerce tongue." Letting out a little laugh, Vasa opened up her notebook. "Hoping to learn another language?" "I already speak 3, what's one more?" "You do?" "Icurian was my first. I speak the old tongue of Rulthu, and I speak Asterian." The pencil might have slipped from Vasa's hand had she not gripped it tightly. "You speak Asterian?" Fluently, with precise pronunciation that may have put Vasa to shame, Amelie slipped into Vasa's first tongue. "Since I was 10 years old. Today's lecture is on Hazut, though. Maybe you'll learn something we can use against their foreman." "Amelie, She paused, speaking Asterian for the first time in months. She had to admit, it felt good to let the Asterian out to play, to feel it roll off her tongue. "I didn't know." It earned her a shrug. "I heard you speak 4. 6, she said honestly. For the first time, she realized. And Amelie's brows rose. Vasa muttered, "But that'll be our secret." Letting out a soft chuckle, Amelie turned her attention forward as Sage Vaughn started to pace up the center of the room. In Icurian, the lecture began, and Vasa leaned back and listened. The feeling of learning, that stunning moment when the world fell away and all Vasa had was the thrill of new information, had been long lost to her in Icuria. It had evaded her for months, even in Dara, where she should have taken advantage of the opportunity. But here, she gripped it between her fingers just as hard as she did a pencil. Language was one of the most telling records of history. The words pointed to the people. Hazut was no different. They were inextricably linked to Rultho, the two eastern territories trading among themselves long before Icuria united under a head man. In those years of trade, the commerce tongue took shape out of sheer necessity. The rest of Icuria had those two territories to thank for paving the way to the words spoken in this very sodality. But as she studied the familiar roots, she knew it wasn't so far removed from the other smaller nations that had existed before Asteria swept through the continent. Before her father had stolen that history in front of everyone's eyes. While Icuria united generations ago, Asteria had been nothing but a snow-trapped nation, steeped in tradition and ice before her father took the helm. It was under his rule that the empire took form. He'd conquered the smaller nations around him with ease, always playing the long game, but never truly satisfied. She thought back to the languages he had insisted she be taught. Each one was used purposefully for the negotiations that brought those nations to their knees. But he'd focused on the words, never delving too far into the history. She realized now that the stories of others were a threat to him, greater than any weapon or fortress. But for the first time, she wondered, why her? Why not Dominic? Wouldn't it have been far more strategic on her father's part to arm his heir with this knowledge? Why would he spend so much of his life teaching her one of the most fundamental elements of survival? The ability to communicate. Vasa hadn't expected to take 7 pages of notes, or to hang on every word the sage said. She'd never jotted these questions down in the margins of a notebook, giving life to words simply by putting them on paper. It would have been too dangerous to write such thoughts. But within minutes, it was simply out of her control. And hours passed without Vasa caring about the chime of the clocks. When the sage finished her lecture, Amelie led Vasa out onto one of the patios near the second dome. Murray was a beating heart around them while they dug into their lunch. Green lettuce and pine nuts covered Vasa's plate, the salad full of fresh vegetables and dark red beans. Lime burst on her tongue, and she sighed, leaning back in her chair. I'm sorry you had to come to the villa last night, that you had to deal with that, Vasa said, responding in turn with a smile, perhaps knowing the use of Asterian was a pleasure Vasa hadn't gotten in months. Amelie set down her fork. Well, I once lost control and brought down an entire building, so I have no room to judge. Vasa relaxed a touch. A building? 3 stories? An entire tower of the sodality of Unir? That was when Melusina and Romana came for me. You studied there? Vasa asked, considering all of the new information she had just learned about the region's languages. If Amelie had studied in Rultho, she'd have been so close to the violence along the border. No. I was born in Rultho, but we couldn't afford for me to attend a sodality. I thought the sodalities were free to attend, Vasa said. Well, they are, if your family can afford for you to take 4 or more years not working. That's the real catch. Most families in Rultho can't. It was foolish of her never to have considered that barrier. Of course it would be a factor. Is that why you left Rultho, then? The tower? Amelie paused, face tightening. Insecurity threaded through Vasa, but she knew better than to ask for answers that weren't voluntarily offered. Instinctually, she reached for the witch, placing her hand on Amelie's hand. You don't have to tell me anything you don't want to. Shoulders rising, Amelie regained her composure. Practiced, intentional confidence shone in her eyes. The choices of others are not a burden I carry any longer, and neither is their shame. Those words settled in Vass's stomach, mixing with the prowling magic. If she'd been born in Rultho and been impoverished there, Amelie had lived through the violence, had probably seen it firsthand. The witch adjusted her weight, setting down her fork. It's a long story, but in the East, magic is a commodity. And while it is illegal for witches to be forced into the armed forces, or even a territory's personal core, it doesn't stop people from finding other ways to barter and trade the poorest of us who happen to live through the acquisition of magic. While the bloodlines once ruled the land, the wars before unification scattered our ancestors, and many of them went into hiding. Wealth used to be passed down in tandem with magic, but now the bloodlines are no longer the wealthiest families in Nigeria. Amelie ran her tongue along her teeth, and then uncurled one leg to sit more solidly. That is what Melusina and Romana saved me from. I was meant to marry Ton of Rultho, to bring my magic to his bloodline. Vass's lips parted, and her heart dropped into her stomach. The foreman of Rultho. What happened? I was in love with someone else. A childhood friend. One of the guards. Eventually, Ton realized I was still seeing him, though he never learned who it was. He threatened to kill any man who got too close to me, and I couldn't control the magic. In the imbalance of it all, I destroyed part of their sodality. Ton wanted me gone, and Melusina gave him an out. Visions of that couldn't form. Amelie exploding so large she brought down a building. The girl had never so much as raised her voice. Yet Vassa felt a deep sense of familiarity with her suddenly, in knowing that they faced the same questions. But Reed had given Vassa a way out, while Ton had sought to control Amelie. She felt less and less guilty about the violence at the shared border. Our magic, it's truly that rare. Think about it. In all of Ikeria, we only know of 6 Veraji witches. Only 2 of us under the age of 30. Vassa awkwardly shifted her weight. Melusina said young witches often die, but they are more powerful in the long run. The past took the shape of grief as it coated Amelie's eyes. That is true, and why we are grateful to have found you. Why I am especially grateful to have found you. She took a small breath and lifted her chin. I've told you of selfish people, but there are equally desperate people too. My mother was one of those people. She inherited her magic after never knowing her own mother, never knowing of our Varaji bloodline. But my mother was poor, and she lost my father to one of the many battles with Asteria. Vassa stayed entirely silent. She was sick, racked with an ever-present sadness that stole light from every corner of her world. She could not withstand the magic. She saw it as something that would give me a greater opportunity than she ever had the chance of finding. So she sacrificed her life and gave the magic to me. Something inside of Vassa fractured at the words, at the horrible memories playing upon Amelie's face, at everything this terribly young witch had been put through for the burden of a magic that Vassa had once sought to extinguish. Vassa could hardly speak. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Amelie took a breath, and then lifted her eyes again, wiping the wetness from the corners. I am still working on coming to terms with the weight of grief. But so are you, in your own way, with your own story. And since I was privy to information you might not have wanted me to know yesterday, well, sharing only seems fair. Vassa didn't feel as though she could tell her story, could utter a word of it, to anyone. But when Amelie looked at her with such open brown eyes and the sort of kindness that she'd never encountered in a person, She thought if she could someday manage it, it would be with this woman. And she realized that she wanted Amelie's friendship, no matter how much she denied it. I'm glad you asked me to come with you today, Vasa confessed. A lovely smile grew upon Amelie's lips, and her body relaxed in her chair. She picked up her fork and took another bite, chewed and swallowed. I know we've just met, and that life for you is complicated, but the truth is that you're the most honest friend I have. Can we be that? Friends? Hopefulness and longing rose up in Vasa, and she didn't know how to say that it terrified her, that she didn't think she deserved Amelie's friendship at all, but that she wanted it more than she'd wanted just about anything. Vasa dropped her gaze, a bit of shame rising. She could still hear the sound of her father's voice, the upward lilt of pride and legacy woven into warm Asterian words. But she also remembered that other tone, the one that turned Asterian into sharp consonants and mountains at the back of her throat.
Do you want to know the secret, Vasilisa? Only ever depend upon yourself. The world does not treat kindness with a mirror. It treats kindness with a blade.
But Vasa had been treating herself with a blade for months, and no matter how hard she tried to cut out the parts of her that wanted and wished and hoped, those parts still lived. Perhaps she should fuel them instead of smothering them. Perhaps she should treat Amelie's kindness with a mirror instead. I am afraid, she whispered. Amelie tilted her head with inquisitive eyes, waiting patiently for Vasa to continue. Vasa took a deep breath. There is an ancient law in Asteria, one we have not seen enacted in generations, one that allows me, as long as I am married, to ascend the Asterian throne. It gives the emperorship to my husband. Amelie straightened her posture. I don't understand. If my brother were to die, then Reed and I have the only viable claim to the Asterian throne. And Reed doesn't know it. Shock tumbled across Amelie's features, but she quickly schooled them. You haven't told him? I don't know how, but my brother will be visiting in a few weeks. I fear what he might do. Do you think he's going to harm you? He sent me here because he believed I was dying. I'm afraid of what he'll do when he learns I haven't. Not just to me, but to Reed. Amelie nodded slowly in understanding, leaning back in her chair. You can't tell anyone, Vasa gasped, suddenly upset with herself for having said anything at all. How stupid was she? She'd only managed to make it a few months without putting her own safety on the line, all for what? For friendship? But then Amelie said, Vasa, I promise not to tell a soul. Not Reed, not Melusina, not anyone. And somehow Vasa believed her. She had never fully believed someone before. We must be prepared, Amelie asserted. Prepared? There must be a way to throw your brother off your scent. What if we convinced him you were dying? Do you think he can be fooled? You're going to help me? Even at risk of danger? You're in our coven now. Amelie shrugged. Your strength is my strength. Warmth flooded Vasa. She'd underestimated Amelie's soft strength. Her acceptance of something otherwise often brutal, the truth, was anything but. Resilience shone in all of Amelie's cracks, and Vasa found herself wanting to be more like her. I think he can be fooled, Vasa said, a plan starting to take shape in her mind. Amelie grinned. Then fool him we will. You're not going anywhere, Vasa. One witch is a problem, but a coven is a nightmare. A smile crept across Vasa's lips. Upon hearing those words on this little balcony, Vasa suddenly thought her father may have been wrong about everything he ever told her. Chapter 13. Vasa stood at the edge of the city, having donned the same formal attire Reed had helped her with the day they met Isabel and Mark. To her side, Kasana loomed, eyes trained to the horizon, where they waited for Dominic's caravan to appear. Vassa had been on edge for the 2 weeks since Dominic accepted Reed's invitation. Amelie had tried to join them, but with each day Vassa spent with the girl, the less she wanted Dominic ever to lay eyes upon her. "Your strength is my strength," Amelie had said, but Vassa had firmly denied her any chance to be near these negotiations. Isoti had doubled down, had not let Vassa leave their morning routines until she'd learned to catch that little blade and strike. The raven-haired warrior stood at Vassa's side for this meeting, armed to the teeth. The rolling hills and yellow grass blanketed the horizon, a few homes speckled here or there, but mostly farms and ranches for as far as she could see. Vassa swallowed down her magic, which seemed to tap dance along her nerves. The force again felt like a snake, coiled tight and afraid to bare its neck. She wondered how Dominic was surviving in the heat. He couldn't pass through Rultho and Hazut safely, which meant he had no opportunity to cross the Satara, nor did he have a vessel that could navigate the Lorsabane Gap. He'd had to take the longer, less comfortable land route, navigating the labyrinth of rivers that made an invasion toward the west a foolish choice. Only through working with the current head man had this visit been possible. The Icarian Central Forces had guided Dominic through, taking Reed's instructions about a confusing path that wouldn't grant Dominic more information about Icaria than he already knew. They'd traversed a heat-scorched valley, one that would be untenable for a large army, though Reed had promised her it was safe. Hopefully, Dominic would dry up like a raisin in the sun. Kasana shifted her weight as the caravan came into sight, blue eyes fixated on the road ahead. At least 7 carts moved in lines, 20 horses on either side of the one leading the front. On instinct, Vassa stepped closer to Reed, and he eyed her curiously in his peripheral vision. Dominic's raven hair came into sight, cut close to his head on the sides, and swept back on the top. A few loose strands placed exactly where he wanted them to be. She knew as he got closer she'd see his incredibly high cheekbones and pointed nose, only made more severe by the pronounced bridge of his brow and his pale ivory skin. Dominic looked harsher than her in every way, though their coloring remained alike, particularly their shared indigo eyes. Reed's hand moved to the small of her back, and his chin lifted. He wore his hair tied as he always did, the rigid line of his tense jaw cut like shards of salt. He looked remarkably strong at her side. The winking onyx blade at his hip only added to the effect. Her brother had called men like him brutal, and despite the gentleness she knew of him now, she thought him capable of meeting that description should he need to. Something about it brought her comfort, and as they'd spent the entire week discussing how to approach this very visit, she felt like she knew some hidden secret about him that no one else did. He was nervous about this. He was a warrior, a wolf, but he wasn't a courtier. Good thing he had her. Dominic's horse came to a stop about 10 yards in front of them, his own carts and soldiers stopping in unison. To his left was Ozik, their father's oldest advisor, black cape blowing in the subtle summer breeze that lifted his long white hair in tandem. Something about him had always made Vassa shiver. It was in his constant presence, how no matter where she went in the castle, he was always there. The air seemed to spark, and then Dominic gave a sugared smile. "Sister," he said in Asterian, dismounting from his white horse as if the two of them were friendly, and he truly was pleased to see her. "Murderer, murderer, murderer," her magic seemed to hum. The twisting in her gut felt like 1,000 blades. Sauntering forward on long, lean legs, Dominic stopped just in front of her to pay traditional Asterian respect to her husband. "Foreman," Dominic said in the same smooth tone, only able to speak in Asterian. "A pleasure to be back in Moray." Vasa translated for the two of them, moving between Asterian and Icarian as easily as she breathed.
A pleasure to host you, Your Grace,
Reed replied, curling his hand a little tighter in Vasa's clothing. Dominic inspected the area between them before he crossed the threshold of her personal space, gathering her in his arms.
Far too long, Vasilisa.
Never long enough, she thought. Far too long, she said aloud, sliding her hands around his narrow waist affectionately, subtly prepared for a blade or some other trick. He was all bone in her arms, and she thought for only a second about snapping him like a branch. The memory of her mother came flashing back, that putrid scent caressing beneath her nose, and she tried to fight it back, tried to tell herself it wasn't real.
Your carts will have to file as a single line through the city, or they may of course stay here, Kasana said. Narrow passageways. Single file will be fine,
Ozic assured her, speaking Icarian with the same ease with which he'd taught it to Vasa, as Dominic finally released her and stepped away. She wanted to shake, but she gathered her composure and smiled with all her teeth. The nearer the advisor came, the more her magic dove deep inside of her, as if it, too, wanted to run away. She was nothing more to him than a tool. She analyzed him, expecting to see the bleak neutrality with which he had always gazed upon her. But when Ozic came to the Emperor's side, his narrow golden eyes flicked over Vasa's body with the same scrutiny, before he turned to Reed, who had reclaimed his spot next to her. Inspecting her warrior husband, Ozic dipped his head.
Foreman. Advisor,
Reed said. Inside, Vasa said, playing into Dominic's practiced tone. I do believe we can call each other by our names, yes?
Always a pleasure, my dear,
Ozic said. Still grumpy, is he, Dominic? She asked her brother, as if Ozic didn't terrify her one bit.
Still grumpy,
he assured her. The gleam in Dominic's eye was telling, a rehearsed routine between the two of them of which the other knew the truth. There was no family connection between them, no love or consideration. Dominic was a snake in the grass. But he wasn't the only one, a fact that the little slither in her belly affirmed. She, too, was a snake who could play as a friend. Inside, Vasa said again, turning and leaning into Reed as he guided her back into the city of Moray. They would only need to entertain him for one night, and then Dominic would turn back around and go visit the other investments he'd made in northern Asteria, beneath the Icarian border. This was merely a short detour from his already scheduled visits.
You're doing well,
Reed whispered.
Even if I only understood half of what was just said.
Nothing of importance, she replied, eyes focused on the gates of Moray. At least not yet. As Dominic got settled at the High Temple of Moray, Vasa waited in the second-floor room she expected her brother would arrive in at any moment. She'd never said so aloud, but she was grateful Reed hadn't chosen to live in the temple. They were surrounded by the constant eyes of the Morayan temple acolytes, and the only privacy they found yet was behind this door. While Kasana and Reed spoke in the corner, reviewing the movements of Dominic's men outside the city, Vasa was sprawled upon the couch watching Asoti, who paced back and forth in front of the door. Mathjan sat casually upon another couch in the far corner, his head moving to follow Asoti's movements. Stop pacing, Vasa begged.
I don't like you all in here with them,
Asoti growled. Mathjan's lips quirked.
Kasana could slaughter Dominic before he could blink. Not him. He is merely a green bean. I worry about the advisor. His eyes are those of an eagle. He sees everything.
Green bean was the oddest way Vasa had ever heard her brother described, though